Chapter 1. My girlfriend is engaged, but I'm not the groom. Brother, I'm going to show you a picture, but you can't get mad at me. Lin Yuan, who was busy helping his girlfriend with her graduation thesis, felt a little strange when he heard this. The person who sent the voice message was his college roommate. They had a pretty good relationship, but his family was wealthy and he did his internship at his family's company during his senior year, so their relationship was not that close. There are always some gaps between people of different social classes. Looking at a photo and getting angry? It's not that easy for me. My fucking mother. Lin Yuan looked at the photo carefully. It seemed to be in the garden of a villa. In the middle of the place, there were two words written, engagement. The male and female protagonists were arm in arm, raising their glasses with smiles on their faces. He didn't know the man, but he knew the woman. My girlfriend Chen Ruoyi, who celebrated our 3rd anniversary yesterday. Lin Yuan was about to confirm it again when his roommate seemed to know what he was thinking and asked someone to take a closer photo. Lin Yuan stared at the woman in the photo and her name written on the engagement sign. My girlfriend of 3 years is engaged, but the partner is not me. Lin Yuan looked at his phone. His girlfriend, who had just urged him to finish his paper, was going on a trip the next day, so he immediately called her. But soon, the call was hung up. Lin Yuan turned on his computer and made a video call to his roommate, who answered the call tacitly. He said nothing and just took out his phone to take pictures of the heroine. Soon, Lin Yuan called his girlfriend again. He really hoped that the phone didn't ring, maybe it was just someone with the same name and similar appearance. Can't ring, can't ring. But in the video, the phone in the woman's hand lit up, and then she hung up. At the same time, Lin Yuan's phone was also hung up. Lin Yuan didn't believe it. Holding on to the last glimmer of hope, he dialed the phone again. The woman seemed a little impatient and whispered something to the man next to her before leaving the main venue and going aside. At this time, Lin Yuan's call was finally connected. Can. Lin Yuan's fantasy was also shattered. Hey, why are you on the phone all the time? The signal is bad here. I'm playing with my friends. It's noisy over there, indeed. Lin Yuan chuckled, feeling a little painful in his heart. I'm tired from writing my paper and want to hear your voice. But an impatient voice came from the other end. I'll be back tomorrow. After we hand in the paper, we'll go on a trip. Isn't that what we agreed on? Hurry up and write. Lin Yuan choked up a little. I don't want to go out and play anymore. What did you say? You're not going out to play? Lin Yuan was silent for a while. Remember when we first started dating, we said that we should share what we have and not hide things from each other. Do you remember? Of course I remember. Chen Ruoyi felt a little guilty, but it would only be 3 months, and everything would be fine after 3 months. Moreover, it won't be exposed. Anyway, Lin Yuan is not a rich second generation and cannot reach people at their level. He can give everyone some hush money and the matter will be over. But for no reason she felt a little panicked and blocked. So where are you now? Lin Yuan asked this question, giving her one last chance. If she could confess, he might still be able to save the relationship, but Chen Ruoyi disappointed him. Me? I'm playing outside with my friends. Oh, Zhao Zhihan and Chen Ruoyi's engagement ceremony, right? Hearing this, Chen Ruoyi immediately panicked. No, listen to me. Before she could explain, another female voice came from the other end. Hey, you're on the phone with your poor boyfriend. Yeah, don't talk. Lin Yuan heard it, poor. Indeed, he is poor. But being poor is not Lin Yuan's fault. He is just a small-town test-taker from a small mountain village. He has worked so hard to get into the top double first-class Jiangnan University, and he is already exhausted. In order to go out and play with Chen Ruoyi and to give her gifts, Lin Yuan has done various part-time jobs. Now that he is a senior in college, Lin Yuan has also driven a taxi and delivered takeout with others. I have to finish my paper for her at night. Turns out, she was engaged to someone else. Lin Yuan felt that all his efforts over the past few years were like feeding a dog. Yuan, listen to me, That's enough. That's it. Yuan, wait for me. I'll come find you and talk to you face to face. Beep, beep, beep. But before Chen Ruoyi could finish her words, Lin Yuan had already hung up the phone. In order to save money, Lin Yuan still lives in the school dormitory. He slowly turned on his mobile phone, looked at the pair of custom diamond rings he had submitted in the afternoon, and slowly called the store. When I heard that he wanted to cancel the order, the other party was not vague. They just collected a 5% penalty and returned the remaining 20,000 yuan to Lin Yuan. Originally, Lin Yuan thought that when the ordered ring arrived, which was around the time of graduation defense, he would propose. Although Lin Yuan thinks he doesn't have that much money, he is still willing to work hard for the future of both of them. But now it seems that everything is just a mirage. Then, my roommate called. Lin Yuan, are you okay? Thank you very much, otherwise, I would still be kept in the dark. Lin Yuan gave a bitter smile. If his roommate had not also attended, how could Lin Yuan have known that his girlfriend was actually getting engaged to another man? Explain? This can't be explained. His roommate comforted him for a while. I'll book a private room tonight and we'll have a good meal. My dad asked me to take over the company and gave me some money as a reserve fund. Lin Yuan rubbed his chest. Although he decided to let it go, he still felt a little painful. After all, before this incident, they had hardly any conflicts. But this happened to me. I'll pay for it, just consider it my way of thanking you. If it weren't for you, I would still be kept in the dark. That's fine, I'll be right out, wait for me. Lin Yuan looked at the paper in front of him and smiled. Roommates are still the best. Although we are from different social classes, at least we can still talk to each other, and maybe I can help each other in the future. And if it weren't for him, Lin Yuan would have been deceived this time. After sitting for a while, Lin Yuan deleted Qin Xiaoya's green bubble, then Xiao, and then looked at some related accounts, clearing past traces one by one. But the first post I saw on WeChat Moments was their official announcement. Looking at the two folded hands, Lin Yuan smiled bitterly, shook his head, and deleted them ruthlessly. At this moment, a drop of water fell on the mobile phone. How could I not feel anything when crying? I don't know why, but Lin Yuan was already in tears. Lin Yuan was just about to stand up and wash his face when he suddenly felt dizzy. Then his body became uncontrollable and he fell to the ground. Fuck! Lin Yuan. Xiao Kai is really back. Chapter 2 Threaten, have a barbecue with me. Not knowing how long he had slept, Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. A strong smell of hospital wafted into my nose, and there was a retained needle in my arm. Lin Yuan was about to move when the person who was playing games next to him glanced at him and said, "Don't move, don't move." Really, I've been taking care of you for the whole day. Hearing the voice, Lin Yuan smiled, but soon, some garbled characters flashed before his eyes, like a black and white screen with no signal, and then it returned to normal. Lin Yuan didn't feel anything, probably it was just a normal situation after waking up from a coma. Xiao Kai was playing games heartlessly while he went out to call the nurse in. Lin Yuan lay there, looked around, and smiled helplessly. What are you expecting? Looking forward to girlfriend? Oh no, the ex-girlfriend shows up, right? I feel so pitiful that I actually hope that an engaged person will come to me. After a while, Xiao Kai came back, and the news of victory came on his mobile phone. Oh my god, it's finally 50 stars. Xiao Kai turned off his phone with satisfaction, then looked at Lin Yuan who remained silent. It's nothing serious. The doctor said it was just excessive stimulation that caused the fainting. It's nothing serious. But, take it easy. The next one will be better. Lin Yuan laughed, luckily you're back. You're lucky I'm back. You almost scared me to death when you fell down. Xiao Kai pouted in dissatisfaction. You said you went to a barbecue last night, but that's all for naught. Still remember this. Lin Yuan also knew that Xiao Kai was trying to divert his attention. It was indeed very sad that he was the one who took the initiative to initiate the breakup with his first love. But when he woke up, Lin Yuan didn't look that sad. Xiao Kai looked at the silent Lin Yuan, glanced at the water in the drip bottle, and said, "Well, it's almost over. It's time to end it indeed." Lin Yuan chuckled. Xiao Kai nodded, "I'll take you to a shopping mall tonight. My dad is one of the shareholders, and I'm also the young master. I'll take you to have some fun." Then he smiled a smile that every man could understand. Lin Yuan chuckled, and Xiao Kai pursed his lips. You've been dating her for 3 years, she's not still a virgin, is she? I haven't gone out to get a room. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes at him. Xiao Kai couldn't help but shook his head. What's the difference between you and the male protagonist on the tomato? I'll teach you how to eat meat tonight. As he was speaking, a young nurse came in. Lin Yuan looked over and there was nothing wrong, but in Lin Yuan's vision it seemed a little different. Name, Chen Ruoyi. Birthday, 2004-0102. Rating, 89. Loyalty, 0. NOAA AAA 000000000. Assets, 3,254.33. Identity, nurse, currently one of the top 10 beauties at Jiangxi University of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Recent events: my boyfriend broke up with me after he passed the civil service exam. A certain leader wanted to take advantage of me. Useful evidence: she privately sent samples of herself and her father last month, showing that they were not her biological children. Wish: get back together with my boyfriend and become his regular girlfriend in advance. Future prospects: his biological father is the dean of our hospital and he will be promoted to a full-time position soon. Lin Yuan stared at the message next to the little nurse in a daze, feeling a little confused. Next to the string of numbers there is a small prompt button, asking whether to add the target to the strategy. Lin Yuan had no choice but a thought and the information disappeared. Then he opened it again and played with it for a while. Could it be that I have become mentally ill? Xiao Kai on the side glanced at Lin Yuan. Why was he winking at the young nurse? Hey, what's wrong with you? Lin Yuan came back to his senses and coughed. Nothing. I still feel a little unsafe. After all, if it's just an illusion. After thinking for a while, Lin Yuan looked at Xiao Kai and said, go ask the doctor if you can be discharged early and have a midnight snack. If I said I would treat you, I will definitely do it. Okay, then I'll go ask. Xiao Kai laughed. After watching Xiao Kai leave, Lin Yuan looked around. Chen Ruoyi was helping him change the medicine bottle, but she was obviously in a bad mood. Lin Yuan was thinking, if this information is true, then should we do something? Beauty, would you like to have a midnight snack together tonight? Hearing this, Chen Ruoyi was stunned for a moment. She didn't say a word and just busy herself with the things at hand. She would be leaving soon. Your dad is cheated on. Chen Ruoyi's pupils widened as she looked at Lin Yuan. She was sure that she was the only one who knew that she was not her father's biological daughter, because her father had type O blood, her mother had type B blood, but she had type AB blood. Just last month, when Chen Ruoyi was sorting out things, she discovered that her father had type O blood, and her mother's type B blood was tested by a colleague during her last hospitalization. Chen Ruoyi has also donated blood, and her blood type is AB. That's why Chen Ruoyi thought of doing a blood test on the two of them, and facts proved that there was indeed no blood relationship between them. She also sent samples of her mother, to whom she is related by blood. This means that the mother is the mother and the father is not the father. But she did this very secretly, no one should know about it. Chen Ruoyi stopped on her way to leave and looked at Lin Yuan. How did you know? Really, not a biological child? Lin Yuan rolled his eyes and said, if you want to know who my father is, accompany me to have a barbecue tonight. Of course, you don't have to pay. You. Chen Ruoyi began to grit her teeth under her mask. He actually threatened her with who her biological father was? Do you really think she will compromise? Absolutely not. Xiao Kai came back with a smile and watched Chen Ruoyi leave. She had a really good figure. The doctor said that you can leave after this bottle is finished. It's not a big deal, but you have to rest well. Do you understand? Xiao Kai looked at his phone, which seemed to be sending something. What are you doing? Nothing, I made an appointment with the nurse just now to have a barbecue tonight. Maybe next time. Next time? Xiao Kai looked at Lin Yuan speechlessly, but then he looked at his phone and laughed. Seeing him like this, it seemed that nothing was wrong. Lin Yuan looked at the 4-drip, then looked at Xiao Kai. She hasn't come all day, has she? She hasn't been here. I just asked a friend to find out. She stayed at the Zhao family's old house yesterday, which is where the engagement ceremony took place. Xiao Kai stood up and left after he finished speaking. Let's look forward to the future. I think this young nurse is pretty good. Why don't we give it a try? Lin Yuan just curled his lips and said, maybe. One just broke up with her boyfriend, and the other just cheated on by her girlfriend. Maybe they can get together? Lin Yuan looked at the woman on the other side of the phone and heard her gritting her teeth. This woman is quite interesting? Maybe you can try it? After thinking for a while, Lin Yuan sent a location to Chen Ruoyi. She didn't reply, but Chen Ruoyi probably knew it. Lin Yuan laughed and saw that the water in the bottle was almost finished, so he rang the bell. Chen Ruoyi walked over with a dark face. Although she was very professional, she had some personal grudge. What time do you get off work? Chen Ruoyi gritted her teeth and said, I'll get off work at 6 o'clock, Wait for me at the hospital entrance. Chapter 3 Testing Superpowers, really useful. Xiao Kai has already helped him with the discharge procedures, and Lin Yuan can leave at any time. What's more, Chen Ruoyi was also handling it, and soon, Lin Yuan appeared at the hospital entrance. While counting the time, Chen Ruoyi soon appeared at the hospital entrance, but she just watched from a distance and did not follow. Lin Yuan was not in a hurry. He just walked in front with a smile, looking at the beauties on the road and looking back from time to time. Chen Ruoyi followed behind him with a bad look on her face, not too far away. After walking for a while, Lin Yuan arrived at a barbecue stall. The owner had just set up his stall. When he saw Lin Yuan coming, he immediately greeted him. Lin Yuan wanted to discuss some private matters with Chen Ruoyi, so he went straight to the second floor. Chen Ruoyi pushed the door open and walked in after a while. Seeing that Lin Yuan had poured her a glass of water, she took a sip angrily. I have to say that Chen Ruoyi looks pretty good. After all, she is one of the top 10 beauties in Jiangxi Province's School of Traditional Chinese Medicine. She has a pair of willow-shaped eyebrows, fox eyes, delicate facial features, fair skin, black hair, and a good figure. She is really good. Chen Ruoyi looked at Lin Yuan and curled her lips. Do you know who my father is? Lin Yuan chuckled and said, I'll tell you after we finish eating. No, I want to know now. At this time, two words popped up in Chen Ruoyi's mind, anxious. Lin Yuan looked at it, then looked at Chen Ruoyi's expression and smiled. Is she really anxious? Well, now that I'm telling you, you can't confirm whether it's true or not, so why are you so anxious? I'm not in a hurry. Chen Ruoyi said guiltily. Little did she know that at this moment the word anxious had disappeared from her head, and was replaced by saying one thing and thinking another. Soon, all the words on Chen Ruoyi's head disappeared. It seems that this thing can only reflect the current situation? After thinking for a while, Lin Yuan spoke again. Don't you want your father and mother to divorce? The word nervous appeared immediately, and then turned into afraid. Sure enough, this is feedback from current emotions, and it will change according to the target's emotional changes, reflecting in real time. Could it be that I am possessed by the system? Finally, the word fear turned into sadness and finally disappeared. After all, I've called him Dad for 20 years, so I'm reluctant to let him go. He's a very kind person, and I'm very happy to have him as a dad, but... Chen Ruoyi slowly lowered her head. Before last month, she didn't feel anything, but starting this month, she became worried and anxious. If Dad knew about this, would he divorce Mom? You know, they only have one daughter. No man would be able to accept that the daughter he has raised for 20 years is not his own, and she is his only daughter, right? So she was very scared and didn't dare tell her family, so she had to bear it all by herself. Lin Yuan looked at her and handed over some barbecue. By the way, how is your relationship with your boyfriend recently? Nervous guilty hold on. Chen Ruoyi laughed, we have a pretty good relationship. He recently passed the civil service exam. He broke up with you, and you still say that the relationship is good? Panic shock. Chen Ruoyi looked at Lin Yuan in disbelief. How did you know that? Impossible, absolutely impossible. She didn't tell anyone that her boyfriend had broken up with her. Lin Yuan came in unconscious yesterday, and they had known each other for less than an hour. How could he have known that? No matter how you think about it, it seems unlikely. How do you know that? Chen Ruoyi asked again. She wanted to know how Lin Yuan knew all these things. Lin Yuan just looked at the barbecue that was served and smiled slightly. Let's talk about it later. Eat first, you don't have to pay. Chen Ruoyi's face turned slightly cold. Just as Lin Yuan said, it would be fine as long as she didn't have to give him any money. Lin Yuan used her as a test subject. For example, add Chen Ruoyi to the targets of the strategy. As soon as he joined the target group, Lin Yuan saw something interesting. In the panel of the target, the intimacy level behind Chen Ruoyi reads 5, it seems that her first impression is very bad. At the back, Lin Yuan saw 3 options, send gift, direct transfer, and purchase intelligence. Lin Yuan looked at send gift, then confirmed it and opened an interface. Looking at the gift on it, Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. In addition to the common items, there are also columns for limited sales, custom-made items, historical relics, etc. Direct transfer is much cleaner and more efficient. Just enter the amount. How the transfer is completed is not what Lin Yuan needs to worry about. The last one is purchase intelligence, which is relatively simple, that is, spending money to predict the future.
Of course, this is assuming that Lin Yuan does not participate in the modification.
So the question is, he only has more than 20,000 yuan in his pocket.
Lin Yuan sighed.
The things here were worth hundreds of thousands, millions, or even hundreds of millions. He envied them but could not touch them.
If that's the case, he still has to make money on his own?
But in this era, if you want to make money, make a lot of money, it takes a lot of time.
If this is true, it seems a little wrong. Could it be that this system of his is just for him to see information and he has to make money on his own?
Lin Yuan thought about it and opened direct transfer.
After thinking for a while, Lin Yuan entered 500 and confirmed the transfer. Lin Yuan's phone suddenly lit up, and it was a bank message. Income 500?
Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment.
He wanted me to transfer it to her in person? Moreover, it seems that I didn't deduct any money. Can I get the money directly by transferring it? There is no price or anything?
Chen Ruoyi on the opposite side also picked up her phone at this time, and then a message popped up above her head.
Shocked, strange, confused. Chen Ruoyi rolled her eyes and looked at Lin Yuan. Why are you transferring money to me? Also, how did you know my CCB card number?
Lin Yuan raised the corner of his mouth. This was interesting.
When he transferred money to someone else, not only would he receive a copy, but the other party would also receive a copy? Getting something for nothing? If there is no limit, then... No, there must be a limit, right? Why not transfer 100 million to her? Wouldn't 100 million be a bit conservative? How about 1 trillion?
But soon, Lin Yuan rejected his idea. The reason was very simple.
Transferring 1 trillion to others in one go? Are you crazy?
The current richest man in the world is only worth more than 1 trillion dasha coins.
How could he break into the world's richest list out of thin air?
Lin Yuan quickly rejected this idea. He had no foundation at all and could easily become a target. As the saying goes, an innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure.
Take it step by step and make money slowly.
Chen Ruoyi looked at Lin Yuan and frowned slightly.
What are you going to do with the 500 yuan you transferred to me? Can I transfer it back to you? Chapter 4, Encountering the Ex-Girlfriend's Best Friend. This sentence brought Lin Yuan back to his senses.
He rolled his eyes and looked at Chen Ruoyi.
It's nothing. Just pay the bill later. The extra money will be given to you. Ha! Chen Ruoyi frowned again.
This table did order a lot, but the total was only about 200 yuan at most.
This person. He threatens me and asks me to pay for it. What does this person want to do?
But Chen Ruoyi now needs to know who her biological father is, otherwise it will feel like there is a stone in her heart that she needs to let go. Lin Yuan also knew what Chen Ruoyi wanted, so Lin Yuan was not in a hurry and was not worried that Chen Ruoyi would leave early.
As for the handle, we should always make good use of it.
However, it was only used once, and Chen Ruoyi was just used as a test subject. Chen Ruoyi naturally didn't know what Lin Yuan was planning, but she could only endure it for a while. After all, she had something to ask of Lin Yuan. The simple barbecue was soon finished and Chen Ruoyi went downstairs to pay the bill. Lin Yuan followed Chen Ruoyi downstairs. As soon as he reached the door, he saw an acquaintance.
Lin Wenya.
That is, she is his ex-girlfriend's best friend, also a rich second-generation girl.
Name, Lin Wenya. Birthday, October 9, 2002. Rating, 71. Loyalty, 50. No, BBA 014-213-005. Assets, 2,650,451.36. Identity information, Father Lin Ziyuan, the second largest shareholder of Qinghan Group, mother dancer Wu Chenchen.
Recent events, the male model she kept ran off with a rich woman, broke up her bestie's boyfriend, and after being abandoned by the male model, she went to a bar to drink and was picked up by 2 people currently 7 days pregnant. Useful evidence, I have a heart disease and need to go to the hospital for treatment every month. 3 months left, I have had 4 miscarriages and if I have another one I will not be able to have children normally. Wish, all the women around me have unhappy marriages like hers, and have never met a good man. Future direction, a month later, the previous male model was infected with a heart disease and passed it on to the rich woman, causing her to come to him and suffer an accidental miscarriage, becoming infertile for life.
Looking at the message above Lin Wenya's head, Lin Yuan couldn't help but sneer. This person is so dirty. Actually, Lin Yuan had not figured out the numbering issue.
After all, Lin Yuan only had Chen Ruoyi as a control group. But looking at Lin Wenya's appearance, I had some understanding of these numbers. She has had 4 miscarriages and is currently pregnant, which means she will have 5 children, corresponding to the last 005. She once boasted that she had dated 3 boyfriends and 8 male models. Including the male model who just left, there are 12 in total, plus the 2 people who picked up the corpse, that S014. Then the 213 at the end should be the number of times you slept, right? The BBA mentioned above, compared with the AAA of Chen Ruoyi, a young white flower, are probably 2 different types. This superpower is really useful. Chen Ruoyi watched Lin Yuan coming down and said slowly, "I've paid the bill, let's go." As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Wenya started laughing. "Hey, isn't this Lin Yuan? What's wrong? You still want a woman to treat you to a meal? I said Xiaoye was right to break up with you." Lin Yuan frowned slightly, and Chen Ruoyi on the side was also surprised. It's true that she paid the bill, but the money was given by Lin Yuan. Chen Ruoyi wanted to explain, but Lin Yuan spoke directly, "I have broken up with her, and I am not familiar with you." Lin Yuan thought that he was very good to Qin Xiaoye. During their interactions, even though he knew that Qin Xiaoye didn't need his money at all, Lin Yuan still took the initiative to cover all expenses every time. To put it bluntly, Lin Yuan is a bit of a male chauvinist, but he has little money in his pocket and is the kind of person who would rather suffer than save face. But Lin Yuan was willing to give Qin Xiaoye a decent treatment, even if it might be cheap. Qin Xiaoye didn't mind and was happy to enjoy it every time. Having a boyfriend who doted on her was something worth showing off. Besides, she also liked Lin Yuan. But between the two of them there is Lin Wenya, who always looks down on Lin Yuan, causing Lin Yuan to have to handle everything on his own no matter how difficult it is, for fear that Qin Xiaoye will be in trouble. Although Qin Xiaoye was somewhat dissatisfied, Lin Wenya had been her best friend for more than 10 years. Lin Yuan didn't want to explain anything more, he just looked at Chen Ruoyi and said, "Let's go, I have nothing to do with her anymore." Chen Ruoyi looked at Lin Wenya hesitantly, while Lin Wenya looked at Chen Ruoyi with some jealousy. Chen Ruoyi is so beautiful, even prettier than Qin Xiaoye. I told you that you have no ability and are a hopeless case. You even have to rely on women for your livelihood. Xiaoye should have listened to me and broken up with you earlier. Lin Yuan chuckled. He really looked down on Lin Wenya. If you are not living a happy life, you should make your best friend unhappy too. It was clearly written on the information panel that Lin Wenya just wanted to break up lovers and didn't want others to live better than her. Qin Xiaoye actually treats such a person as her best friend. Chen Ruoyi frowned. "You broke up with your girlfriend?" "Yes, we broke up. I was the one who proposed it." After Lin Yuan finished speaking, Lin Wenya rushed over. "Young Master Zhao is now worth tens of millions. Can you compare with him? I'm putting this here. As long as I'm here, you can never expect to be recognized by Xiaoye's family. Do you really think Xiaoye really wants to get engaged to him? Let me tell you, I'm the one who puts eye drops in front of uncles and aunts to make them look down on you, huh, Phoenix man? Don't you see what you are like? What's the point of working hard?" Lin Yuan looked at the emotional labels on Lin Wenya's head which kept changing, but the most common one was jealousy. Lin Yuan couldn't help laughing when he saw it. "You, what are you laughing at?" Lin Wenya crossed her arms across her chest, looking arrogant and condescending. Lin Yuan raised his lips slightly and looked at Lin Wenya. "The little male model ran away, are you sad? You came to me to seek a sense of existence? You." Lin Wenya wanted to say something, but Lin Yuan spoke up immediately. "If you don't want people to know that someone found your body in a bar a few days ago, just shut up. You are such a jerk. You are so unhappy that you want to drag others down with you. It's all thanks to Qin Xiaoye's innocence that she thought you were her best friend. She's always thinking about how to break you up. You." Lin Wenya panicked. 3 days ago, Lin Wenya did go to the bar to get drunk, and was indeed taken away by someone. Lin Wenya didn't know who it was. She only knew that when she woke up, she found herself sleeping alone in a rental house. The marks on her body told her that she must have been crazy last night. However, since there were no witnesses to this incident, people just assumed that he was bitten by a dog. But now that it was said by Lin Yuan, the person she despised the most, Lin Wenya started to panic. Why don't players care? But if someone picks up the corpse, that's a different matter. What do you want? Chapter 5, Testing Again, a little help. Lin Yuan naturally didn't want anything. He felt dirty every time he saw such a person. Besides, she is really dirty.
Lin Yuankai didn't want to have too much interaction with her.
Before, it was inevitable that he had some interactions with Qin Xiaoye when he was dating her, but now it's different. Lin Yuan has already broken up with Qin Xiaoye, so naturally there is no need for any interactions.
Lin Yuan glanced at Chen Ruoyi and said, "Let's go. We need to talk about your matter alone."
Chen Ruoyi also nodded, and her impression of Lin Yuan changed a little. From the few words just now, Chen Ruoyi could guess some things, such as that Lin Yuan's girlfriend must have been instigated by her best friend, and her family did not agree with Lin Yuan dating his girlfriend. Although it was Lin Yuan who proposed the breakup, he must have been helpless and had his reasons. Thinking about it this way, the two of them actually share the same suffering. Lin Yuan looked at the distance over there, then looked at Chen Ruoyi, "My girlfriend and I celebrated our 3rd anniversary the day before yesterday."
"Ah. She got engaged to someone else yesterday."
"Ah." After listening to this, Chen Ruoyi felt a little buzzing in her head.
"Okay, I'll tell you straight away.
Your biological father should be your dean, and he should find out in a few days.
Also, the regularization you want should come soon.
As for work, you don't have to worry about sexual harassment, and your boss can't do anything under the pressure of the dean."
After saying that, Lin Yuan waved his hand and left. Chen Ruoyi was even more confused. "Dean, is he my biological father?"
Chen Ruoyi couldn't believe it because it was too shocking.
"Who is the dean?"
"He is one of the great masters in the field of cardiovascular medicine in China, and he is also the last disciple of a medical master.
He is a well-known person in the world." Chen Ruoyi was just the daughter of an ordinary salesman and a construction worker.
Although she had no worries about food and clothing, compared to someone like the dean.
In heaven and on earth. Chen Ruoyi pursed her lips and was about to question it, but then she heard what he said just now. "Boss, sexual harassment?" Chen Ruoyi remembered that she had never told this matter to anyone else, right? How did Lin Yuan know? This man is so weird.
Lin Yuan strolled on the street and used his superpowers to scan the women on the street one by one.
Men can't see through it, they can only see the information of women.
After practicing for a while, Lin Yuan could accurately open the information of a certain person.
The scoring issue is almost clear now.
70 points is already 1 in 100, 50 to 60 points is the general level, and as long as there are no physical defects, the average score is basically 30 to 40.
But these are meaningless. There are very few people who score above 80 points.
At least he was at this intersection for a total of 10 minutes. There were probably thousands of people passing by, but only 3 or 4 people were able to trigger it, and one of them was Chen Ruoyi. I haven't seen any with a score above 90 yet.
And I have roughly figured out what is on the information panel. In a nutshell, it is very powerful.
The authenticity still needs to be tested further. Currently there are only 2 experimental samples, so we need to find someone to continue trying. Moreover, Lin Yuan also needs to test the direct transfer function.
What is the upper limit of this thing, or is there no upper limit? Is there any problem with the source of funds? These are all questions that need to be tested.
While thinking about this, Lin Yuan was suddenly attracted by the figure of a beautiful woman.
Name, Su Yaoyao. Birthday, 2006-05-28. Rating, 91.
Loyalty, 0. No AAA 00000000000.
Assets, 564,824.21.
Identity information, senior high school student, the most beautiful girl in number 13 middle school.
Recent events, I am preparing to take the college entrance examination. My mother is seriously ill and I owe 560,000 yuan for surgery. Exploitable leverage, need money.
Wish, pay off the loan and get admitted to a university in Beijing. Future direction, because of lack of money, she was introduced to Xiangke by jealous girls in the same school to be a prostitute. She was admitted to a Beijing university, but was disqualified because she had been a Xiangke princess.
Looking at the skinny woman making barbecue over there, Lin Yuan couldn't help but take a few more glances.
For a moment he doubted whether there was something wrong with his superpowers.
With this appearance, can it get 91 points? Her waist is quite nice, but maybe it's because she is wearing a barbecue apron and a hat that hides her beauty?
Especially when he saw Wei Lai walking towards that direction, Lin Yuan frowned slightly.
This girl is a bit pitiful.
She originally had a good future, but because of this incident, she lost her good future. After thinking for a while, Lin Yuan slowly walked over and stood in front of the barbecue cart. Looking at Su Yaoyao, who was operating the cart skillfully, she looked delicate and tender. Maybe she was really a beauty? The most beautiful girl in school of number 13 middle school? At this time, a man came over and asked, "What do you want to eat, young man?" Lin Yuan smiled slightly. "Let me take a look." Lin Yuan looked at the price list and ordered some barbecue for 56 yuan. This was considered a big order. After Su Yaoyao finished the one on hand, she immediately started dealing with Lin Yuan's. Lin Yuan sat aside waiting while the man over there was skewering the food. Lin Yuan looked at Su Yaoyao's message and slowly started chatting. This man is Su Yaoyao's second uncle. Su Yaoyao's father ran away with his mistress, so he lives with her mother. Fortunately, people in my father's family didn't look down on him. Although they were divorced, the family took good care of Su Yaoyao and her daughter. I have also advised her mother to remarry, as it is indeed hard to raise a child alone, but she has not found one yet. Su Yaoyao is also a very hard-working child, and her second uncle Su Chen couldn't help but praise her. Soon, Su Yaoyao wrapped up the barbecue and handed it to Lin Yuan. The second uncle was only here to help out at this barbecue stall, and they just had a midnight snack there every day. Su Yaoyao's mother also cooks this, so Su Yaoyao was familiar with it and got the hang of it quickly. Looking at the person who worked so hard, Lin Yuan nodded. It's only May 25th now, and the college entrance examination will be in a little over a week, right? There's nothing we can do about it. My sister-in-law had surgery and she owes the hospital a lot of money. Su Chen shook his head. Su Yaoyao pursed her lips and didn't say much. At the same time, Su Yaoyao received a message on her mobile phone. She didn't think much of the 56 at first. But upon closer inspection, 560,000.00? 560,000? Su Yaoyao was stunned. Seeing Lin Yuan about to leave, she quickly stepped forward to stop him. What do you mean? The girl's eyes were full of confusion and doubt, which surprised Su Chen. What's wrong? You have an exam in a week, so don't go out to sell your goods. Lin Yuan walked over with a smile. If you really feel you owe me something, just return the money to me next time we meet. You. Lin Yuan waved his hand and walked away. Su Yaoyao really wanted to step forward to stop Lin Yuan, but the hospital had already owed her money for 2 months, and she had been ridiculed by many people recently because of her stall, and it had also delayed her studies. Although Su Yaoyao thought that even if there was some delay, it would not prevent her from being admitted to a university in Beijing, she still wanted to work hard to prove herself. When Su Yaoyao finished struggling, she still felt a little guilty about taking it. Su Yaoyao could no longer see Lin Yuan. Chapter 6, Put it aside for now and focus on making money. In the distance, Lin Yuan hid in a corner and secretly opened Su Yaoyao's information panel. Name, Su Yaoyao. Birthday, 2006-05-28. Rating, 91. Loyalty, 30. NOAA AAA 0000000000. Assets, 4,824.21. Identity information, senior high school graduate, the most beautiful girl in number 13 middle school. Recent events, preparing to take the college entrance examination, his mother was seriously ill and owed 560,000 yuan for surgery, and he received 560,000 yuan in funding from a mysterious person. Exploitable leverage, no contact information for the mysterious person. Wish, to meet the mysterious person, thank him and repay the debt, and be admitted to Beijing University. Future direction, prepare for the exam wholeheartedly and successfully get into a university in Beijing. After the college entrance examination, a female classmate who was jealous of Su Yaoyao accidentally learns that Su Yaoyao has repaid the hospital debt. She deliberately mentions it in front of Wang Guilan, implying that she is not legitimate, which leads to the recurrence of Wang Guilan's old illness and her death. Lin Yuan watched and saw that changes had indeed taken place. It's just a little surprising that this female classmate who was jealous of her was really useless. First, he introduced her to Shang Ke as a prostitute, and then he hinted that Wang Guilan's money was not legitimate. Lin Yuan thought for a while. There were still 2 weeks left for things to happen after the college entrance examination. By then, he could find out which hospital Wang Guilan was in and this matter could be handled. When the time comes, Chen Ruoyi can be asked to help look for her. Her father is the director of the hospital and he will always be able to find Wang Guilan's whereabouts faster than him. Then we can find a way to rationalize the money. After taking a breath, Lin Yuan's cell phone rang. Hey, what's up? Yuan,
don't go back to the dormitory at night. You're home.
No, your ex is waiting for you downstairs in the dormitory.
I heard that you blocked all her contact information. Don't come back.
The voice coming from the other side was from another roommate, Fengyan, a warm-hearted person. Generally speaking, roommates would advise reconciliation rather than separation, but Fengyan had been advising Lin Yuan to break up since last year, saying that the two were absolutely not suitable for each other. It was a foresight decision, and it was indeed inappropriate.
Fengyan was not afraid of offending Lin Yuan.
Anyway, he had never given Chen Ruoyi a good face since last year. Lin Yuan just smiled and said, I made an appointment with Xiao Kai at a KTV.
You too, I give in. It's not convenient for me to go out. That woman will definitely be staring at me. If I go, you won't have any fun. Fengyan paused. Next time, you must take me with you next time.
I have made such a great sacrifice.
Okay, I'll take you out alone next time. But Fengyan quickly realized something. That's not right. Aren't you going to drive a car or deliver food today? Lin Yuan was very short of money.
In order to save the little princess's face, Lin Yuan never slacked off. In order to make more money, I also engage in game leveling. What Fengyan admires most is that, despite being so busy, Lin Yuan can still consistently rank among the top 3 in his grade and receive scholarships every year.
This is the most exaggerated.
Therefore, in Fengyan's view, Lin Yuan's poverty is only temporary. Lin Yuan has both talent and hard work, and he will only fly higher in the future. To a certain extent, before today, Fengyan looked down on Lin Yuan, because a woman tied his hands and feet, and Lin Yuan could have a broader world. Lin Yuan smiled helplessly. I was sick yesterday, so I probably won't go racing anymore in the future.
Besides, there is no need. I just transferred 560,000 yuan to Su Yaoyao, and 560,000 yuan was also deposited into Lin Yuan's account. There is no freezing and it is normal funds. Now he can think more about his own affairs instead of following a woman.
Fengyan thought for a while, then slowly said, Do you remember Professor Li's graduate student quota? He has reserved it for you. If you apply for it, you should be able to get it.
No, I won't rob anymore. I want to start a business.
Lin Yuan laughed. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yuan began to think about what to do next.
Lin Yuan tried many times, but he couldn't open men's messages.
He could only open women's messages, and he could only open and execute functions face-to-face. Lin Yuan's biggest trouble now is that he cannot transfer a large sum of money directly to a certain person. Not to mention whether the other party will call the police, which would be very troublesome if they did.
Unless it's my mom.
The only woman in this world whom you can absolutely trust is your mother, but you have to be face-to-face. In addition, matters involving superpowers must never be brought into the public eye and must be carried out in secret, so the gold can only be distributed to make the amount appear less huge. If he wants to use it without any scruples, then the best way is to find more women, preferably those who are more materialistic. In this way, when he gives money to her, she will feel at ease and think that she deserves it. She will also think that she is very smart, but she is just a tool for Lin Yuan to make money. As Lin Yuan was thinking about this, he suddenly remembered that Xiao Kai had said that he would take him to Qianghan to play in the evening. Xiao Kai's family is very wealthy, but it is said that he used to be involved in gangs. Due to the severe crackdown, he had to give up many industries and clean up all of them. Now he is a serious entrepreneur. But most places are also various nightclubs where all kinds of people mix. Xiao Kai was influenced by his environment and became more and more careless every day. If he wasn't smart, he wouldn't be in the same school as Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan thought about it and called Xiao Kai. I've heard them say in the past that Qianghan is actually not very clean, and the word stage princess was also mentioned on Su Yaoyao's information panel, which means there should be some gray areas. Lin Yuan now just wants to make money and see where his limit is. It took a while for Xiao Kai to get through. Hello, Yuan, what's wrong?
What's wrong? Didn't you say you would take me to your store to play? I want to go.
Xiao Kai was silent, or to be more precise, he was a little stunned and shocked. In fact, Xiao Kai was just talking nonsense at that time.
A college bully like Lin Yuan has always been very self-disciplined.
How could he possibly go to a place like Qianghan where all kinds of people gather? Xiao Kai wanted to get in touch with the family because of the family business. As the future heir, he had to get in touch with the family.
How is it possible that a good boy like Lin Yuan is also a top student? Yuan, are you sure?
If you want to come and play, it just so happens that a store in my house was inspected for fire hazards a few days ago. It was originally scheduled to open tonight. If you come, I'll have it postponed to tomorrow, and we can just play together.
That's not necessary, just be normal, it won't hinder your family from making money.
Lin Yuan smiled and thought about what to do in the future. After hearing this, Xiao Kai also laughed. Okay, then I'll clear the top floor. There are only 3 boxes on the top floor, which is perfect.
If you want to find something exciting, no one will disturb you. Looking for excitement.
Lin Yuan thought about it and shook his head. In the 3 years with Chen Ruoyi, Lin Yuan never chose to seek excitement, let alone eating fast food. Besides, being clean or not are 2 different matters.
Don't worry, I'll find you a clean one. Chapter 7. The target appears, School Beauty Du Wei.
According to the location given by Xiao Kai, Lin Yuan quickly found the location. Looking at the bright lights and extravagant appearance, Lin Yuan couldn't help but shook his head. If it were in the past, Lin Yuan would definitely not come to a place like this. After all, he was a good student in the eyes of the public, so how could he possibly come to such a place? But Lin Yuan needs money and now has the ability to get it.
He just needs to test the upper limit of his superpower transfer function.
Originally, Lin Yuan was a good and down-to-earth person, but people are always lazy.
When you can make money by lying down, who would be willing to make money honestly? Today will be Lin Yuan's first step towards getting rich.
According to the room number given by Xiao Kai, Lin Yuan slowly walked into the elevator.
As soon as I came in, a few beauties came trotting in. Lin Yuan took a look and went through everyone's information.
He had to admit that they were indeed carefully selected, and everyone's score was above 80.
However, although they are not bad, they are not Lin Yuan's target.
What Lin Yuan needs is a clean and materialistic girl. He doesn't want girls who are not materialistic, or those with low scores. The numbers also have to be clean. At least, Lin Yuan himself has to be comfortable.
After a while, Lin Yuan reached the top floor.
Xiao Kai was chatting with a bearded man with braids. When Xiao Kai saw Lin Yuan coming, he was really surprised.
He actually came.
In Xiao Kai's opinion, a good boy like Lin Yuan would never come to such a place. Even Xiao Kai himself actually looked down on such places. If these places didn't make thousands or millions every year, Xiao Kai really wouldn't want to come, but these are the sources of his pocket money and he can't ignore it. Xiao Kai put his arm around the big man's shoulder and walked over. My roommate, Lin Yuan, this is Uncle Cheng, who has been with my dad for 20 years.
Hello, Uncle Cheng. Mr. Lin, you are too polite. Please come in. You two are the only ones on this floor today.
Zhao Qing smiled slightly, but the smile looked a little discordant with his bearded face. Lin Yuan also learned some of Zhao Qing's past from Xiao Kai. He was born in the underworld and became a manager more than 10 years ago. He is a hard-working person, otherwise it would be impossible for him to have been transferred for 10 years after becoming a manager. However, his ability is limited to one shopping mall. After all, he came from a gangster family.
Lin Yuan listened and looked around at the appearance of Mall K.
It was different from the hypermarket and looked much more luxurious than the hypermarket.
Xiao Kai looked at Lin Yuan and asked, "Would you like to have some meat?"
Generally speaking, princesses here are not allowed to perform without internal connections.
There is no other way.
The higher-ups are very strict.
Every time we perform, we have to take good care of the relationships behind us.
Otherwise, if they catch us, we will be in trouble. Xiao Kai said, taking out a piece of paper. Last time they said they were here to check the fire, but they were actually here to catch the princess.
I don't know who gave the truth away.
Fortunately, Uncle Ching reacted quickly and called back the 2 people who were on stage, otherwise it would be a big trouble.
Lin Yuan nodded. That's my requirement.
Money worshipping, school beauty level, and someone who has never been in bed. Xiao Kai burst into laughter and opened a bottle of beer for Lin Yuan. Why do I feel like you're here to stare at her? Xiao Kai opened another bottle, clinked glasses with Lin Yuan, and started talking slowly.
Well, last year, didn't our school have a debate competition with the neighboring University of Science and Technology? Do you remember the team leader? Lin Yuan's thoughts were also drawn to last year's debate competition.
Of course, the 4 people in his dormitory had nothing better to do, so they went to show their support. Although Kus lost, the beautiful team leader in a white dress left a deep impression on everyone. Later, Xiao Kai mentioned that this girl was the second most beautiful campus girl at Jiangxi University of Science and Technology.
She was only a sophomore and would be a junior this year. Lin Yuan nodded. Yeah, I remember. What happened?
I originally thought that her family was of high status, but later I found out that her situation was not very good. First, her parents abandoned her, but it can't be said that they abandoned her. They left her to be raised by her uncle when she was 15. Lin Yuan frowned slightly.
Left it to your uncle to raise?
Xiao Kai took another sip of wine, then she also worked hard and was admitted to USTC.
Although USTC is not as good as Xia University, it is also a good first-class university in our province. I checked.
She has been relying on scholarships to pay for her tuition these years. Her uncle works on a construction site, but he is old and has many injuries. He needs about 300,000 or 400,000 yuan. In addition, he seems to have cancer, and it is still in the early stages. So she urgently needs 200,000 yuan. She came to me for help, and I agreed to let her come.
After a pause, Xiao Kai said generously, a yuan, if you want to use her as a pretext, I'll pay for the 200,000 yuan.
Lin Yuan looked at Xiao Kai, his lips slightly raised. Are you serious about what you said?
Of course I mean it. You can't doubt your brother just because he was hurt by a woman.
Xiao Kai curled his lips. Lin Yuan also laughed.
Indeed, you can't doubt your brothers just because of a woman, especially a brother who was willing to pay 200,000.
Thinking of this, Lin Yuan patted Xiao Kai on the shoulder and said, no need, I can pay for it myself, and I don't need to eat meat. All you need is a reason to transfer the money, there's no need to use meat. Xiao Kai frowned at Lin Yuan's words, not understanding.
You paid for it yourself? And you're not eating meat? Aren't you being taken advantage of? But Lin Yuan shook his head, that's not necessary.
Let me tell you, beauties are also a resource, especially those who have never been touched. Some women are deflowered at the age of 15 or 16, and the number of untouched women is decreasing day by day. Xiao Kai took a sip of beer and continued talking.
Besides, you've spent the money, why don't you enjoy yourself? Even if you just support her for a while, it will be a face-saving thing, right?
Listen to me, I've already had someone reserve a room for you in the hotel across the street, so bring your people there when you're done. Lin Yuan wanted to say something, but Xiao Kai blocked his mouth with food.
That's Du Wei. How many people want to sleep with her? Why don't you take advantage of such a good opportunity?
Lin Yuan laughed and ate his snacks, feeling a little helpless.
I don't know how to explain it so that Xiao Kai can understand.
Lin Yuan has just got the system and he still needs to figure out how to play the system first. Of course, if I really meet someone I like, it's not impossible, but I just broke up and I don't have the mood to have sex.
Lin Yuan needs to get more money as soon as possible. As long as you have enough money, you can have a chance to win the heart of any beauty.
After thinking for a while, there was a knock on the door. Soon, Zhao Qing came in with more than a dozen beauties, all with an overall score of over 80.
The most eye-catching one is naturally Du Wei standing in the middle.
Almond-shaped eyes, willow-shaped eyebrows, delicate facial features, fair face, especially the emperor who seemed to be about to appear, and the deep V dress made Xiao Kai stunned. Suddenly I regretted giving it to Lin Yuan. But as a man, he sticks to his word. Xiao Kai would not go back on his word after he said he would let Lin Yuan take him away. Just as Xiao Kai was about to speak, Lin Yuan looked at Du Wei.
Name, Du Wei. Birthday, 2003-0705. Rating, 92. Loyalty, 10.
No AAA 0000000000.
Assets, 154.54.
Identity information, number 2 of the top 10 campus beauties of Jiangxi University of Science and Technology, Director of the External Relations Department of the Jiangxi University of Science and Technology Student Union. Recent major events, my uncle was diagnosed with pneumoconiosis and stomach cancer, and needs $360,000.
Useful leverage, needs money and has a rich boyfriend. Wish, to become rich overnight and live without worries. Future direction, become the canary of a wealthy man in the province. Chapter 8, spend money, 1 million.
But what surprised Lin Yuan was that although the message also stated that Du Wei was materialistic, it always felt that it did not fully reflect her views. If it was simply because her uncle needed money for medical treatment, then Du Wei was not materialistic at all, she just needed money.
But need a rich boyfriend? Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh.
This seemed a bit like materialism. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan looked at other people again, opened the information panels one by one, and then everyone's emotional information popped up. But Lin Yuan didn't need the emotional information for the time being, so it was useless and he turned it off in the blink of an eye. Lin Yuan glanced at the information of several people and raised his eyebrows slightly. There were 12 beauties. Each of them had a good number. Not too clean, but pretty good. There are 2 other people who are just like Du Wei, completely clean. But the score was not high enough. Although it was over 80, it was not enough for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan looked at Du Wei and waved, "Tonight, it's all yours." "Then Mr. Xiao has also told me my price, right?" Du Wei said coldly. If Du Wei hadn't had to, why would she go to such a place? Intelligence, beauty and family background are the 3 most important aspects for a woman, and none of these 3 aspects alone is useful. If a smart person does not have a good family background and good looks, he or she will have no channels for advancement. His or her intelligence is just like flowers in the mirror and the moon in the water, and cannot be put into reality. Beautiful people have connections to the upper class, but without family support and intelligence, they are ultimately nothing more than canaries. If a woman from a family does not have beauty and wisdom, the best that can happen to her is to live a quiet life and can only marry according to the wishes of her family. But when the 2 are combined, it's different. Although the information said that Du Wei would become a rich man's canary, according to Lin Yuan's understanding, this future trend could only be predicted for 2 to 3 months. Therefore, it is entirely possible for Du Wei to use the rich man's money to do her own things. Moreover, she is only a junior and will be a senior in the second half of the year. A smart beauty who will definitely not disappoint. Du Wei hesitated for a moment, but still walked over and sat next to Lin Yuan. Xiao Kai didn't care and ordered 2 people to accompany them, and also left 2 little sisters beside them to help pour wine. When Du Wei saw Lin Yuan was about to put his arms around her slender waist, she did not resist but still spoke. "Otherwise, give me the money first, and I promise that I will behave myself tonight." Lin Yuan laughed. "Are you so anxious?" "Certainly. This is life-saving money, how can Du Wei not be anxious?" From childhood to adulthood, her uncle was the best to Du Wei. This time her uncle was in trouble, and Du Wei had to do something. Moreover, Du Wei really needed money. She needed to start her own business. Even if the initial capital came from illegal sources, Du Wei would take it to escape this low-level life. Lin Yuan smiled and said, "Do you have a CCB card number? Give it to me." Hearing this, Du Wei immediately took out a CCB card from her backpack and handed it to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan pretended to take out his mobile phone and operated it for a while. In fact, he added Du Wei to the range of targets and then transferred money to her. Soon, Du Wei's phone lit up with dynamic text messages. "Mr. Lin, 1 million? That's too much." Du Wei's lips were trembling. She only wanted 200,000 yuan, but Lin Yuan transferred 1 million yuan to her at once? Not only Du Wei, everyone around heard it, especially Xiao Kai. Xiao Kai is the person here who knows Lin Yuan best. How could Lin Yuan have 1 million? But looking at Du Wei, it seems to be true? When did my roommate become so rich? Impossible. Could it be the breakup fee given by Qin Xiaoye? But that woman is still waiting downstairs of the dormitory and has no intention of breaking up, so where did this money come from? Du Wei couldn't believe it. She opened her mobile banking app in front of Lin Yuan. Looking at the account balance, she panicked. 1 million. The best case scenario Du Wei could imagine was that Lin Yuan was willing to give her 200,000. But Du Wei also asked around and found out that 50,000 is the maximum amount one can get for supporting a woman, and that as for a month. Therefore, the 200,000 that Du Wei wanted was a huge sum, and no one would be willing to pay it, unless he was a big victim. Or, ask for something else. Du Wei also knew Xiao Kai, he was a top student. As his roommate, Lin Yuan was also a top student. He couldn't be that stupid, right? So, there is only one possibility, don't ask for anything else. Du Wei clenched her hands and looked at Lin Yuan. I can only accept one person. Xiao Kai coughed and couldn't help laughing. My buddy said he won't eat meat at night. Lin Yuan nodded. He also saw the dynamic text message on his mobile phone. 1 million was deposited into the account. Lin Yuan looked at Du Wei and smiled. I just broke up yesterday. It's not too much to find someone to chat with, right? By the way, the money you gave me is quite a bit, so remember to pay the bill when you go out. I'm too lazy to go, so I'll just go upstairs and sleep. Xiao Kai waved his hand. This is my territory, and I want you to pay for it? I recognize you as my brother. I will come here often in the future. If there is anyone who meets my standards, just tell me and I will definitely support him. Lin Yuan laughed and held Du Wei in his arms with one hand. Du Wei was a little nervous. The most a single bill could cost is 100,000 at most, and this is 1 million, which is completely enough. Du Wei swallowed and said, then, I'll pay the bill when we leave later. Xiao Kai looked at him and didn't say anything else. He just got 1 million and paid a bill, which was nothing. But the main thing was, how did Lin Yuan become so rich? Lin Yuan is not very good at singing, but Du Wei sings a lot, and it can be heard that Du Wei has great singing ability. She is beautiful and has a sweet voice, which is very appropriate to describe Du Wei. Xiao Kai listened and couldn't help but feel a little regretful. He should have kept Du Wei for himself. Instead, he gave such a high-quality girl to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, smelled Du Wei's fragrance, listened to Du Wei's singing, and his heart calmed down a little. Is this the life of rich people? Lin Yuan couldn't help himself for a moment and kissed Du Wei on the face. It was just as soft and fragrant as Qin Xiaoya's. Du Wei's voice trembled slightly. This was probably the first time someone kissed my cheek like this. Du Wei didn't think much about it and leaned towards Lin Yuan. Before coming, Du Wei had already made preparations and had already made plans to give herself away tonight. It's nothing to just be more proactive. Besides, 1 million is enough for one move. If you serve well, can you get more? While he was enjoying it, Lin Yuan's cell phone rang. It was Feng Yan, who was alone in the empty room. Your ex is crazy. Chapter 9 I will solve it. Mr. Lin promised me one request. Hearing Feng Yan's words, Lin Yuan frowned slightly. In fact, just now, Lin Yuan had almost forgotten about Qin Xiaoyao. Someone once said that the best way to forget your ex is to throw yourself into the arms of another person, and just now, Lin Yuan felt Du Wei's softness and warmth. I have to say, it did make him feel a lot more comfortable. But Feng Yan brought up Qin Xiaoyao again, which made Lin Yuan feel uncomfortable. What's wrong? What else? She's downstairs in our dormitory, adding green bubbles to everyone she meets, and then giving them 500 yuan to ask them to help find where you are. Qin Xiaoya's family is wealthy, and her pocket money starts at 50,000 yuan a month. Qin Xiaoya can still support herself with this little money. But why didn't Qin Xiaoya contact me? Oh, that's right, all of them are blocked. Lin Yuan didn't rush to answer Feng Yan's question, but opened the blacklist. In the phone's blacklist, Qin Xiaoya's missed calls had reached more than 50 times. Lin Yuan laughed and said, don't pay attention to her. We will graduate in a month anyway. 6. Feng Yan was helpless. What should I do? Everyone knows that you and I share a dormitory. More than a dozen people have already come to knock on the door. Feng Yan was already unhappy that he couldn't come to Shanghai to play, and now he was being harassed, which made him even more unhappy. Especially from the sound of them really being in Shanghai, the two guys were enjoying themselves, leaving him alone in the dormitory. People's hearts have changed. Lin Yuan didn't know how to solve it for a moment. As a boyfriend of 3 years, Lin Yuan knew Qin Xiaoya's temper very well. If she got really stubborn, Qin Xiaoya would never give in easily. Du Wei, who was feeding Lin Yuan sunshine rose, also heard some of it. Mr. Lin, your ex? Right. It's troublesome? Lin Yuan hugged Du Wei tighter. Yes. If I get her away, Mr. Lin, can you reward me once? Award? Once? What? After hearing this, Xiao Kai was stunned for a moment, and quickly reminded him, Mr. Lin is in a bad mood today, so he won't eat meat. If you don't eat meat, it means 0 times, so I can add 1 time, isn't that enough? Hearing this, Xiao Kai and Lin Yuan both laughed. Lin Yuan suddenly felt that Du Wei seemed interesting. Okay, as long as you can make my ex leave, I'll take you out to play tonight. You decide the location. Du Wei narrowed her eyes and smiled. Lin Yuan looked at it. Although he didn't feel any excitement, he felt that it was pleasing to the eyes and very beautiful. Then, Mr. Lin, can you advance some money first? Lin Yuan was not stupid. He already clicked this point. If he continued to hesitate, he would not be a man. He slowly pressed Du Wei's head with his right hand, which was not holding the phone, letting her come closer, and then bit her red lips. Fragrant. Soft. Du Wei hooked Lin Yuan's neck with her backhand and started to cooperate. After a while, Feng Yan let out a heart-wrenching roar. People's hearts have changed. I'm in ecstasy here, and you're in ecstasy over there, right? Listening to Feng Yan's complaints, Lin Yuan handed the phone to Du Wei.
It depends on your performance.
Du Wei smiled slightly and held the phone.
Tonight, she will definitely ask for a place, so why don't we give her a place? She's not stupid. Lin Yuan was still very confident that Chen Ruoyi was not a fool. When the false becomes true, the true becomes false. Du Wei laughed and said to the phone, "Hello, my method is that you go out for a while, take the trouble to go to Linjiang Hotel."
Feng Yan listened to the voice and said, "Oh my god, beautiful lady, your voice sounds so familiar.
Have you seen it before? Last year's debate competition, Jiang Province University of Science and Technology, Du Wei."
Ah. By the way, remember to go to the adult vending machine and buy a box of small umbrellas.
Feng Yan blushed immediately. To be honest, he was the most innocent person in the whole dormitory.
Although Lin Yuan failed to have sex with Chen Ruoyi, at least everything that should have happened had happened, except for the last layer. Needless to say, Xiao Kai became a man when he was in high school. Li Shuang is the only one left, which is even more outrageous. He is a senior and has been in a relationship for 10 years. They even distributed wedding candies last month because Li Shuang's girlfriend was pregnant, and the two planned to get married with the baby.
After graduation, they would hold a wedding banquet at Jiangnan University, get the marriage certificate, and then go home to hold another one. Feng Yan is the only one who keeps his first love. Let Feng Yan buy a small umbrella.
There will be a beautiful girl named Zhang Yu going to the hotel with someone.
Just give her the small umbrella. Feng Yan pursed his lips and said, "Okay. Remember, if you walk secretly, she will definitely not make a sound and will definitely follow you secretly.
Don't run too fast or she will catch up." Watching Du Wei hang up the phone, before Lin Yuan got his phone back, Du Wei took out her own phone and called someone.
"Hey, Yubao, are you going to get a room with your little male model today? Now that I'm rich, I'll invite you to go to Linjiang Hotel and get a big suite. Bring your little male model with you.
By the way, there will be a man named Feng Yan who will give you a small umbrella.
There should be a woman behind him. Don't pay attention to her. Remember to have some fun at night. Hey, I'll treat you to a nice dinner tomorrow, okay? I'll buy you some LV cosmetics, and that limited edition Zodiac perfume, haven't you always wanted it? I'll give it to you. Okay, remember to go early, moi."
Lin Yuan looked at Du Wei, who had hung up the phone, and took the initiative to hug her in his arms.
"You booked a room at the Linjiang Hotel? It's more than 60 kilometers away from us, right?"
It was also the first time for Du Wei to sit in a man's arms like this, and she was a little nervous. But he still methodically booked a large suite in the Riverside Hotel for Zhang Yu while replying to Lin Yuan's questions.
"Yes, anyway, Master Lin just doesn't want her to influence us and our roommates, right? But in this case, Feng Yan will probably be even more unhappy."
Lin Yuan looked at Du Wei, who raised her eyebrows. "I took care of Yu Bao's problem, and of course young Master Lin took care of the roommate's problem." Du Wei blinked her eyes and tried hard to act cute.
Lin Yuan looked at Du Wei and smiled. What a smart woman.
Chen Ruoyi would definitely follow Feng Yan when he went out stealthily, and Feng Yan would definitely be noticed when he bought adult products. Afterwards, Chen Ruoyi will follow all the way to Linjiang Hotel, which is one of the local 5-star hotels. If Chen Ruoyi wants to know whether Lin Yuan is there and whether Feng Yan wants to send something to Lin Yuan, she must book a room. It will take time to find the room where Zhang Yu is.
Chen Ruoyi will definitely find Zhang Yu's room by searching floor by floor. By then, Chen Ruoyi will only be more heartbroken.
And Du Wei naturally has her own plans.
She wants to be the boss.
Even if she didn't like Lin Yuan, considering that Lin Yuan gave her 1 million at a time, it was impossible for Lin Yuan to have less money.
Du Wei needs Lin Yuan's money. Chapter 10 Problem Solving, Studying in a Hotel.
Du Wei knows very well where her strengths lie, and she needs to show them. Chen Ruoyi should be at a loss now, which is a godsend opportunity for Du Wei.
Moreover, there will definitely be an effect. Chen Ruoyi must have been looking for which room Lin Yuan was in all night.
Even if she guessed it was Zhang Yu's room, she would probably wait outside all night.
Lin Yuan chuckled. "Are you so sure that she will follow your plan?"
"Of course,"
Du Wei said confidently. "Then how can you be sure that your friend, Yubao, will be discovered?"
Du Wei blushed. She is very loud in that aspect.
Xiao Kai couldn't help but look at Du Wei with a smile. "Are you an experienced person?" Du Wei smiled awkwardly.
She would never tell anyone that she had been forced to listen to this for a whole night. It was so deafening and shocking. Don't mention it, the soundproofing of that small hotel is really bad. Just based on Zhang Yu's voice, Du Wei dared to say that Chen Ruoyi would definitely hear it. Lin Yuan could probably guess some of it. He must have experienced it before, otherwise he wouldn't have such a deep impression. Then why don't we both do it ourselves? I, for the first time, can't scream. Du Wei's face turned even redder and she no longer took the initiative as before. Lin Yuan laughed, hugged her tighter, looked at Du Wei, and nodded, okay, then wait until tomorrow. If we can have a peaceful night, this will be considered a successful deal. Du Wei was stunned for a moment, but didn't you say it was tonight? If we wait until tomorrow, one tea would not count? Lin Yuan smiled and said, tonight, you should pay first. Looking at the man's gaze, Du Wei let out a breath and pretended to be at a disadvantage. Well, this is my first time. So, I'm at a disadvantage. Just now he was planning everything in an orderly manner, but now he looks so docile and amiable, as if he is being naive and innocent. This woman is interesting. Lin Yuan exhaled and looked at Du Wei, should we go to the hotel or do it here tonight? I'm fine with anything. Du Wei bit her red lips, looking very nervous. Xiao Kai on the side coughed, there are quite a few people here, can't you two be more reserved when talking about that? You two blank sheets of paper, what are you discussing? Du Wei burst out laughing. So, this was also Lin Yuan's first time? No wonder he didn't like it. Lin Yuan was also a little embarrassed. Indeed, he had never eaten meat before, so of course he had no experience, and there was no way to discuss it. At this time, Xiao Kai coughed again and took out a spare mobile phone. You guys go to the hotel and take your time to read it. They are all study materials. Lin Yuan felt a little embarrassed, but Du Wei took it directly. She must step forward for things that Lin Yuan is not convenient to do, and become the person who was closest to Lin Yuan. Even if Lin Yuan will not like her in the future, at least she can have a place. Du Wei's cleverness made Xiao Kai feel that he was at a disadvantage. If he had known earlier, he would have kept Du Wei. But he would not snatch the person Lin Yuan wanted. After all, Lin Yuan just spent 1 million, and he only had 1 million in his own account. Something must have happened to Lin Yuan. But Lin Yuan has been with me basically all day long, what could happen? Lin Yuan naturally didn't know that Xiao Kai had been targeting him, but he was also on guard against everyone in his heart. He must not tell anyone that he had superpowers. Thinking about it, Lin Yuan looked at Du Wei and said, you book a hotel. I will follow your arrangements tonight. Good. Du Wei calculated that she still had plenty of money. If she used it up, she could ask Lin Yuan for more and he would probably give it to her. After all, I will be. The bank sent another text message, this time with less money, but still giving 500,000. Du Wei exhaled, and the smile on her face grew wider. He booked a presidential suite, then looked at Xiao Kai, Mr. Xiao, I'll go pay the bill first. Okay. Xiao Kai naturally didn't mind someone paying the bill. Watching Du Wei leave, Xiao Kai moved closer and signaled the other sisters to leave. This Du Wei is so smart. Lin Yuan looked at Xiao Kai, and Xiao Kai also looked at him. The two looked at each other for a while before Xiao Kai continued, I don't know what happened to you, but if you have money, you should keep it for yourself. This woman wants to make money from you. It's okay, I'll give it to her. It's up to you, but you still have to keep your capital. Xiao Kai said this and walked out. Du Wei came back soon. Looking at the empty place, Du Wei looked at Lin Yuan with anticipation. Lin Yuan slowly stood up, looked at Du Wei, walked over, and kissed her slowly, let's go. Du Wei naturally had other intentions towards him and just wanted to make money from Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan knew it very well, but at the same time, Lin Yuan also had other purposes. A gold digger who only wanted money, a smart and beautiful woman, Lin Yuan was happy to share with her. Although, Du Wei just likes his money. As soon as he went out, Lin Yuan's cell phone rang, and Lin Yuan slowly answered it. Yuan, it's done. The woman named Zhang Yu has already gone upstairs with her little umbrella. I saw a handsome boy following her upstairs. Also, that woman followed us. I saw her go to the front desk to register. I guess she's looking for a place. Lin Yuan listened and found that Du Wei's estimation was indeed correct. Thank you very much. You have worked hard tonight. Give me 500 yuan for my hard work, and I'll go to the internet cafe and play all night. Don't book the whole night. None of your business. Feng Yan curled his lips, but when he saw the 500 yuan red envelope coming from the other side, he felt a little better. The main reason is that it's hard to get a taxi from here to school, so it's better to spend the night playing games for a while. Anyway, it will probably be late when I return to the dormitory. I have gotten rid of Chen Ruoyi for the time being, but I can only take it one step at a time. But looking at Du Wei, perhaps Du Wei could help him get rid of Chen Ruoyi. The hotel is very close, you don't need to take a taxi, just cross the pedestrian bridge to get there. Du Wei was also very nervous. After all, it was her first time and she was not a promiscuous person, so she felt a little uncomfortable. After finally reaching the presidential suite on the top floor, both of them felt a little awkward. The butler briefly introduced the services and then left after making sure they didn't need anything. I'm going to take a shower first. Let's go together. The next morning, Lin Yuan woke up in a daze. Last night, the two of them had finally gotten alone. Looking at the red color on the edge of the bed, Lin Yuan was very satisfied. Although last night was not pleasant, when I think about it, since both of us are novices, being able to take the first step is already pretty good. As soon as he woke up, Lin Yuan's cell phone rang. I took a look at the person on the phone. It was Feng Yan again? Didn't you go to the internet cafe for the night? You finally answered the phone. Come to the hospital. Your ex had alcohol poisoning last night. Chapter 11: A misunderstanding over a cup of milk tea. Chen Ruoyi is the type who likes to hang out with friends. Once when there was a club gathering, Chen Ruoyi insisted on joining the party and she lost her way after 2 bottles of beer. If Lin Yuan had not been sober at that time, he would have grown up by then. Lin Yuan didn't frown, and lying next to him was Du Wei, who was also an adult last night. He slowly closed his eyes. To be honest, Lin Yuan still couldn't let it go. Chen Ruoyi had kept her engagement a secret from him and had been trying to cover it up. It was a very uncomfortable feeling to be deceived. But maybe she really has something to hide. However, even if she does, there is no need to talk about it anymore, because I am really tired. If you don't get trust and respect even if you give your all, what's the point of this relationship? Before Lin Yuan could speak, Chen Ruoyi's weak voice came from the other side. Feng Yan? Did you send me here? Yuan, I'll take care of him first, you come quickly. Feng Yan's tone was very impatient, but he was also a warm-hearted person. Lin Yuan pursed his lips and listened to the sound of the phone being hung up. Although they had broken up, some things were better said face to face to avoid entanglement. Putting aside their ex-relationship, the two are still classmates. But before Lin Yuan could stand up, a hand touched his chest. Something happened to her? Du Wei just woke up, and looking at Lin Yuan's expression she knew that something must have happened to Chen Ruoyi. An expression of confusion and hesitation kept changing on Lin Yuan's face. Now only the ex could make Lin Yuan show such an expression. Lin Yuan slowly hooked his left hand around Du Wei's neck, bringing her closer to him. It's alcohol poisoning. Sorry. Du Wei started to apologize directly, in a very humble manner. Lin Yuan chuckled and slowly opened the emotion change prompt interface. Du Wei always has the image of pretending to be weak on her head. I acquiesced to it. It's none of your business. But it was my idea, too. Du Wei hugged Lin Yuan's waist and rubbed her little face against Lin Yuan's abdominal muscles. If I hadn't provoked her, she wouldn't have drunk too much and would not have been poisoned by alcohol. Lin Yuan felt comfortable after hearing these words, even though Du Wei had a look of pride written all over her face at this time. Lin Yuan chuckled. With this system's superpower, no woman could escape his grasp. Although I knew that Du Wei had other thoughts, I also knew that Du Wei probably had anticipated certain consequences of this matter, and such consequences were one of the situations Du Wei had expected. But Lin Yuan just smiled. After all, my ex, I'll go check it out. Just as Lin Yuan was about to lift the quilt, Du Wei shuddered slightly, then slowly said, I want more. What if I say no? Then, I'll wait for you to come back. Du Wei didn't dare to look up at Lin Yuan, because Du Wei knew that what she said was actually overstepping the line. She wanted Lin Yuan at this time just to waste Lin Yuan's time. Moreover, this is something that is out in the open. Du Wei just wants to tell Lin Yuan that she wants to seize the time that belongs to Chen Ruoyi. Lin Yuan patted her back gently, then began to caress. Remember, what I give you is yours. Don't make decisions for me. Yes, I'm sorry. The constant pretending to be weak on Du Wei's head turned into panic. This time, Du Wei was really panicked. I didn't expect Lin Yuan to be so resistant. Lin Yuan also looked at Du Wei's changes with some satisfaction and smiled slightly, but you can have breakfast before going over. The call came at 7 o'clock, and it was not until 10 o'clock that Lin Yuan and Du Wei appeared outside the hospital. Excluding the time spent on the road, they stayed in the hotel for another 2 hours before coming out. This was also the first time that Qin Xiaoya had an accident and Lin Yuan did not rush over. It was not until they were outside the hospital that Du Wei let go of Lin Yuan's wrist and watched Lin Yuan enter the hospital. Du Wei has a good understanding of herself. At least, at this time, she has to be more well-behaved. Besides, I'm really tired. It was the first time for both of them, but for some reason, Du Wei felt particularly tired. The most important thing is to check whether the money has really arrived. I really didn't expect that I would meet a young handsome guy who was so generous to me the first time I went out. You have to grasp this line well. Not to mention competing for the position of the queen, as long as he gives her a little help occasionally, it will be a big deal. Such a good opportunity cannot be wasted. Just as I was waiting for my milk tea across the street, Lin Yuan came out. Du Wei glanced at the time. It was only 20 minutes. It would probably take just the journey time to get to the hospital. This was a provincial-level tertiary hospital and it was quite large. Looking at Du Wei who was drinking milk tea, Lin Yuan trotted into the milk tea shop and asked, "Just bought your own?" Du Wei was a little embarrassed, and quickly stood up and looked at Lin Yuan. I thought you would be gone for a long time. After all, your ex was admitted to the hospital because of me. Du Wei spoke very carefully, fearing that she would upset Lin Yuan. I may have been a little reluctant before, but when I saw the more than 1 million in the bank balance just now, I decided to just do it. Now the first goal is to please Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan smiled and said, "Then it's your treat." "Okay, what would you like to drink, Mr. Lin?" "Whatever, just pay the bill." Lin Yuan raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Lin Yuan will not touch a penny of his own money, so who knows if this superpower will disappear. Du Wei took so much money from me, and all her food and drinks will be covered from now on. Lin Yuan suddenly frowned, then laughed. This must be the behavior of a gigolo, right? Du Wei immediately ordered a new cup of milk tea according to Lin Yuan's preferences, and then handed it to Lin Yuan with a smile. "Here, drink it, please." As soon as Lin Yuan took it, a weird voice came from the other side. "Hey, isn't this Lin Yuan?" Hearing the voice, Lin Yuan looked over and saw that it was Qin Xiaoya's best friend again. As for others, even if Lin Wenya didn't know Lin Yuan's specific situation and many things were just hearsay, Zhao Zhihua in front of her was a classmate. As a classmate, Zhao Zhihua knew exactly how much Lin Yuan had paid for Qin Xiaoya. Suddenly I remembered something. Zhao Zhihua, Zhao Zhihan? Lin Yuan curled the corner of his mouth. It turned out that they were brother and sister. So, they came here specially to see his sister-in-law? Du Wei looked at the expressions of the two men, then looked at her hand holding Lin Yuan. Zhao Zhihua also looked over. You already have a new love before we even broke up? I never thought you were such a person. I've already told Xiaoya that someone like you is not worth it. Besides, she bought this, right? You are indeed a phoenix man. Xiaoya must have helped you a lot before. You are so shameless even for a gigolo. Du Wei was a little slow to react. White-collar guy from a working-class background? Living off others? Lin Yuan? But, Lin Yuan gave her more than 1 million yesterday. Chapter 12 I have a car. Lin Yuan was not stupid. Of course he knew that when Du Wei heard this, she might think that the money was given to Lin Yuan by the rich woman. Lin Yuan is just a man who is supported by a little rich woman. But Lin Yuan just chuckled and said, "Go to the hospital and ask your best friend if she has spent more than 10,000 yuan on me over the years. I've spent at least 300,000 or 400,000 on her over the years. Ask her if she admits it." Du Wei understood the meaning of this sentence. So the ex-boyfriend's best friend thought that it was her best friend who was supporting Lin Yuan, but it turned out that it was actually Lin Yuan who was supporting the ex-boyfriend? 300,000 or 400,000. He is indeed rich. Zhao Zihua laughed. How could she believe it? 300,000 or 400,000? How much is this? In Zhao Jiahua's opinion, the money Qin Xiaoya gave him privately was definitely more than this amount. You found a rich woman to support you, so you found a rich woman to support you. Why should you be embarrassed to admit it? Really, look at you, you even need others to buy you a cup of milk tea. It was obvious that Zhao Zhihua had been here for a while, otherwise how would he know that it was Du Wei who invited Lin Yuan to drink milk tea? Du Wei was confused for a moment. It was indeed she who invited the guest, but the money was actually given by Lin Yuan. Before Du Wei could explain, Lin Yuan spoke up, "I don't want to work hard anymore and find a rich woman.
Do you have any objection?" "You."
Du Wei swallowed and said, "Me? Rich woman?" Du Wei pretended to be shocked, but her phone vibrated.
Du Wei took it out and took a look. Another 1 million arrived?
His expression changed immediately. As a smart person, if Du Wei doesn't understand Lin Yuan's meaning, then she would be a fool and not worthy of Lin Yuan's investment. Du Wei smiled and leaned into Lin Yuan's arms. "Baby, my family gave me another million pocket money. Come with me to buy a bag later, okay? And I'll change your clothes for you."
1 million. A total of 2.5 million was given.
Du Wei has never seen 2.5 million in the past 20 years.
But it's also funny.
The sponsor gave her money and told others that she was supporting him.
Is this the bad taste of rich people?
But the money has arrived, so what is there to hesitate about?
Zhang Yu is Du Wei's roommate.
Over the years, he has kept many male models or young men as his mistresses.
Du Wei is naturally envious of him.
Although this was just a show, how could Du Wei not be happy?
Zhao Zhihua looked at Du Wei hesitantly. Pocket money, 1 million. When did such a rich second generation come to Suzhou?
There are not many rich second generations whose pocket money can reach over 1 million. Zhao Zhihua's brother's pocket money was only 200,000 yuan a month during college. Because she is a girl, she is spoiled by her family, and her monthly pocket money is only 400,000 yuan.
The person in front of me is worth 1 million.
You, who are you from?
Humph, I won't tell you.
Du Wei smiled and gave Zhao Zhihua a look.
Go, baby. But how can a rich woman not have a car?
It just so happened that Lin Yuan wanted to try out the gift item option. Looking at these cars, he only recognized one, the Porsche 911 Carrera Cabriolet. He could also choose the color, speed yellow.
Next is the target drop location.
This is a large item and you need to choose where to place it, or have someone deliver it to your door.
Lin Yuan chose a parking lot near the hospital.
Soon, an instruction message popped into Lin Yuan's mind, and something cold appeared in his trouser pocket.
Lin Yuan did not check whether the account balance had been deducted, but the car was obtained in the name of Du Wei.
If this person is very capable, it would probably be registered according to Du Wei's information. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan looked at Du Wei and said, "Let's go drive."
"Ah, yes, go drive the car out."
Du Wei had no idea what kind of car there was, but since Lin Yuan said so, there must be one.
Lin Yuan didn't hesitate and immediately trotted to the parking lot.
Zhao Zhihua left angrily, but walked very slowly. She wanted to see what car Lin Yuan would drive over later.
It can't be that Volkswagen taxi. That would be so funny. Du Wei was actually a little nervous.
She had a driver's license, but she had only driven Zhang Yu's car before.
Zhang Yu is a big-hearted person.
His family is rich and his monthly pocket money is 200,000 yuan, but he spends money lavishly.
I earn more money than Du Wei every month.
Sometimes I would act like a spoiled child and ask my brother for money, and I got scolded a lot, but every time he asked, he would give it to him, because he is my sister after all. This is also the reason why Du Wei was able to contact Xiao Kai but did not ask Zhang Yu for money. Her uncle's illness cost Zhang Yu a month's pocket money. Du Wei was too embarrassed to ask for more since she usually ate and drank for free.
But it also made Du Wei more determined to move up.
After a while, a yellow Porsche 911 appeared on the street. Lin Yuan drove the car to Du Wei and said, "Get in the car." Du Wei hesitated for a moment, but still sat on it.
"This is a Porsche, right?"
Du Wei looked around and suddenly saw a file bag placed behind a chair and took it carefully. These are some documents for purchasing and registering the vehicle, costing more than 2 million yuan.
Wait, a name. Du Wei.
Du Wei stared blankly at the owner's name on the car. The two most familiar words seemed particularly strange at this moment.
"Is this car yours?"
Du Wei read it over and over again, and the name Du Wei was written on every document. Du Wei blinked her eyes and her teeth were chattering.
Although he was hit with more than 2 million yuan, when he woke up, he found himself with a Porsche worth more than 2 million yuan? Du Wei was really confused. Did I really become rich overnight?
If you win 5 million in the lottery, you still have to pay 1 million in personal income tax, so you only get 4 million. My total is more than 4 million, which is even more exciting than winning the lottery.
It was actually Lin Yuan's first time driving this kind of luxury sports car, and he was a little nervous. This car just arrived this morning. I'm not very familiar with it. Take a look and see if you like it. I like it, I like it. Du Wei said quickly. Who doesn't like it? This car, I love this car so much. This was the first time Du Wei was so irrationally excited, but no one could bear it, right? A car worth more than 2 million yuan was given away just like that, and all the paperwork was complete. What a huge power must be behind this. No, this predecessor was so blind that he actually returned such a good sponsor to the crowd and let it flow into the market? Du Wei was very excited. She carefully put the documents away and looked at Lin Yuan. Are you going to support me? To the outside world, you should support me. Lin Yuan thought. This is also the result just measured. After all, if he has a bunch of rich women who support him, then his money problem can be easily solved. Anyway, it was all given by the rich woman. Just as he was thinking about it, Du Wei's phone rang. Hey, Wei baby, I'm done with my rest. Let's have lunch and then go shopping. Chapter 13, Chat between two girlfriends. Lin Yuan is satisfied. Yubao, are you awake? Where are we going to eat at noon? Bring your little male model with you and have a meal together. We two sisters are just having a meal, why bring him along? Jiang Yu was still very clear about the distinction. He was just a kept gigolo and had no right to show his face in front of her sisters. Hey, this isn't it, my boyfriend is coming too, so you can't be embarrassed, right? Rainbow? High energy ahead, pay attention to the volume. What? You are in love. Du Wei's ears started buzzing. Yubao, it can't be considered a relationship, it's just that he supports me. Isn't that some greasy uncle? No, just about 1 or 2 years older than me. No, it can't be Xiao Kai, right? It wasn't him, but he was the one who introduced it. What kind of bird can he introduce to you? Let me introduce you to another one. Du Wei couldn't help laughing. Mr. Lin, you are a very nice person. You even gave me a car today. BBA? Wrong. Not a BBA? Then, a sports car? Right. No, it can't be the Porsche I want, right? Bin dog. 911? That's right. Wow. The address. I've been craving 911 for a long time. What color is it? Speedy yellow. Oh shit, my dream car. Listening to the two sisters chatting, Lin Yuan felt an inexplicable sense of pride. All of this was given to Du Wei by myself, and all the capital for Du Wei to show off was given by myself. Baby Wei, wait for me for half an hour. I'll be in the city center, on the 12th floor of Jingmao Tower, at Yujian Western Restaurant. After saying that, the person on the other end hung up the phone, obviously unable to wait any longer. Du Wei exhaled and looked at Lin Yuan. Mr. Lin, Jingmao Tower. Yeah. Lin Yuan couldn't suppress the smile on his face. While driving, he said, by the way, tell your bestie that you are the one supporting me. At least, ask her to keep it a secret. No. Although Du Wei didn't know why Lin Yuan said this to others, but since the money was in place, she would work hard. However, Du Wei still had one thing that made her feel uneasy. What I mean is, from now on, I'll pay for everything when we go out, right? Yes, as long as you stay with me, you will pay the bill. Well, if the money runs out. You think I'll shortchange you? Du Wei smiled shyly. After all, sometimes, money is not enough. Lin Yuan thought for a moment, took out his cell phone, and checked whether his balance had increased or decreased. 4.5 million. When you buy a car as a gift for someone, it turns out you also have to give him money. Lin Yuan clicked his tongue, pretended to fiddle with the money transfer, and then put his phone away. In the future, if you have less than $1 million, tell me and I will give it to you. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Another million in the account. Du Wei felt completely dazed. She was so excited that she even felt like her head was about to explode. But there is a prerequisite. Remember, I will monitor you at all times. You cannot have any relationship with anyone else. If you run into me on the street and the person standing next to me is not you, just pretend you don't know me and don't delay my business. What I mean is, there is more than one woman around me, but you have to be good. You can't flirt with others.
Wei immediately made a promise, "Don't worry, Mr. Lin, I will be clean and will never throw myself into the arms of another man, nor will I have an ambiguous relationship with others."
Okay, that's good.
Lin Yuan thought about it and spoke again.
Do you know why I broke up with my ex? Because she lied to me and got engaged to someone else. Although I know it was a fake engagement or she had some unavoidable reasons, I cannot forgive her for lying to me. Du Wei listened and nodded immediately. I will tell you whatever Master Lin wants to know. Really, everything? Certainly. Du Wei said without hesitation.
Such a generous financial sponsor must be given emotional value. Although it feels like a lot, my own business requires a lot of money, so the more the better.
Okay, then tell me how to do nuclear fusion. Nuclear, huh?
Du Wei was stunned for a moment, then patted his shoulder with a coquettish look.
Mr. Lin, you are so bad.
Du Wei looked at Lin Yuan, who was concentrating on driving, and said that he was not familiar with the car, but he was very skilled at it.
But, how can I not be skilled?
In order to make money, Lin Yuan drives a taxi every night. The orders at night are valuable and the traffic lights will turn yellow, so it is best to drive away. The only problem is that it's tiring and there are few orders.
Sometimes Lin Yuan would take on driving duties and play games as a substitute in his spare time. Otherwise, how could he, a college student, afford to spend more than 10,000 yuan a month? This is even if Lin Yuan is guaranteed to be in the top 3 in the grade. Soon, Lin Yuan arrived downstairs at the Jinmao Tower.
It must be said that although he had been here many times, this time Lin Yuan came for himself. After getting out of the car and closing the door, Du Wei gently stroked the Porsche, clicking her lips, her little hands trembling slightly.
This is my car. Your own car.
Du Wei couldn't believe that she would have a car like this one day. Lin Yuan laughed and said, "Let's contact Yubao and see where she is."
Du Wei nodded. Hey, Yubao, where are you?
Don't worry, I still have some.
I'll be there in 5 minutes.
You guys go upstairs first.
I have shares in the Yujian Western restaurant.
Du Wei had also been here. Jiang Yu knew that Du Wei's family was not well off, and her people were not up to standard either, so when they ate Western food, they basically ate with Du Wei. Besides, Jiang Yu really enjoyed having such a beauty like Du Wei around him.
But this time, Du Wei was actually being kept by someone?
This made Jiang Yu somewhat unhappy.
It's like your favorite toy has been stolen. Moreover, he is only 1 or 2 years older than Du Wei. Isn't he the kind of nouveau riche with a big belly? Jiang Yu immediately became interested.
The little puppy beside him looked at Jiang Yu's appearance and gently stroked the back of Jiang Yu's hand. "Sister, what should I call you when we see someone later?"
Well, she is 1 month older than me, so you can call her sister.
You don't have to call her brother-in-law, just call her brother. Jiang Yu had never met Lin Yuan, so she didn't know what the relationship between them was. If she was really being kept, it would probably be just for the sake of novelty. Jiang Yu, wearing a bright red one-shoulder dress, drove to the parking lot downstairs and immediately saw a parked Porsche 911 in speed yellow.
Jiang Yu parked the car and immediately rushed over. Wow!
The car of my dreams. Jiang Yu immediately took out her cell phone, took a group photo and selfie, took a 4-grid photo, and posted a beautiful circle of friends. Then, Jiang Yu sent another message to Du Wei.
Did that sponsor give you this car? Chapter 14, meeting Jiang Yu for the first time is really an eye-opener.
Du Wei didn't expect to be recognized at the first sight, but the yellow Porsche 911, which is Jiang Yu's dream car, is indeed easy to recognize at a glance. Du Wei thought for a while and said slowly, "Yes, he gave it to me."
You're so rich. Wait for me, I'm in the parking lot, I'll be right up.
Jiang Yu hung up the phone in a hurry, then took the puppy upstairs.
While ordering food, Lin Yuan asked Jiang Yu about her preferences.
After all, Jiang Yu would be coming over soon, and she was the best friend that Du Wei always talked about. In addition, Jiang Yu also contributed last night. Although he wants to support Du Wei, it won't be a big problem if he gives her some face. Lin Yuan ordered a table full of delicious food, while Du Wei looked around and finally saw a beautiful girl coming over.
Name, Jiang Yu. Birthday, 2003-0806. Rating, 90. Loyalty, 10. No, BBB 023XXX000. Assets, 365,640.36.
Identity information: granddaughter of Jiang Yushu, chairman of Hangyu Group, youngest daughter of Jiang Chengjian, president of Hangyu Group, granddaughter of Tang Maoqing, chairman of Zhongxin Group, and youngest daughter of director Tang Hong. Recent news: my best friend is being kept by someone, and she has changed to a male model, and her pocket money has increased to 300,000 yuan. Useful evidence: I don't dare let my family know how much I'm having fun in private. Wish: to drive my best friend's car once. Future direction: she was driving her best friend's car on the highway and was rear-ended. She almost died. The truck driver had no money to pay compensation, so she was killed by the truck driver. Looking at the information, Lin Yuan was a little confused. What does this XXX mean? Does it mean that 3 digits are not enough to display? This is really worth playing with. However, the 000 at the end, does it mean no one was killed? Logically, miscarriages should also be counted, but it seems that Jiang Yu is not included. However, looking at the final future direction, Jiang Yu really has a chance. Looking at Jiang Yu's message, she should be a carefree little princess who is spoiled by the whole family and therefore likes to pursue excitement. The BBB in front can also explain some of the situation. After all, few normal women can accept it. But such a young Jiang Yu accepted it. This shows that Jiang Yu loves to pursue excitement. Once you get on the highway, you might start speeding and get rear-ended by a truck driver? How can this be a rear-end collision? However, there will be danger to life. Lin Yuan looked at Jiang Yu and Du Wei. They were very good friends. If one of them died, Du Wei would probably be very sad, right? After Du Wei introduced Lin Yuan greeted him and looked at the little puppy next to him. He had to admit that he was quite handsome. But when Jiang Yu saw Lin Yuan, he couldn't take his eyes off him. Wow, you're so handsome. Lin Yuan coughed to indicate that there was someone else around her. He had just had a big fight last night, and it was a bit too much for her to tell others how handsome he was today. Du Wei also coughed. This was her financial sponsor. Jiang Yu's blatant display of love was a bit too much. Jiang Yu didn't care, she was used to being frivolous. The little puppy on the side was so well behaved that he didn't say anything. He had no objection even though Jiang Yu didn't even introduce him. Since Jiang Yu was unwilling to say, Lin Yuan would not take the initiative to ask. They enjoyed the meal very much, but after they finished, the puppy was driven away. Lin Yuan looked at the poor baby, but there was nothing he could do. The little puppy was being kept by someone and had no autonomy. But he is equally miserable. Jiang Yu held Du Wei's arm with one hand, leaving no room for Lin Yuan, which made Lin Yuan feel helpless. If Jiang Yu was a clean person, Lin Yuan wouldn't mind having some ambiguity or something, but since this couldn't be shown, forget it. Du Wei is rich now, so she took Jiang Yu to Louis Vuitton, also known as the LV store. Jiang Yu looked at Lin Yuan who was far behind, then looked at Du Wei, sister, that aspect. Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows suggestively. Du Wei coughed and said, don't even think about it. Young Master Lin wants it to be clean. Du Wei knew everything about Jiang Yu? There were more than a dozen people who knew about it just because she knew about it, not to mention the things that Du Wei didn't know. Jiang Yu shrugged his shoulders, it seemed like he had no hope. Then It was his first time yesterday as well, and we didn't have a lot of fun. Du Wei whispered. She had no experience, and Lin Yuan had no experience either, so it would be strange if they could enjoy themselves. Jiang Yu clicked his tongue. What a pity, he probably has no interest in me, otherwise I would teach him step by step so that he can make you happier. Du Wei's face turned slightly red, and she secretly looked at Lin Yuan over there, but Lin Yuan seemed to have answered a phone call and didn't look very good. Du Wei thought for a while and looked at Jiang Yu. By the way, did you know Lin Xiao before? I don't know him. There is no wealthy family with the surname Lin in Sioux City. He must be from outside. Besides, with millions of dollars to spend, I might not even know him. Jiang Yu pouted. Her brother didn't have such a generous spirit. Du Wei was a little surprised. She thought the rich second generation just formed a circle and they all knew each other. But looking at Jiang Yu's expression, there was really no need to lie. However, Du Wei needs to know who Lin Yuan SX is so that she can deal with it in a targeted manner. Jiang Yu pursed her lips, looked at Du Wei, and then looked at Lin Yuan over there. What's wrong with you? Are you absent-minded? Although Lin Yuan was not familiar with Du Wei, and saw that the two did not communicate much during their meal today, this was entirely because they had just met. However, judging from the extent of Lin Yuan's response, he was still enjoying the new experience. Jiang Yu herself often keeps men, so she naturally knows how to tell if someone is impatient. Du Wei pursed her lips and looked at Jiang Yu. He has an ex, and last night, he lured his ex to your place and eavesdropped on you. TSK, I was wondering, why did you help me get a room for no reason and gave me a small umbrella, and today you even gave me perfume? Jiang Yu also understood it in her heart. She was actually very confused yesterday, but she went there because she believed in Du Wei. But unexpectedly, it was all for Lin Yuan's ex? Lin Yuan is so rich, how could anyone be willing to abandon him? Moreover, he is a pure and handsome guy. Are you willing to do this? If it were Jiang Yu, she would definitely not be willing to give it up and would make sure to eat it all up first. Money, she doesn't care about money. When she has no money, she will just harass her brother to get some gold coins. But something unexpected happened. The ex-girlfriend was suffering from alcohol poisoning. She couldn't even drink beer, and then she drank white wine. Suddenly, she got too drunk and was admitted to the hospital. After Du Wei finished speaking, she repeated what she had learned from Lin Yuan. Just after he finished speaking, Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment. Wait, that's not right. What's wrong? Jiang Yu looked over there and saw that Lin Yuan hadn't come over yet. She asked in a puzzled voice, the people who got engaged recently should be Zhao Zhihan and Qin Xiaoyao. Aren't they childhood sweethearts? How does this have anything to do with Lin Yuan? Chapter 15. Du Wei stabbed Qin Xiaoyao again. Childhood sweethearts? Du Wei was also stunned for a moment, but it seemed that Lin Yuan didn't know either. In other words, Jiang Yu and the others don't know that Qin Xiaoyao has a boyfriend like Lin Yuan? Jiang Yu rolled her eyes and suddenly remembered that Xiao Kai asked her to come closer and take a photo yesterday. Although Xiao Kai's family is rich, it is slightly less than that of the Zhao family, and the money has some gray elements, so Xiao Kai can only sit in the back row. Jiang Yu was different. Both his grandfather and grandfather had companies that had been among the Fortune 500. None of the Jiang family's leaders came. As the only bloodline in Su City, Jiang Yu was naturally qualified to represent the Jiang family and sit in the front row. Then, Xiao Kai and him. Your roommates look alike. It was also your roommate who gave you the little umbrella last night. Oh, I see. Jiang Yu nodded in understanding, but was still a little surprised. This Lin Yuan is even more generous than her brother. His family must be well funded. Recently, there have been rumors that the Qin family's business has encountered some problems. Why don't they ask him for help, but instead ask the Zhao family? The Qin family's business is not big, and the gap this time is said to be only 100 million. According to Lin Yuan's hand, it should be able to be made up. After all, the things Lin Yuan casually gave to Du Wei were worth more than 5 million. If I really want to fill the vacancy in the Qin family, it won't be a problem at all. Du Wei thought for a moment and then said to Jiang Yu, Master Lin said that I am the one who supports him, so don't let it slip. Jiang Yu didn't react for a moment. No, you're supporting him? I don't know. Maybe it's a bad taste? That's what he said. He told others that I was supporting him. Du Wei spoke truthfully. Jiang Yu frowned. No wonder you paid the bill just now. Will you always pay the bill from now on? Yes, but he also promised that as long as I have less than $1 million on me, he will give me money and ensure that I always have enough money to deal with things. This is Du Wei's rock of confidence. If it's less than 1 million, she can ask Lin Yuan for pocket money. Jiang Yu burst out laughing. Wow, you are richer than me. I only have about 200,000 or 300,000 yuan on me right now, and you can't have less than 1 million yuan, my god. I don't have to ask my brother to give me gold coins anymore. Why don't I just ask you to give me gold coins? Du Wei felt a little proud for no reason. Although this pride was given by Lin Yuan, at least it belonged to her now. As the two were chatting, Lin Yuan hung up the phone. Du Wei took the shoulder bag that she had not dared to buy before, and the perfume that she had promised to buy for Jiang Yu, and went to the front desk to check out. I spent a total of 60,000 yuan. How could I have enjoyed such a life before? Du Wei slowly approached and asked in a low voice, Yes, she is looking for you? No, Feng Yan. What's wrong? She knelt down before Feng Yan. How could Feng Yan bear it? He insisted that I go and see her. Du Wei looked at Lin Yuan and hesitated for a moment. Mr. Lin, do you believe me? Let her. Lin Yuan did not hesitate. Du Wei smiled and said, Then, give me the phone and I'll take care of it. Lin Yuan thought about it, unlocked the screensaver and handed it to Du Wei. Du Wei slowly took Lin Yuan's hand, looked at his bare hands, pursed her lips, and took Lin Yuan into the LV store. Soon, 2 diamond rings were put on the ring fingers of both people, and their hands were crossed and overlapped. Yesterday, the past vanished into thin air.
Today, nameless is no longer nameless.
Illustrations. Looking at the circle of friends, Lin Yuan probably guessed something. This woman really knows how to stab someone. This knife cut was enough to make Qin Xiaoya feel pain for a long time. Of course, if she still has me in her heart. But Lin Yuan didn't want to see her again. Feng Yan was really speechless when he saw Qin Xiaoya, who had just been helped up. He really doesn't want to be a good-natured person, but his father is a policeman, his mother is a policeman, and his sister is a policeman, so he can't change this good-natured person. Looking at the phone, I don't know if this person can come over. While thinking about it, I suddenly saw that Lin Yuan actually posted a circle of friends. After hesitating for a while, Feng Yan sighed and looked at Qin Xiaoya. He probably can't come.
What?
Qin Xiaoya's eyes were red as she looked at Feng Yan, who handed her his cell phone.
Nameless, no longer nameless?
Qin Xiaoya moved her lips.
No, that's not right.
How is it possible? No, it's impossible. Feng Yan was not at all surprised by this result. He has been pessimistic about the two since last year, and he has said it clearly. Now looking at Qin Xiaoya's dazed look, Feng Yan could only sigh. Qin Xiaoya looked at Feng Yan, her head becoming increasingly dizzy and heavy, until finally, she fell into darkness. Feng Yan had no choice but to press the nurse's bell.
Soon, Qin Xiaoya was pushed into the ICU.
This knife was inserted so hard. It was just a circle of friends, and the person was sent to the ICU for emergency treatment. Feng Yan dared to say that this was the new lover's little trick to squeeze Qin Xiaoya out. Lin Yuan's acquiescence probably means that he wants to completely separate from Qin Xiaoya, so that's why he did this, right? Feng Yan thought about it and decided to call the Qin family. It was awkward for him to be here after all. When the Qin family heard this, they started cursing at Lin Yuan in the distance, even though he was not in front of them at all. When they were rushing to the hospital, Zhao Zhihua also rushed back. Not long after Zhao Zhihua arrived, Lin Wenya also rushed over. The two looked at each other and began to exchange information. Lin Wenya was a little surprised. What, a rich woman's sponsor? Yes, he admitted it himself. He doesn't want to work hard anymore. He even needs a rich woman to buy him a cup of milk tea. But I took a look and saw that the rich woman was driving a Porsche 911. She looked very rich. After Zhao Zhihua finished speaking, Lin Wenya shook her head in disdain. I was saying that a man like this could never be worthy of Xiaoye. It's better to break up.
Qin Zhenhai, Qin's father, appeared in the hospital alone.
He looked at the two of them and knew them both.
How is Xiaoye?
I don't know, but the nurse just said that the situation is not very good. It seems that the mental shock is very serious. Qin Zhenhai's hands were a little at a loss. Although he was decisive in the business world, at this moment he was just an ordinary father.
Soon, the lights in the operating room went out. You are Qin Xiaoya's family members, right? Let me tell you about the situation.
This time it was a sudden cerebral hemorrhage, accompanied by local edema. We can only say that we have tried our best, but whether it will work depends on whether the patient can wake up. What kind of hospital is this? My daughter, only 22 years old, has a cerebral hemorrhage.
Are you kidding me?
Qin Zhenhai started cursing. The doctor was also helpless. It was hard to believe that a 22-year-old boy, at the prime of his life, would suddenly suffer from cerebral hemorrhage. But the fact is that there was a cerebral hemorrhage, and it was very serious.
Chapter 16, Confessing to my cousin and rationalizing the source of the money.
Qin Zhenhai was completely out of control, but fortunately Zhao Zhihan rushed over immediately after receiving the message from his sister.
Zhao Zhihan also looked very bad.
His fiancée suddenly suffered a cerebral hemorrhage for a poor boy. I was also alcohol poisoned yesterday. Although this marriage was not Qin Xiaoya's original intention, now everyone knows that Qin Xiaoya is his fiancée. Feng Yan looked at this group of people, turned around and left. There was no need to stay here. Anyway, it had nothing to do with him, Feng Yan.
He glanced at the time and it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Fortunately, he still had the money that Lin Yuan gave him yesterday, so he went to the nearby internet cafe again and booked a whole night.
In the afternoon, Du Wei dragged Lin Yuan to the mall to buy things. Jiang Yu was not polite and also picked out a dress that she liked. In the past, it was always Du Wei who rubbed against Jiang Yu, but today it was Jiang Yu who rubbed against Du Wei. Lin Yuan watched and smiled all the way. There was no news from the other side, which made him feel particularly peaceful, especially since Du Wei would stand beside him obediently every time she bought something. Later, when she couldn't hold the things anymore, she gave them to Lin Yuan, but she would also kiss Lin Yuan on the cheek in public every time.
John, you didn't leave until dinner time. Arriving at the hotel, Lin Yuan looked at the bags and then at Du Wei. Are you satisfied? Mr. Lin, you are so nice.
Du Wei puffed up her cheeks, pouted her lips, and kissed Lin Yuan on the face, being particularly intimate.
This was very useful to Lin Yuan.
At this time, Du Wei's cell phone lit up, and it was a call.
Hello, uncle.
Du Wei then remembered that she had an uncle who was waiting for money to save his life.
I was busy shopping that day and accompanied Lin Yuan.
Ahem, your cousin sent me another 50,000 yuan.
Please save it for me.
I don't think I can recover from my illness.
You two are still young, so I'll keep the money for you.
In fact, Du Wei knew that all diseases can be cured.
Even terminal illnesses can be cured as long as one has money. Poverty is the only disease that can't be cured.
Uncle, don't worry, I'm trying to find a way.
You're still a junior.
What can you do?
Study hard. Do you understand?
Du Wei's eyes were slightly red, and she didn't know what to say, so she had to go along with her uncle's words. It was also her uncle's words that gave Du Wei some hints.
Cousin.
My cousin Gu Chengfeng has little education and works as an editor in a short drama new media company. He would definitely not be able to accept it if he told his uncle directly that he had suddenly made a large sum of money, but what if it was his cousin? After all, my cousin is a person of this era, and his ability to accept certain things is definitely better than that of my uncle.
Besides, I did this for my uncle. For my uncle's sake, my cousin won't say anything too much, right?
Thinking of this, Du Wei slowly dialed her cousin's number and waited for a long time before the call was connected.
Wei, what's wrong?
Du Wei looked at Lin Yuan and spoke slowly. Brother phone, it's like this,
What's wrong?
I'm being kept. After these words were spoken, both sides fell silent. In fact, Gu Chengfeng had thought about asking Du Wei to find someone, and the relationship between the two was not deep. Du Wei came to his home when she was 15 years old, and he was already in college at that time. Except for the winter and summer vacations, the two had basically no interaction. This time, it happened suddenly. Du Wei has been living at home with nothing for 5 years. Gu Chengfeng actually wants to say that it's time for her to do something. But as a man, Gu Chengfeng hesitated and finally gave up the idea. But now, Du Wei took the initiative to bring it up. Gu Chengfeng sighed slowly. Just make your own plans.
But I'm afraid of my uncle. He needs to be in a good mood right now.
If I suddenly take out a large sum of money, he will definitely know even if I don't tell him that I'm being kept by someone. My uncle's family had no money to send him to school, so he had to do hard labor, but that doesn't mean he is stupid. A niece who is still a junior in college suddenly took out 300,000 or 400,000 yuan to treat his illness.
There must be another source of money. Gu Chengfeng thought for a moment. So, you want me to pay?
Right.
Okay.
After Gu Chengfeng finished speaking, he started talking again.
Actually, I have another plan. Doesn't our company produce short plays?
I thought about letting you try it, but since the money has been paid, forget it. Of course, what Gu Chengfeng meant was not that he really wanted her to come and shoot the film, but rather, she should not get herself involved. Shooting short dramas is now a trend, and a large number of extras who previously had no chance of advancement have begun to transform into this field, especially some individuals who have risen from extras to leading roles. Although the leading actors only make 5,000 or 6,000 a day, and the top group only make tens of thousands a day, it is nothing compared to those who work in traditional film and television. But it's already very profitable. If Du Wei and the sponsor are just playing around or borrowing money, then this industry is a good place for her to choose. After all, Du Wei is really beautiful. Lin Yuan was also listening at the side and understood the meaning of the words, but he just chuckled and then looked at his phone. Du Wei also laughed. Brother phone, it's okay. Young Master Lin didn't ask me to pay it back, and I don't have any intention of doing this for the time being.
Okay, figure it out yourself.
I'll tell my dad that it's a profit from my project, and he won't think too much about it.
Gu Chengfeng quickly found an excuse to deal with it.
Now that the short drama was very popular, it was understandable to get a dividend of several 100,000. Looking at the hung-up phone, Du Wei's mind was full of mixed feelings. After a while, she transferred the money to Gu Chengfeng, slowly put down the phone, and a pair of hands hugged Du Wei from behind. Wei shuddered slightly, turned her head and looked at Lin Yuan. Mr. Lin, thank you.
Thank you for what you did. You deserve it.
Wei laughed, turned sideways, and hooked her arms around Lin Yuan's neck.
What did she deserve? How could she be worth so much money?
Even if it was because it was my first time, but with millions of dollars invested, it was not worth it to justify this. Lin Yuan gently stroked Wei's lower abdomen, and an ambiguous atmosphere began to spread.
Well, tonight, you have to work hard. I didn't have much fun last night. Wei couldn't help laughing.
It was the first time for both of them, and they really didn't enjoy it at all, but everyone understood that they were just novices after all.
Wei lowered her eyebrows, looking shy. Well, I don't know how to do it either. Can we practice again tonight?
After they finished talking, the two began chatting about topics that they were not allowed to write about. It was not until the next morning that Wei was woken up by a phone call. Only then did she realize that today was May 27th, a Monday.
Classes start on Monday.
Wei was still in the hotel's king-size bedroom, lying in the arms of a man she had just met for 2 days.
Chapter 17 Senior, you are a good person.
Fortunately, there was still time, so Wei quickly got up. Lin Yuan looked at Wei busy and smiled slightly. Lin Yuan also changed his clothes into the men's clothes he bought in a high-end luxury store yesterday.
Although these high-end luxury stores mainly sell women's clothes, they also have men's clothes.
Wei changed into a short dress, which cost her entire outfit over 100,000 yuan. In the past, Wei would only dare to look at it, but now she can wear it openly and enjoy the gazes of others. After tidying up the room and organizing her things, Lin Yuan drove her to the off-campus parking lot of Jiangxi University of Science and Technology. Before getting out of the car, Lin Yuan handed the car keys to Wei. Take the keys, what I give you is yours.
Good.
Wei pursed her lips, looked at Lin Yuan who got off the car with her, trotted to his side, and kissed Lin Yuan on the lips. Wei's class today is not at 8 a.m., but it is at 10 a.m. It is now 9:30 and there are quite a few people there.
Many people have noticed Wei.
After all, she was one of the campus beauties of Jiangxi University of Science and Technology, and was soon noticed by some interested people. Later, the news that Wei had a boyfriend made the headlines in the campus section.
Because the two were kissing at the time, many people didn't notice it was Wei. By the time they noticed it, they could only capture Lin Yuan's back.
Wei's high-profile official announcement was naturally effective, because Wei wanted to tell Lin Yuan that she would not deny the relationship, but acknowledge it. Lin Yuan was sitting in a taxi, and soon news about Wei appeared on the local video. After all, she was the school belle.
Wei's message soon came over. Mr. Lin, can we still be together tonight? Well, that's fine. It depends on your arrangement. But I can only have dinner with Master Lin. I have to work early tomorrow morning. Angry. Lin Yuan bit his lips. Still a little cute?
Okay, then tonight, you can choose a Western-style restaurant nearby and I'll come over to eat with you.
Also, let's say you're the one supporting me.
Looking at the words above, Wei also moved slightly. It seems that Lin Xiao really wants to continue playing like this.
But, this feeling is not bad? Jiang Yu came over immediately, looked at Wei's phone screen, and snorted, what's wrong? Are you still reluctant to part? Rain treasure.
Wei let out a low roar, but it was full of shame and anger.
Jiang Yu pursed her lips and smiled. Honestly, how was it last night? Last night, it was okay. How many times? 3 times, then rested for an hour, and then did it again.
Jiang Yu clicked his tongue. This physical fitness is pretty good, what a pity, he probably doesn't think highly of me, otherwise I would like to give it a try. Wei chuckled and pushed Jiang Yu. Okay, I have an appointment with him for dinner tonight, but we can't go to the hotel, otherwise we won't be able to attend the morning show tomorrow. Jiang Yu naturally didn't think that Wei would fall in love with Lin Yuan.
Moreover, when he said he wanted to sleep with Lin Yuan just now, Wei didn't react at all. At most, she was just a financial sponsor.
But think about it, someone who is so generous should not be an unknown person, so it would be safer to find someone to check it out.
Wei's changes were naturally noticed by others.
After just 2 days of not seeing her, she looked completely renewed, or in other words, even more radiant and charming. While Jiang Yu and I were having lunch and chatting about topics that were not suitable for children, an inappropriate figure sat down opposite us. Wei and Jiang Yu frowned at the same time.
Obviously, both of them were not happy to see him. Why did he sit in front of them when there were so many empty seats around? Wei, who is that man?
The visitor was a senior student, also from a wealthy family, but only on the same level as Xiao Kai's family.
He looks quite handsome and has some artistic demeanor.
Zhang Ran found it a little hard to accept. He was the one who welcomed Du Wei into the school, and he was also the one who interviewed Du Wei when she later joined the student union. Later, Du Wei joined the External Relations Department, which was the department he was in charge of. Zhang Ran always felt that since the two of them were so destined to each other, Du Wei should naturally be his. So, they also made some borderline jokes in private, but Du Wei accepted them all, giving him the illusion that Du Wei had feelings for him. But this morning, Zhang Ran had just finished his defense when he saw the hot search on campus, and his mind exploded instantly.
Zhang Ran has been preparing for the proposal tonight.
Today is the last big gathering of the student union, and Zhang Ran has prepared a lot of people just to break what he thinks is a layer of window paper.
But now, Du Wei has someone, a boyfriend.
Moreover, they kissed without hesitation outside the school gate, where there were many people coming and going.
Public display of affection.
This made Zhang Ran feel betrayed.
Du Wei obviously didn't reject him, so why did she become someone else's woman?
Jiang Yu looked at Zhang Ran. Senior Zhang Ran, what's the matter?
I was asking her, who is that man?
Du Wei actually did have some feelings towards Zhang Ran, but they were definitely just senior and junior relationships, and he was just a senior who treated people well. Moreover, as she was a senior in the student union, she was able to make her the director of the External Relations Department against all odds.
Du Wei is not the kind of person who is ungrateful.
Moreover, if others treat her well, there is no need for her to treat them badly.
Could it be that he misunderstood her?
Du Wei was a smart person and he quickly figured out the general idea.
But she really didn't mean that.
She just wanted to make a friend and had no other ideas. In consideration of Zhang Ran's previous care, Du Wei slowly raised her hand, the diamond ring on her ring finger sparkling.
However, in Zhang Ran's eyes, it was particularly eye-catching. What do you mean?
As you can see, we even put on the rings. Du Wei paused and put away her hands.
Senior, you are a good person, you deserve better.
A good guy card was directly stuck on Zhang Ran's forehead.
Zhang Ran looked at Du Wei in disbelief. Nice guy card? He was actually given the nice guy card. Wei, we. Senior, I do have a pretty good impression of you. Please don't destroy your image in my mind, okay?
Du Wei said this very seriously. Zhang Ran has always been nice to her, and Du Wei herself doesn't have many friends, at least, not a single one from before the age of 15.
In addition to the lack of family affection, even with the help of my uncle's family, it is still not enough. So Du Wei cherishes every friend, and Zhang Ran is one of them.
However, if Zhang Ran's appearance caused Lin Yuan to have unnecessary associations and suspicions, then Du Wei knew what to choose. After all, at the moment, the most important thing for Du Wei is Lin Yuan, no other. Zhang Ran was unwilling to give up and wanted to try harder. Wei, we have known each other for 3 years.
How long have you known him? That's enough, senpai. Let's just remain friends, okay?
Du Wei spoke again, very seriously.
Chapter 18 Amnesia?
Jiang Yu also noticed something and felt that Zhang Ran was a little too tactless.
Du Wei said so and put on the ring. Although the kissing photo was not released, there were so many eyewitnesses.
Although anyone can tell by asking, Du Wei really followed someone this time. It can't be that Senior Zhang Ran thinks that the reason Du Wei hasn't been in a relationship or had any scandals for all these years is because of him, right?
Jiang Yu couldn't help but shook his head.
Ever since she took Du Wei to a party that time, Du Wei swore that she must participate in such activities with dignity, and not just because of Jiang Yu's relationship. Du Wei has been with Jiang Yu for these years and has attended many parties, getting used to these upper-class things.
Jiang Yu is a person without any lofty ideals. As there are few people in her family, she is the only one who participates in the activities here.
Those male models are not presentable, so it's a good idea to bring Du Wei along so that she can have some company.
Du Wei is beautiful and intelligent. Jiang Yu plans to cling to her brother's thigh.
By the way, if Du Wei can become successful, he can also cling to Du Wei's thigh.
In this way, you will have 2 thighs in the future.
You can't put all your eggs in one basket, you have to hold 2 thighs. Lin Yuan's appearance gave Jiang Yu hope of finding another strong supporter, so she didn't want the two to break up even more than Du Wei did, and she had to say something.
Senior Zhang Ran, first of all, thank you for taking care of my Wei over the years.
Secondly, Wei's boyfriend loves her very much.
That Porsche 911 was sent to her by Wei's boyfriend overnight. In the end, you are a good person and deserve better.
2 nice guy cards were like 2 slaps on Zhang Ran's left and right cheeks.
It hurt. Zhang Ran's lips trembled, feeling very unwilling. Of course he was unwilling to accept this. How could he possibly accept this? Du Wei's beauty is among the top 10 in the entire Jiangxi University of Science and Technology. She has even been approached by talent scouts, which shows how beautiful she is. In addition, Jiang Yu has various fitness cards, and Jiang Yu's nutritionist will also provide conditioning for Du Wei. Jiang Yu's foundation is poor, but Du Wei's foundation is good. With professional help, Du Wei's beauty is even more amazing. Especially in the past 3 years, Du Wei had countless suitors, but Du Wei rejected them all. Zhang Ran never said anything, and Du Wei didn't reject him, so he really thought she was waiting for him. But it turned out that she just treated him as a friend? Or a brother? How could he accept this? Du Wei didn't care anymore and stopped paying attention to Zhang Ran. Instead, she started eating with Jiang Yu, talking about what they bought. But Jiang Yu didn't want anything else, he just wanted to try the Porsche. Wei baby, please, bear with me and let me drive for one day, just one day. Jiang Yu looked at Du Wei pitifully. She had wanted this car for a long time, but Jiang Yu already had several cars under his name, and her brother even said that if she wanted it, she could wait until she graduated from college. But Jiang Yu can't wait, there is still a year left. And now, a new car is right in front of me, I must try it. Du Wei smiled and said, okay, but I'm going out to eat with my boyfriend tonight. Let's go this Saturday. I'll open the restaurant for you on Saturday. Okay. You said it. Jiang Yu thought about it and suddenly frowned. That's not right, Wei baby, isn't there an event for your student union tonight? Du Wei realized then, yes, there will be a farewell party for those seniors tonight. Du Wei immediately checked the time of the farewell party. 7 o'clock? I have no classes at 3 in the afternoon, I have lunch at 5, and I'm back at 7. Although I'm a little anxious, there is nothing I can do. It's okay, I'll be back before 7. Du Wei said this, and Jiang Yu was helpless. Without knowing when, Zhang Ran had disappeared. Jiang Yu snorted twice. I've already said that Zhang Ran has bad intentions towards you. I just want a friend. Du Wei said this with some melancholy. The afternoon classes also felt like a year. Du Wei knew very well that she and Lin Yuan were not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, but this kind of waiting also made her feel like she was in love. The classmates around her looked at Du Wei, who was so impatient to leave, and all had an anti-smile on their faces. The male student felt helpless. A rose was picked by someone who came from nowhere. He felt helpless. Lin Yuan was not far away. He was staying in a shopping mall near Jiangxi University of Science and Technology, looking around at the women and repeatedly testing his abilities. Just as he saw Du Wei jogging out of the school gate excitedly, Lin Yuan's cell phone rang. He held Du Wei in his arms with one hand and answered the phone. Hello, who is this? Strange, why does your voice sound familiar? Oh, this is what happened. Your girlfriend woke up from surgery and said you blocked her phone. Lin Yuan listened and patted Du Wei on the back. Girlfriend? Du Wei certainly knew what Lin Yuan meant. Honey, who is it? Ha? Wrong number? The person on the other end hung up the phone immediately. After a while, the phone rang again. Strange, it's this number. Let me tell you. Qin Xiaoya's voice came over. Let me tell you, I want to ask him about the relationship that was just confirmed a few days ago. A few days ago? Lin Yuan frowned and looked at Du Wei. Could it be that she had lost her memory? Du Wei was also a little surprised, but she was not the kind of person who would make trouble. She immediately said, let's go see her. Lin Yuan hasn't seen her in the past few days. He is too lazy to see her. But since Du Wei agreed, Lin Yuan didn't mind. The two got in the car and headed towards the second provincial hospital. You drive, I'll confirm something with Feng Yan. Du Wei nodded, sat in the driver's seat, started the car and drove to the designated location. Lin Yuan also called Feng Yan and got a general idea of what happened. After all, Feng Yan waited until Qin Xiaoya's family arrived before leaving. But he didn't know what happened after the operation, as he had just woken up. I played in the internet cafe all night last night and woke up at around 3 in the afternoon. I didn't have time to go to the hospital to see what happened to Qin Xiaoya. Lin Yuan listened, thought about it and asked, what kind of disease is it? Yes, cerebral hemorrhage, that is, cerebral hemorrhage. It seems that there is also some kind of hydrocephalus? I am not sure. Anyway, she was taken to the ICU. I used her phone to contact the emergency contact.
However, her emergency contact is not you, but a close friend.
Lin Yuan shook his head.
He actually knew about this a long time ago, so there was nothing to regret.
Cerebral hemorrhage and hydrocephalus, is it really possible to lose memory?
Huh?
Amnesia? Feng Yan was a little stunned. Chapter 19, meet Chen Ruoyi again and threaten to meet again at night.
Feng Yan naturally didn't expect the situation to be so serious.
Amnesia is no trivial matter.
But looking at the photos Xiao Kai had sent him, Feng Yan didn't know what to say. She had a boyfriend but was engaged to someone else.
Even if it was just for show, that couldn't be done, right? If you like it, then like it. If you don't like it, then say it clearly. Feng Yan definitely can't stand you hiding it like this.
Lin Yuan has a strong sense of self-esteem. How could he possibly accept such a thing?
Forget it, forget it. I don't want to get involved in your affairs anymore. I've been annoyed lately.
The childhood sweetheart I told you about came to have a blind date with me on her mother's orders. Oh, and on my mother's orders, I'll probably have to accompany her after I finish my defense these few days.
You are the only one who is innocent.
Which of the two childhood sweethearts do you choose?
Lin Yuan couldn't help but tease her.
Feng Yan's innocence is certainly true, but it is also true that he has two childhood sweethearts who are interested in him. It's just that the two of them lived quite far away from each other, so they and their roommates were not very familiar with each other, and they had only eaten together a few times.
I envy the love that is almost entangled into a thread.
But Feng Yan said that she just treated her as a younger sister and there was no other meaning, so Feng Yan had been resisting. But they grew up together, saw each other every day, and came from the same family compound. If Feng Yan really had to say something cruel, he couldn't. I told you, I won't choose either of them.
They are not my ideal type. Feng Yan was helpless. You know my temper.
I'm warm-hearted, but I don't have my own opinions.
I'm the type who goes with the flow.
I prefer an older sister, or a stronger woman, so I can help her.
Neither of them can do that.
Lin Yuan maintained his smile. Okay, then I'll look back and see if anyone has such a heroine.
I'll introduce her to you, okay? Okay, that's it. I have to check if there are any problems with the paper. In fact, Lin Yuan was quite envious of Feng Yan. Feng Yan was actually very smart. Last time, he went to the Mensa Club to test his IQ and got a certificate. Feng Yan has another characteristic: he knows everything.
He covers a wide range of topics, from research in ancient times to the development of modern science.
Anyway, as long as it is a known industry, there is no discussion in which he cannot participate.
Especially the last time Li Shuang's father came and invited them to drink tea, the other three people just stared blankly, listening to Feng Yan and Uncle Li talking about the history of Chinese and foreign tea, something that even Li Shuang couldn't say a few words about, but Feng Yan could talk freely with the leader of the agricultural bureau who was in charge of tea.
But Feng Yan can only be a think tank. Lin Yuan was thinking, Du Wei had already parked the car inside the hospital, should I go up? Du Wei asked hesitantly.
Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Come with me.
Even if Qin Xiaoye had lost her memory, how could what had happened be forgotten with her loss of memory?
What's more, Qin Xiaoye stayed in the Zhao family's old house for one night.
No matter what happened, this matter will never be over. Lin Yuan didn't want to read Qin Xiaoye's message either.
Soon, the two of them went to the intensive care unit. As they were walking, an unexpected person appeared in front of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan looked at the man, then at Du Wei. Wait for me for a moment.
Good. Lin Yuan walked over slowly.
The nurse over there obviously didn't notice someone approaching, but she soon noticed it and just said casually, Who are you looking for?
Looking for you.
Chen Ruoyi was stunned for a moment, but soon noticed Lin Yuan.
You, why are you here? The tension was obvious without even looking at the information, and Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Did you recognize each other?
Chen Ruoyi immediately pulled Lin Yuan to a corner, looked around, pursed her lips, and said in a coquettish tone, I don't want to do it for the time being, and you can't tell anyone.
Lin Yuan laughed and said, No, tell others? What do you want to do? Chen Ruoyi looked at Lin Yuan warily. Chen Ruoyi actually didn't quite believe Lin Yuan, so she secretly took some things from the dean and sent them for testing. Facts proved that Lin Yuan was not wrong.
But Chen Ruoyi didn't want to reveal this relationship.
Once this relationship is revealed, her family will be in danger. Lin Yuan glanced around and said, The location is well chosen.
There are blind spots everywhere.
Don't mess around. Are you free tonight? You think you can threaten me?
Although Chen Ruoyi is afraid of her family breaking up, she will never surrender.
Lin Yuan laughed. What are you thinking about?
I just want you to help me check something. Do me a favor, that's all.
And you? It's just a small matter. Help me check someone. I will thank you very much then. Chen Ruoyi frowned, but if it was just checking one person, then it would be fine.
As long as she could control it at that time, it shouldn't be a big deal. What's more, Lin Yuan did have a not-so-small handle on her, so he could only do something. What Lin Yuan wanted to ask was not a big deal, just which hospital Su Yaoyao's mother Wang Guilan was staying in, that's all.
Lin Yuan didn't want to see a good girl like Su Yaoyao being harmed by a disgusting classmate. That would be his fault. Although, Su Yaoyao could have been even worse off. Of course Lin Yuan could take a gamble, but he was unwilling to do so.
After all, this concerned a girl's future, and it was something that could not be compensated. Lin Yuan casually glanced at Chen Ruoyi's message.
Nothing specific had changed.
It seemed that his appearance had not brought about much change in the trajectory of her life. Or perhaps, these things were originally planned to happen, and Lin Yuan just sped them up a little and did not do anything else.
But it's different on Su Yaoyao's side. Things have changed a lot.
Such a large sum of money may cause Wang Guilan's old illness to relapse and cause her death.
This is the problem. Seeing that he didn't say anything more, Chen Ruoyi left.
Since she had his contact information, she could just contact him directly when the time came.
There was no need to say anything more. Lin Yuan also came out from the corner. Du Wei came closer at this time and asked, "Know him?"
"Yes, I know her. I have something personal to discuss with her."
Du Wei nodded, took Lin Yuan's arm affectionately, and walked towards the ward.
Lin Yuan thought, now that he has become involved in Du Wei's life, her information should have changed a lot, right?
Thinking about this, Lin Yuan opened Du Wei's information panel. Name, Du Wei. Birthday, 2003-0705. Rating, 93. Loyalty, 15.
Node BAA 0010060000.
Assets, 4,603,254.24.
Identity information, number 2 of the top 10 campus beauties of Jiangxi University of Science and Technology, Director of the External Relations Department of the Jiangxi University of Science and Technology Student Union. Recent news, my uncle was diagnosed with pneumoconiosis and gastric cancer and needed $360,000, so she disguised herself as a rich woman to support a man.
Available leverage, fake rich woman.
Wish, to be able to maintain this kind of relationship with Lin Yuan forever. Future direction, after the farewell party at Jiangxi University of Science and Technology, he was knocked unconscious and his photo was taken as a threat.
Being knocked unconscious.
Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly.
Chapter 20, Outside the Ward, Tit for Tat. The Student Union's farewell party?
If I remember correctly, Lin Yuan remembered that his school seemed to have one as well, but Lin Yuan was not a member of the student union, so he did not participate in it. Lin Yuan thought about it and looked at Du Wei. By the way, you are in the student union, so when is the farewell party?
Our school's farewell party?
Du Wei looked at Lin Yuan in surprise.
Lin Yuan is from another school, and he asked what would be held at the farewell party of Jiang Province University of Science and Technology?
But if Lin Yuan asked, Du Wei would not refuse. It's 7 o'clock tonight, and it will probably end at 9.
End at 9?
Yes, but I only have one chorus, nothing else. Du Wei thought, and suddenly blushed. Oh, that's a love song chorus, I'll report it. Du Wei blinked, and Lin Yuan smiled. I'm not that stingy.
Du Wei stuck out her tongue again and laughed. Lin Yuan can only feel at ease if everything is reported, but the fact is that Lin Yuan benefits a lot. Although Du Wei was just a kept lover, Du Wei's actions really made Lin Yuan feel different.
Lin Yuan took Du Wei's hand and walked towards the ward. Soon, he saw Zhao Zhihua and the man in the photo. Lin Yuan glanced at her and reminded Du Wei in a low voice, remember, you are the one supporting me now.
Clear.
In addition to a car worth more than 2 million yuan, Du Wei now has more than 2 million yuan in cash, so she is still somewhat confident. After seeing Lin Yuan, Zhao Zhihan pushed his glasses, his eyes looking a little sinister. Lin Yuan looked at Zhao Zhihua and directly opened Zhao Zhihua's information panel.
Name, Zhao Zhihua. Birthday, 2002-0503. Rating, 82. Loyalty, 20.
No a AAA 000000000.
Assets, 21,456,489.36.
Identity information, father, Zhao Hong, chairman of Hongyuan Group, mother, Lin Xing, daughter of the chairman of Xingji Group. Recent news, my brother is engaged to his best friend and is pursuing his idol.
Exploitable evidence, privately sold the Group S shares under his own name.
Wish, the male god can marry her. Future direction, selling personal shares again led to Hongyuan Group being controlled by competitors. After being invited by her idol to drink, she spent her first night with 5 people while drunk and became pregnant with fraternal twins.
Lin Yuan looked at it and clicked his tongue. What a mess. 5 people, 1 night, what a fun time.
Although I don't know who Zhao Zihua's idol is, among her classmates, the idols are the president of the student union and the academic god who has been admitted to Xiaka College for a master's and doctoral program. It is probably impossible for that academic genius to do so, as he has a girlfriend, who is also an academic genius. There are only 2 places for admission to master's and doctoral programs this time, and the couple has taken them all.
It is really unreasonable. But the one in the student union is different. He is also a rich second generation, young and promising.
Zhao Zhihua seems to have mentioned him before, so maybe it is him. But Lin Yuan was not in the student union and was not interested in student union affairs. Moreover, in order to make money, Lin Yuan did not join any clubs, so he did not understand.
Hey, Lin Yuan? You're here at last. You're such a busy man.
Zhao Zhihua said sarcastically.
Lin Yuan just thought she was farting and pushed the door open to go in. The door opened at this time. Chen Ruoyi looked at Lin Yuan in surprise. They met again? Suddenly I remembered the phone call just now. No wonder the voice sounded familiar. It turns out that the girl on the hospital bed is his girlfriend?
But Lin Yuan's hand was held by Du Wei. This. Chen Ruoyi pretended not to know him and left. As soon as she turned around, she heard a loud slap from behind.
Chen Ruoyi quickly turned around and saw that Lin Yuan was slapped by Qinghan.
You still have the nerve to come here. Lin Yuan licked the corner of his mouth and looked at Qinghan. Since you are the elder, Xiaoye and I have been dating for 3 years, I won't mind this slap.
Look at Xiaoye, don't you feel guilty at all? Also, who is this woman?
Qinghan looked at Du Wei on the side, gritted his teeth and spoke angrily. Lin Yuan chuckled, girlfriend.
Zhao Zhihua laughed and looked at Lin Yuan. I didn't notice that your fur doesn't look cheap, does it?
In the past, I saw Lin Yuan wearing cheap street stall clothes, but today, he was wearing high-end brand men's clothes, which did not look cheap. Lin Yuan also laughed. Then I have to thank Wei Wei. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have clothes like this to wear. Du Wei also straightened her chest confidently, with a look of pride in her eyes. Du Wei's outfit was naturally not cheap, costing about 200,000 yuan in total. Qinghan was so angry that he laughed. Oh, you think my daughter is no longer a good person to rely on, so you're trying to trick the little girl into living a gigolo life, right?
Du Wei spoke directly, living off a gigolo? He was able to live off a gigolo before?
He pays hundreds of thousands of dollars every year.
Who lives off a gigolo like this? You are really in love, little girl. How can he, a college student, earn hundreds of thousands of dollars a year? Qinghan didn't believe it. Moreover, Zhao Zhihua and Lin Wenya both said in front of the couple that Lin Yuan was a gigolo.
Moreover, the couple was reluctant to let their daughter suffer any loss, so their pocket money has always been 50,000 yuan per month. Even though their daughter kept saying that something was given by Lin Yuan, they naturally thought that it was contributed by their daughter.
After all, how much money can a college student make? Du Wei also laughed. Tisk, he's a gigolo and he's wearing clothes that cost less than 200 yuan? He was a gigolo and still drove a taxi for more than 800 days and delivered food for more than 600 days? Uncle, whose gigolo is so pathetic?
Du Wei probably knew everything about Lin Yuan, and she criticized him mercilessly. Qinghan hesitated for a moment and looked at Zhao Zhihua with some confusion.
Anyone who can be the chairman of a listed company is certainly not a fool. Who doesn't live off his wife? Driving taxis for more than 800 days and delivering takeouts for more than 600 days, is it necessary?
Zhao Zhihua said confidently, how could we not know that he, a college student, was delivering takeout and driving a taxi every day?
How is that possible? He is in the top 3 in his grade. In their opinion, how is it possible to maintain such good grades under such a busy schedule? Absolutely impossible.
But Lin Yuan did it. He balanced his studies and also secured his income.
Lin Yuan didn't want to explain anything more.
Du Wei also noticed something and chuckled again. Then she looked at Lin Yuan sternly. Go in and explain everything to her, otherwise your pocket money will be deducted this month. Lin Yuan also laughed. Okay, I'll go in and explain it to her, and we'll have nothing to do with each other from now on. He glanced at everyone. Don't let these flies keep me from eating gigolo food.
Lin Yuan's impolite words made several people glare in anger, but they didn't know Du Wei's identity and didn't dare to say anything easily. Zhao Zhihan remembered Du Wei.
Zhang Yu would bring Du Wei with him every time he attended a banquet, so Du Wei's identity was also very mysterious. It's not that Zhao Zhihan had no thoughts about Du Wei, but the people who followed Zhang Yu were not people he could afford to offend.
Du Wei was standing outside the door, looking as if she didn't want anyone to get close to her.
Chapter 21 Breakup, No See, No Future.
Lin Yuan walked into the ward and looked at the person on the bed.
It is impossible to say that there was no fluctuation at all. After all, we loved each other for 3 years, but it is all in the past.
Let me make things clear this time and not worry about anything else.
You're here? Looking at Qin Xiaoya's expression, Lin Yuan shrugged and sat beside the bed, but kept a distance from her and didn't get too close. I don't know what I have done in the past 3 years.
I don't know. Really lost your memory?
Lin Yuan really wanted to open Qin Xiaoya's information panel, but he held back. There was no need to do so. If he saw something that made him even more uncomfortable, he would be making things more difficult for himself. I am not the kind of person who seeks trouble. Nothing, it's just that we just celebrated our 3rd anniversary, and then you got engaged to someone else, and you lied to me that it was just a gathering with friends, and then you stayed at someone else's house for a night.
Qin Xiaoye couldn't believe it. Me?
Lin Yuan nodded, casually showed her 2 photos of the engagement scene, and then took back his phone. We said we would keep nothing from each other and speak our minds, but you lied to me.
Let's part ways in peace.
I came to see you because we've been dating for 3 years and we're classmates, so let's just leave it at that.
Lin Yuan said this and sighed.
This was not the consequence he wanted to see, but he had no choice but to leave. After all, it was better to break up cleanly than to stay together with grudges. If I don't even accept you before marriage, it's impossible for others.
I must still be clean.
Xiaoyu, we have no future.
It's dirty.
There's a thorn here.
Lin Yuan pointed to his chest and shook his head.
Besides, your family had widely publicized the engagement and invited many relatives and friends. I once thought that if you could come back that night, maybe I would really give you a chance, but you stayed in the Zhao family's old house and didn't come. After saying that, Lin Yuan stood up and said, your friend is right, freeloading is delicious.
I don't want to work hard anymore. As Lin Yuan was about to leave, Qin Xiaoye quickly said, I can also be your gigolo, I really can. No need.
She treats me very well and is very rich. Besides, I have slept with her before. It was her first time and mine too. We have slept together for 2 days. She also bought me a ring worth tens of thousands of dollars. Lin Yuan turned his back, and the light reflected from the diamond in the ring on his left ring finger stung Qin Xiaoye's eyes deeply.
No, it's impossible.
That's enough, Xiaoye.
Cheating, I hate cheating the most, don't I?
Lin Yuan said this and left.
Yuan. Come back. But Lin Yuan opened the door of the ward after just a slight hesitation, and pulled Du Wei away without any more hesitation. Yuan.
Everyone around could feel that Qin Xiaoye's cries were filled with a hint of despair.
But Qin Xiaoye is Zhao Zhihan's fiancé.
How could she do this? Where would Zhao Zhihan put his face? Du Wei got into the car, looked at the man beside her, and didn't rush to fasten her seatbelt.
Mr. Lin, can I call you Yuan?
Lin Yuan listened and smiled, of course. Du Wei also laughed, well, it's already 6 o'clock.
I have to go back to school. It's quite far from here.
It is indeed quite a distance. As Du Wei said just now, she also has a love song duet. Lin Yuan thought about it, looked at the lunchboxes on the roadside, and casually bought 2. The 2 of them sat in the Porsche and ate the 15 yuan lunchboxes. After eating, Du Wei drove to her school.
Lin Yuan also sat in the car, thinking about what to do next.
Just now when he was saying goodbye to Qin Xiaoye, it wasn't just Qin Xiaoye who was in pain, it was him as well. However, as Lin Yuan said, no matter what happened in the Zhao family's old house that day or nothing happened, Qin Xiaoya did not let Zhao Zhihan take advantage of her.
But this is a thorn that is always in my heart and cannot be pulled out.
Therefore, Lin Yuan was too lazy to even open Qin Xiaoya's message. If he found out something, his heart would only ache even more. Instead of doing this, it's better to just let go and not care about it anymore. Du Wei drove the car and didn't say a word along the way. Breaking up would never happen to her. At least, for now, she would not let go of Lin Yuan. Du Wei got out of the car and unbuckled her seatbelt while saying, "Tonight, Lin Yuan, if you want, I can accompany you, but you can't stay overnight. I have to be back to school before 11 o'clock. Lin Yuan waved his hand. "Maybe I'll just come over to meet her, and then I'll leave. I've also made an appointment with a friend. I need to talk to her about something." Chen Ruoyi also sent a message just now that she has to work until 10 o'clock tonight, so Lin Yuan also made an appointment with her to go out for a midnight snack at 10 o'clock. Make Wang Guilan's matter clear so that it will be easier to handle later. Du Wei nodded and laughed. "Okay, let's do this for now. I'll be gone at 9 o'clock. Let's go for a walk, and then Ayuan will leave, okay?" Du Wei looked at Lin Yuan expectantly, and Lin Yuan nodded and said he would walk with her for a while before going to find Chen Ruoyi without any rush. Chen Ruoyi must have had a hard time these days. She was dumped by her boyfriend and must be very sad. Du Wei kissed Lin Yuan on the face before getting out of the car. She happily went to the school and began to prepare for the evening. Lin Yuan did not remind Du Wei, because Lin Yuan wanted to see whether the future trends would really happen. Of course, Lin Yuan will agree on a time with Du Wei. The access control of Jiangxi University of Science and Technology is limited to the dormitory area. It is open 24 hours a day and there is no restriction on entry. Lin Yuan was not in a hurry to leave. He simply walked around the campus to familiarize himself with the place. Then he left the campus, found a small restaurant to sit in, and ordered some snacks. There were many couples eating nearby, and Lin Yuan quietly opened the information panel and checked the information of each beauty. Of course, such behavior has also caused dissatisfaction among some people. In addition, Lin Yuan didn't want to look at those who were too ordinary. The more ordinary the appearance and the worse the figure, the safer they were. Lin Yuan wanted to eat melons, not just to browse other people's messages out of boredom. Just as I was thinking about it, I saw a beautiful woman who also had a score of 86. This person should be good enough to be on the list of school beauties. At this moment, she is smiling at a person who is not dressed very well. Name, Lu Mengxi. Birthday, 2004-06-18. Rating, 86. Loyalty, 0. No AAA 00000000000. Assets, 5,242.25. Identity information, daughter of Lu Chengjun, chairman of Juanhao Group, currently in estrangement, fourth most beautiful girl in Jiangxi University of Science and Technology. Recent big news, my boyfriend was fired again, and we had some minor conflicts. Exploitable evidence, the mother died because her current boyfriend hit her and delayed emergency treatment, but she was mistakenly taken to the hospital by her current boyfriend. Wish, my boyfriend can have a decent job and repair the relationship between my father and my boyfriend. Future direction, she got pregnant after checking into a hotel with her boyfriend, and her father was threatened by her boyfriend. Chapter 22, Fear, Something is Fishy. Lin Yuan looked at it and clicked his tongue. Lu Mengxi looks like a good girl, but has she broken up with her family? Looking at the information on the handle, this is really interesting. I thought it was my boyfriend who took my mother to the hospital, but in fact my mother was killed by her boyfriend? Have you broken up with your family because of your boyfriend? If she knew what was going on behind the scenes, she would probably despair. Lin Yuan thought about it and walked to Lu Mengxi's side. Lu Mengxi? Lu Mengxi looked back hesitantly and said, "Hello, may I ask who you are?" A kind passerby, your mother's situation back then was not what you saw. Perhaps you can go to the hospital back then to check. As soon as these words came out, the man opposite instantly became furious. But it only lasts for a moment, because if you get angry at this moment, something might be exposed. Lu Mengxi frowned. His mother was hit by a car and the best time for treatment was delayed. Although she was saved and her condition stabilized, it suddenly worsened again and she died. But hasn't this matter been investigated thoroughly? I don't know who you are, but I think you must be my uncle's man. You know a lot. The man's words made Lu Mengxi's crescent-shaped brows frown slightly, and her little mouth immediately started talking. If he hadn't been messing around with that mistress at the company, why would my mother have gone to look for him in the middle of the night just to confirm whether he was messing around? If that wasn't the case, how could she have been hit by someone in the middle of the night and fallen in a pool of blood? And why did Xiaohan take her to the hospital an hour later? The person behind, also the so-called secretary, came to the hospital to visit my mother. Less than half an hour after he left, my mother was admitted to the ICU and could not be saved. So, tell my dad that I will never go back. Lin Yuan curled his lips and said, I'm just a passerby, and I'm kindly reminding you that what happened back then was really not what you saw, because I really was just passing by. No, what do you mean? Lin Yuan smiled, then looked at the man called Xiaohan. Some things can't be covered up by lies. You're not saying that I hit Auntie, are you? I was only 15 years old at the time, and my family didn't have a car. How could that be possible? Telling stories is really interesting. Xiaohan just smiled, but when no one was around, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Could it be that there really were witnesses that night? But it's impossible. For an hour, the aunt lay on the ground and no one showed up. He went back anxiously to make sure that she was still alive. He suppressed his anxiety and sent her to the hospital. Moreover, he checked carefully. There were not as many surveillance cameras at that time as there are now. There was only one camera looking at the parking lot exit from the parking lot to the company, and the space in between was empty, so no one should have seen and hit someone. This person. He doesn't look very old, so it's impossible for him to be still awake at midnight at that time, right? I don't care who you are. Anyway, tell your uncle that Mingxi and I will never forgive you for this. Lin Yuan didn't say anything more. It was impossible to persuade the damned ghost with kind words. Moreover, Lin Yuan did not have any real evidence in his hands. Unless this person named Xiaohan said it himself, it would probably not be convincing. Lin Yuan didn't say anything more and left, but Lu Mingxi was also in a bad mood. Xiaohan, let's go see Mom, okay? Is this the time? Mu Han looked at Lu Mingxi in surprise. It's 9 o'clock in the evening now. Going to the cemetery at 9 o'clock in the evening? Lu Mingxi looked straight at Mu Han with an expectant look on his face. I've already contacted my grandfather. If you're willing, I'll ask him to arrange a position for you tomorrow. I only have a few $1,000s on me right now. If you don't work, we'll be really broke. Mu Han is already 25 years old and has graduated long ago. He comes from a single-parent family and cannot expect any financial support from his family. In recent years, Lu Mingxi has basically filled in the gap. But Lu Mingxi is a stubborn person. Ever since Mu Han appeared and confirmed her relationship with him, she had a quarrel with her father and immediately severed the parent-child relationship with her father. This break lasted for 3 years. Mu Han is a person who is neither high nor low, and basically relies on Lu Mingxi's small treasury for support. Unfortunately, Lu Mingxi was still very young at that time, so he could not save much private money, and now it has been used up. If Mu Han doesn't find a decent job, the two of them will really not be able to make a living. In order to save money, Lu Mingxi basically lives in school. During the winter and summer vacations, he lives with his grandparents, uncle, aunt, or his old friends, so that he can save more money. But I can't hold on like this anymore. Mu Han listened, stroked the small tuft of yellow hair in front of him, and nodded. I have found a job in a milk tea shop. I will go there tomorrow. I won't be able to accompany you properly in the future. Well, that's good. But, tonight, can you accompany me to the rental house? Lu Mingxi shook her head. I know what you want to say, but I'm really not in the mood today. Sorry, let's go see Mom. Lu Mingxi once again mentioned that she wanted to visit her deceased mother, and Mu Han couldn't help but feel a little nervous. If he really saved her, then it wouldn't matter, but it's quite far from my rental house, and I have to get up early to go to the milk tea shop tomorrow. Do you think you can go there by yourself? Lu Mingxi looked at Mu Han in disbelief, but quickly restrained his expression. It's 9 o'clock at night. Not 9 in the morning. Let her, a young girl or a girlfriend, take a taxi to a cemetery in the suburbs alone? Any normal man wouldn't feel at ease with this, right? Why would he say that? But thinking that maybe he really needs this job. Lu Mingxi nodded. Then, let's not go tonight. Let's go when you have a day off. Having said that, Lu Mingxi stood up and left. She was in a really bad mood today. Firstly, Lin Yuan stirred up her past memories, and secondly, Mu Han's words made her feel a little uncomfortable. Muhan coaxed her carefully, and then he felt helpless when he saw her enter the school. Originally Lu Mingxi had agreed to go to the rental house with him at night, so that everything would go smoothly, but unexpectedly, a passerby showed up halfway and actually mentioned what happened that year. If it's not like this, it will definitely work. It's all his fault. Chapter 23. It really happened. When Muhan was holding a grudge against Lin Yuan had already agreed on a route with Du Wei, and Lin Yuan was going to find Du Wei along this route. Just as he walked to a place where not many people passed by, Lin Yuan heard a humming sound, which was very familiar. Lin Yuan rushed over immediately. Two tall men were covering Du Wei's mouth and nose with something on the left and right. Du Wei's originally strong spirit relaxed at this moment. A Yuan is here, it's safe. Help! Someone, come! Someone is trying to rape me. Lin Yuan certainly knew that he could not defeat two burly men, but it was 9 o'clock and the farewell party had just ended. Although there were few people here, it did not mean that there was no one nearby. College students were the most passionate, and soon, several people wearing headbands and holding basketballs in their hands rushed over. Looking at the unconscious Du Wei, and then looking at the two people who were basically young people from society, he immediately distinguished between friend and foe. Brothers, kill them both. Of course, Lin Yuan was also one of the targets, but Lin Yuan cooperated very well and waited for the police to arrive. He also showed the chat records between the two. The boyfriend's identity is confirmed. Those two young men who had fallen and had bruised faces and broken legs were taken to the police station, waiting for Du Wei to wake up. Not long after, Du Wei slowly woke up from the hospital, looked at the surroundings, and breathed a sigh of relief. But Du Wei remembered that she saw Lin Yuan arriving before she closed her eyes, so she was a little anxious. Yuan. Yuan. The policeman at the door came in immediately. Du Wei looked at the person and immediately cooperated in taking a statement. But now there is a question: who instructed those two people and what was their motive? Moreover, they knew Du Wei's whereabouts so well and were also very clear about the situation in the school. Lin Yuan walked in slowly and looked at Du Wei. You scared me to death. Yuan, are you okay? I'm fine. Those classmates happened to be passing by and helped a lot. Now that you're fine, I'll go have a midnight snack with them to express my gratitude. Du Wei nodded, looked at Lin Yuan with some fear, waved at Lin Yuan, and Lin Yuan moved closer. Amid everyone's envious gazes, Du Wei kissed Lin Yuan on the cheek. Hey, brother, you are from Jiang University, and you came across half a city to poach our talents. That's really unfair. That's right. How rude. It's still Du Wei, the second most beautiful girl on campus. We don't care. We need to have skewers and beer later. Otherwise, we won't be able to get through this. Lin Yuan laughed and said, Okay, eat as much as you want tonight, I'll pay the bill. At this time, people from the student union showed up, and Jiang Yu also showed up. Lin Yuan then said hello and left. Zhang Ran naturally showed up as well. Looking at that group of people arm in arm, I cursed them as trash in my heart. But these guys from the basketball club are not to be trifled with. Even though they may have little experience in fighting, doing good deeds that are righteous and brave is a man's medal of honor, and each one is more ferocious than the other. Jiang Yu immediately jumped to the head of the bed and held Du Wei's hand tightly. Wei baby, you scared me to death. Oh, it's okay. Fortunately, Yuan is here, otherwise something really bad would have happened. Du Wei was also thankful that Lin Yuan was nearby and there was a group of people nearby, otherwise something really bad would have happened. The members of the student union also came forward one by one to chat with Du Wei and roughly understood the cause and effect. Zhang Ran said in an ambiguous tone, Maybe those two people were hired by your boyfriend. Maybe they couldn't sleep with you, so. As soon as this was said, Du Wei sneered, He and I have slept together a long time ago. If he wants to sleep with me, can I refuse? We are boyfriend and girlfriend, what's wrong with that? Jiang Yu also agreed, Yes, Wei baby hasn't slept in the dormitory for 2 nights. Zhang Ran coughed evasively, I was just talking. Jiang Yu naturally stayed here and chatted with Du Wei. Du Wei was actually almost recovered. It was just ordinary high-concentration ether, nothing special, and she could go back that night. Lin Yuan also called Du Wei and asked her to go back with Jiang Yu and his group as he had something else to do in the evening. This group of basketball players are also very kind-hearted, and Du Wei has no objection. Just as they were about to leave the hospital, Zhang Ran was held down by 2 policemen. They were not tough guys to begin with, so after a few threats they confessed everything. It was Zhang Ran who asked someone to tip off, and a girl who had a good relationship with Du Wei was also held down. If it weren't for her, Zhang Ran would have no idea of Du Wei's route. A student-led case didn't require much effort at all, was concluded quickly, and the facts were very clear. A police notice was issued that evening, and the group of people playing basketball at the back not only got a reward for bravery and commendation from the school, but also got to eat the barbecue that Lin Yuan spent $2,000 on. Lin Yuan also tested that this future trend would indeed happen, and he should not doubt his own abilities. After Lin Yuan dealt with the group of people playing basketball, he quickly called Chen Ruoyi. Chen Ruoyi had already finished get-off work and was rushing towards Lin Yuan. Chen Ruoyi was actually very curious about how Lin Yuan knew that she and the dean were actually father and daughter. You know, she couldn't be sure about this matter. And Lin Yuan was clearly targeting the dean. Lin Yuan looked at the dusty Chen Ruoyi, smiled and motioned her to sit in front of the small stall. Here, the chicken soup wontons you ordered. Chen Ruoyi was a little tired, so she started eating immediately. Tell me, what do you want me to do? It's very simple. Help me find someone. Checking on someone? Wang Guilan has a daughter named Su Yaoyao, who seems to be seriously ill, probably a complex serious illness. Lin Yuan also had some understanding of his own abilities. Without any explanation, referring to Du Wei's situation, it was not a terminal illness, but a combination of many messy diseases. Chen Ruoyi thought about it and looked at Lin Yuan with some surprise. You also know Wang Guilan? What do you do? What's wrong? Do you know him? Yes, the floor I am responsible for patrolling today is your ex-girlfriend's floor. She is in the third bed in the first room up the stairs. She has been cured, but she owes a lot of money for the surgery. Chen Ruoyi ate slowly, feeling a little curious. Lin Yuan listened. It was really a coincidence that they were on the same floor as Qin Xiaoye? Lin Yuan thought about it and looked at Chen Ruoyi. It's nothing, actually. I just want to ask, if Su Yaoyao suddenly pays back the money, how can we make the money reasonable? Chen Ruoyi raised her eyebrows, then smiled. I have a way, but what's the benefit? Would you like to pledge your love to me? TSK, isn't your new girlfriend angry? She won't be angry. She and I are just in a relationship of support. Chen Ruoyi listened, and suddenly rolled her eyes and shouted, Beast! Lin Yuan was confused. What? It starts in 3 years. Chen Ruoyi snorted. Su Yaoyao may be a great beauty, but she's still a minor. Chapter 24 Chen Ruoyi's emotional history. Do you want me to support you? I thought you were going to say something. I just felt sorry for her because she was doing so well in school, so I gave her 560,000 yuan so that she could pay off her medical bills. But I thought it would be bad if people knew about it, so I wanted to talk to you about how to make the amount of money more reasonable. Lin Yuan thought about it and spoke again. That's right. Don't let Wang Guilan know that I paid for this, lest she thinks her daughter has done something wrong. Su Yaoyao's grades are good enough to get into a university in Beijing, so we can't hold her back. Chen Ruoyi chuckled and ate while lifting her hair to avoid it getting stained by the soup. This man seems to be quite kind. He also helped me find my biological father. Although I don't know what to do next, the kindness is still there. The most important thing is that Lin Yuan holds the leverage that is enough to destroy his current family, but it is not a big deal, so he can still help. Well, our hospital has a medical fund, but the scale has always been small. This time, Wang Guilan actually paid more than 100,000 yuan into it, and then, the medical insurance also paid about 200,000 yuan into it. Chen Ruoyi thought about it and spoke in a low voice. In fact, it wouldn't have cost that much, and the reimbursement rate wasn't that low. The main reason was that the family thought foreign medicine would be better, so they used foreign medicine. That medicine was not in the catalog and was not reimbursed. They could have saved tens of thousands of dollars. In addition, his family owed medical insurance, and the reimbursement rate for renewal was only 30%. Otherwise, he could have saved at least 200,000 yuan. Lin Yuan listened, and actually knew in his heart that some people never get sick all year round, and it was really painful to pay hundreds of dollars every time. Now that I have caught up, I will suffer a huge loss. Lin Yuan thought about it and looked at Chen Ruoyi. Tell me, is there any way? Yes, of course. I'll tell Su Yaoyao and the people who collect the fees, and we'll just treat the money as coming from the medical fund. Isn't that enough? Chen Ruoyi snorted and drank the soup. After being busy all night, she finally had a good meal. Lin Yuan smiled and said, Okay, I'll listen to you. Humph, what's going on between you and your ex-girlfriend? Can you tell me in detail? She has lost her memory for 3 years now, and she thought you just started dating her.
Don't ask. I just don't know. But you, what are you and your boyfriend going to do? Lin Yuan immediately counterattacked. You're talking about me, huh? You're the same.
Chen Ruoyi curled her lips. His family now despises me because I'm just a trainee nurse. They think it's amazing that their son passed the provincial exam.
But it's really amazing.
I heard from my cousin that the number of candidates for the provincial and national exams, as well as the municipal joint exams, has increased sharply in recent years, and it's getting higher every year. It's very difficult to pass.
You can't just come ashore and kill me, right? Chen Ruoyi said angrily.
But then Chen Ruoyi sighed, I don't have any skills. I just went to a junior college.
I will probably be working in a hospital for the rest of my life. Lin Yuan pursed his lips.
Although Chen Ruoyi said so, as long as she was willing, she could become the dean's daughter.
At that time, it would be a step to heaven.
Being the daughter of the director of a provincial tertiary hospital, this identity is actually very prestigious, and not just anyone can hold that position. When converted, it means you are at the deputy director level, which is quite extraordinary.
Su City, Jiangsu Province is also a developed area.
The dean's annual disposable income is estimated to be around 200,000 to 300,000 yuan, and this is just the apparent income.
Chen Ruoyi's current family does not even have 1/3 of his income.
If we calculate disposable income, it is estimated that it does not even reach 1/10.
Moreover, there is the status.
The director of a grade 3A hospital is considered to be a high-ranking and powerful person, and he holds the most crucial matters of life and death in his hands.
So, Chen Ruoyi could actually hold it in?
Lin Yuan couldn't help but look up to Chen Ruoyi, who was able to resist such temptation.
But the next second, Chen Ruoyi failed. I really want to be supported by someone. Then I don't have to work so hard.
Lin Yuan coughed, You.
What are you laughing at? Aren't you also being kept by someone? How good is it to be a gigolo?
It just so happens that my teeth are not in good condition, so I want to be a gigolo.
Chen Ruoyi drooped her face.
Perhaps because she had a good impression of Lin Yuan, Chen Ruoyi no longer had that icy air and instead had more of the girl next door vibe.
Lin Yuan shrugged, How about I support you? You use the money your girlfriend uses to support you to support me? TSK, that's not a good idea, right? Chen Ruoyi was just joking.
She still had to work hard. Lin Yuan thought, She is not the one who supports me, I am the one who supports her.
Are you lying?
I heard what she said. Chen Ruoyi clicked her tongue and said, If she is being kept by someone, then she is being kept by someone.
There is nothing wrong with admitting it. She is already a gigolo.
Seeing that she didn't believe him, Lin Yuan thought for a while and said, This matter is very complicated. Anyway, on the surface, she is supporting me, but in fact, I am supporting her.
Vini 50? I'll support you too. Chen Ruoyi snorted. But the next second, a dynamic text message came on the phone. Here you go, 500,000, to support me for a month.
Lin Yuan said with a smile.
Another 500,000 laundered. Chen Ruoyi was stunned.
It was okay if he gave her 500 last time, but this time he gave her 500,000 directly?
You are not kidding?
No kidding, I'm the one who supports her, but I hate trouble, so I just say she supports me.
From now on, when we go out, you just pay the bill and that's it.
Lin Yuan looked at Chen Ruoyi carefully. In fact, he didn't look at her carefully last time. This time, Chen Ruoyi was indeed very good. Chen Ruoyi just felt that this money was a little hot to hold.
The money that others earned from selling their bodies was given to her? I can't take this money, it's yours. Then let me ask you, are you still thinking about your boyfriend?
After saying this, Chen Ruoyi's movement slowed down a bit, and then she slowly turned off the screen. Even if he still loves me, there's no need.
His family has always looked down on me and disliked my background. They think I'm just like that, just another little nurse. Before, they didn't dare to tell him directly.
After all, he didn't have a job at that time and was just taking the civil service exam.
But now it's different. He has already gone through the political review and passed the physical examination. It is basically certain that he can enter, while I haven't even been confirmed as a regular employee yet.
As Chen Ruoyi spoke, she lost her smile and became silent.
Lin Yuan smiled and said, What do you want to do? I don't know what to do. I'm just a little nurse. Chen Ruoyi picked up the garbage and threw it aside. Does this mean you haven't thought it through? Chen Ruoyi really hasn't figured out what to do in the future. What she wanted most before was to become a regular employee, but now, becoming a regular employee doesn't interest her anymore. Chen Ruoyi's eyes suddenly stared blankly at the other side of the road, and over there was a couple. Chapter 25. Give me some time to think about it. Lin Yuan followed Chen Ruoyi's gaze. A couple was walking hand in hand on the other side of the road, looking very intimate. But Chen Ruoyi's expression changed again and again. Just now, Chen Ruoyi was still able to chat and joke with Lin Yuan freely, but now her face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, and she looked very cold. Lin Yuan immediately opened the information panel and found an additional item in the recent major events. I ran into my ex-boyfriend's new relationship. Lin Yuan looked at Chen Ruoyi and chuckled. What a coincidence, isn't it? Indeed, what a coincidence. Chen Ruoyi's words were cold. She is still trying to save this relationship, but the other party has already chosen someone new. Lin Yuan smiled and said, would you consider my proposal to support you? What we say to the public is that you support me, and this is all I ask of you, and also, loyalty. Lu Dong, Chen Ruoyi's ex-boyfriend, seems to have found a new girlfriend. If Lin Yuan hadn't called her over, she probably wouldn't have encountered this. However, Lu Dong had already said that they wanted to break up, but Chen Ruoyi was still reluctant to let him go. Now that they happened to meet, it was a bit surprising. Lin Yuan's words were certainly very tempting. Chen Ruoyi had also been harassed by her superiors during this period, and the department director had been explicitly and implicitly expressing his demands in that regard. A girl like Chen Ruoyi certainly would look down on someone she could call uncle. Moreover, her family was not wealthy, but they were not so short of money that she needed to cling to an ordinary department director. Chen Ruoyi looked at Lin Yuan and moved her lips. After all, she was just joking and didn't dare to really say that she wanted to be kept, so she just looked at Lin Yuan without saying anything. Lin Yuan was not in a hurry either. Chen Ruoyi is not short of money, unlike Du Wei, who is in urgent need of money. Moreover, unlike Du Wei, Chen Ruoyi has a sense of relaxation when lying down, so she only pays lip service to her desire for money. In this situation, just relying on money to attack Chen Ruoyi will definitely not be enough. Lin Yuan thought, I am very rich. As long as you ask, I will give you any amount of money. As for obligations, I have a woman by my side now, so when you feel it is enough, tell me. Of course, I definitely want it to be as quick as possible. After all, I'm not spending money to buy someone to come back and watch. You should understand. Chen Ruoyi did not answer, but said softly, wait for me, and make a decision first. She really didn't know what to do. Chen Ruoyi's biggest wish is to marry her boyfriend and then become a nurse, that is, to have a proper job. She doesn't want anything else. He looks like he has no desires or requests at all. He just wants a stable family, and that's all. But now, the reality before her caught her off guard and she didn't know what to do. Lin Yuan was not in a hurry to urge her, it's $500,000. You can spend it first. When you're done, tell me. Is that okay? Also, I think it's okay to quit your job. I'll support you anyway. If you stay with me for a year, I guarantee you'll make more money than you can spend in your lifetime. But even though Lin Yuan didn't say what the price was, Chen Ruoyi understood that it was to be his woman. Chen Ruoyi forced a smile and said, okay, that's it. Let me rest for a while and think about the rest. I'll tell you as soon as I've figured it out. Here, 500,000, if I didn't agree, I would return it to you. If I chose you, I would do whatever I should do. After Chen Ruoyi finished speaking, she stood up and left. But Lin Yuan was a little worried, so he followed her all the way until they reached a residential area. Chen Ruoyi waved to him, and then Lin Yuan left. It's better to take it slow with a woman like Chen Ruoyi. If you push her too hard, you don't know what might happen to her. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan called Du Wei again. Du Wei had already returned to the dormitory with Zhang Yu and was about to go to bed. Things tonight were resolved very quickly and Du Wei wasn't affected too much, so it wasn't a big deal. Lin Yuan looked around and suddenly felt a little lonely. He has been holding Du Wei in his arms while sleeping these past 2 days, and he just sent Chen Ruoyi back home personally. Now, there is no one to accompany him. Lin Yuan chuckled, when did he become so hungry? Thinking of this, Lin Yuan looked around, went to the river, and sat down directly on the walkway by the river. In the past few days, my life has been turned upside down. The money that I used to earn through hard work is now easily available.
Lin Yuan spent more than 5 million on Du Wei, and Su Yaoyao and Chen Ruoyi spent more than 1 million together. In just a few days, he made more than 6 million, and he also ate and drank with them without spending a penny of his own money. I don't know when this ability will disappear, or whether it will attract other people less attention, so I need to be careful about these things. But no one checked the millions of dollars in the account, so maybe it's no big deal? Thinking of this, Lin Yuan looked at the stars in the sky. Xin Xiaoya, let it just go. Maybe he no longer believes in true love. It's not bad to continue playing like this. Find more beautiful girls so that you won't be too lonely. This may be a good choice? I'm afraid many men have thought about living like this, right? He is not a boss, so there is no need to worry about any repercussions. Anyway, every woman supports him, and he will probably be envied by others. It's exciting just to think about having so many women as sponsors. While he was thinking this, not far away, at a higher place than Lin Yuan, two people sat on a bench. This riverside walkway is double-decker, and Lin Yuan was sitting on the lower level, less than 3 meters away. However, there was a bench on top with its back facing the river, so the two of them were facing the river and could not see Lin Yuan. How long have you been with her? The woman spoke slowly, and Lin Yuan's eyes widened. Oh my god, there's something fishy going on. The other person was silent for a long time before speaking. Yes, more than a year. More than a year? Was it during the training camp last year? The man was silent again. It seemed that he understood, and the woman also obviously understood something, otherwise she wouldn't be so clear. Lin Yuan touched his nose. It was exciting. The woman spoke again. What are you going to say about the divorce? My mother likes Yuan very much. She is a girl and must follow me. Hearing this, the man fell silent again. And married. Extramarital affair. Lin Yuan covered his mouth. What a big melon, and it was ripe. I just didn't know what would happen next. Actually, I don't want a divorce. I'm just playing around with her. The man's words sounded somewhat weak. Just for fun? Lin Yuan couldn't help but shake his head. How could this be called playing around? The owner knew about it, and he had been playing around for more than a year. That's enough. We are public figures too. Let's not make things so awkward. Just leave it at that. Divorce. Chapter 26. Leeching his gossip. Public figure? Lin Yuan felt even more excited. A handful of melon, even fresher. I just don't know who it is, and it's not easy to expose it, otherwise I won't be able to eat the melon. Moreover, Lin Yuan has been working and studying hard over the years, and he basically doesn't know any public figures, or he knows very few of them. Lin Yuan didn't have time to watch TV series, let alone get to know a few people. Then the woman continued talking. My drama is about to start, and it will take about 3 months to shoot here. I have a new drama next month. Wait for 3 months. After 3 months, we will officially announce the divorce. Good. After all, he is a public figure, so it's considered decent treatment. In any case, the two have been married for 5 years and have a daughter who is over 3 years old. They have also worked together several times before. It might not be a good idea to just announce their divorce. Nowadays, it is understandable to want a decent breakup. After a while, the sound of high heels disappeared. A piece of gossip about a divorce was nothing in itself, and Lin Yuan just thought it was just a piece of fun. He didn't know them, so he just treated it as a small benefit in the middle of the night. But the man didn't leave, so Lin Yuan couldn't leave either. Now I can say that I have no foundation at all. If I were to be discovered, I might be silenced. Just when I was wondering if this man was sick, sitting on a bench by the river for half an hour in the middle of the night without moving, the man's cell phone rang. Honey, I've had a frank talk with her, but I can confirm that she has no evidence to prove that I cheated on her. Yes, she has made a lot of money over the years. We can get at least 300 million yuan by then. Besides, I want to delay it for a while. She has a drama to be on recently. I'll have to wait for another 3 months. I can get an extra 40 million. Don't give it up. She has no evidence of my cheating. Even if she files for divorce, I am not at fault. Oh, don't worry, this is for our child. Just hide over there and don't let anyone know, especially don't let anyone know that your child is mine. When the child is older, we can find an excuse to adopt him as our godson and then adopt him under our name. Wouldn't that make no difference? Lin Yuan listened. It was exciting.
Besides, it's so dirty. He just takes advantage of the fact that the woman can't find any evidence of him cheating. If the couple has an affair and gets pregnant, then the couple will definitely be at fault. Not only will they be kicked out of the house with nothing, but they will only get a very small share. $300 million. There is also a new drama with good dividends. No one would want to get divorced so early. The most important thing is that the other party has no evidence and no way to prove that he cheated. There is no way to reason in court because there is no evidence. Lin Yuan listened and couldn't help but feel a little distressed. It was this thing that caused this. As I was thinking this, the man's voice stopped and then he left. It's a pity that this is just a rumor about a celebrity divorce. After looking around, Lin Yuan left the riverside walkway. He glanced at the time again. It was already 1 o'clock in the middle of the night. Time passed really quickly. Just as I was thinking about it, a message from Chen Ruoyi came. Let's meet tomorrow. Chen Ruoyi sent an address over, and Lin Yuan had no objection and sent it as an okay. The next morning, Chen Ruoyi walked out of the community wearing a little white dress. She looked more and more like the girl next door, completely unlike the cold and aloof look she had when they first met. Chen Ruoyi smiled slightly and looked at Lin Yuan. Let's go drink milk tea, it's my treat. Good. Lin Yuan also laughed. Of course he didn't mind. He had originally asked her to pretend to support him so that he wouldn't have to spend money. Anyway, the money is doubled, so you can't waste it. Chen Ruoyi ordered 2 cups of green grape lemon tea, then found a couple's booth. The two sat face to face and were silent for a while before Chen Ruoyi slowly spoke. I resigned and don't want to be a regular employee. This news was a bit unexpected. Lin Yuan thought Chen Ruoyi would continue like this. Chen Ruoyi continued, I have an appointment with a college classmate. I will go traveling tomorrow. I may be back in half a month or a month. But don't worry, if I still don't choose you when I come back, I will return the $500,000 to you. If I don't want to work hard anymore and accept your request, I will come to you cleanly. Lin Yuan nodded, okay, then let's take a month. Give me a month to clear my mind, and then I'll move in. Chen Ruoyi chuckled, is there any truth in this thing? It was originally just an exchange of interests. Maybe Chen Ruoyi was hit hard, or maybe she was just impulsive, but she just wanted to say goodbye to the past. Chen Ruoyi thought about it and spoke again, anyway, I have the leverage in your hands, I will definitely keep my promise. A month is not a long time. That's true. A month is not a long time. Lin Yuan laughed. He casually opened Chen Ruoyi's information panel, and in the future direction, Chen Ruoyi's future direction had changed, and she would accept Lin Yuan's support. As long as Lin Yuan doesn't get involved, this future will definitely happen, including what happened last night. No matter how Du Wei chooses to leave in the end, she has a friend who is a traitor, and her route will be known to others. Lin Yuan thought about it and looked at Chen Ruoyi. Her ideal was completely blank. She had no ideals anymore. It was obvious that she was indeed sad. Lin Yuan sighed, and suddenly a couple walked in, talking about the TV series The Little Princess. Chen Ruoyi hesitated for a moment, then took out her phone with a hint of joy on her face. I never thought that Li Qinghan's new drama would be on. It will be on in a month, so I can catch up on the show when I get back from my trip. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes. A new drama in a month? Li Qinghan? Li Qinghan? Famous? Yes, she is very famous. She is not from a professional background, but she won the Best Actress award in mainland China in 8 years. This drama is her first time as a director and producer. Her fans are waiting for it. Lin Yuan thought about it again and asked, is she married? Does she have children? She got married 5 years ago and has a child named Yuan, a very cute girl. After listening, Lin Yuan was able to confirm that the melon he ate last night was from Li Qinghan. 5 years ago, a new drama was released every month, with Yuan as the lead and a big star. Over there, 2 cups of green grape lemon tea were ready. Chen Ruoyi immediately took Lin Yuan over to get them. Since they were the same, they each took the one in front of them. But when Lin Yuan just touched his cup, the originally green grape lemon tea suddenly turned red. Chapter 27: A big case caused by a cup of fruit tea. They were clearly 2 cups of the same green grape lemon tea, and they turned red as soon as they touched his hands. Lin Yuan thought about it and took Chen Ruoyi's green grape lemon tea. Chen Ruoyi gave it to him, but also looked at Lin Yuan puzzledly. Lin Yuan smiled and said, let's eat later and drink later. Oh. Chen Ruoyi had no objection and continued talking about Li Qinghan.
Lin Yuan was testing the 2 cups of green grape lemon tea in his hand.
It turned out that only 1 cup of green grape lemon tea had a problem.
There was something wrong with the cup of green grape lemon tea that Lin Yuan picked up.
These were placed by the clerk on the left and right. A normal person would definitely take the one on their side.
Lin Yuan and Chen Ruoyi did the same and took the cup placed on their side. The 2 cups were exactly the same, so there was nothing to be particular about. Moreover, they were still talking about Li Qinghan, a trivial matter that they were used to, so no one would deliberately take the cup that was not convenient for them. Lin Yuan was not sure whether there would be any problem with his ability, but now he was very sure that there was something wrong with this cup of fruit tea, and the problem was definitely not small.
Thinking of this, Lin Yuan opened Chen Ruoyi's information panel, but there were no new prompts on it.
Lin Yuan remembered again that only if he intervened would there be any other results, so the clerk should be targeting himself, so it would not affect Chen Ruoyi's future. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan immediately called the police officer.
It was very fast. In less than 5 minutes, several police officers rushed over and asked, "Who called the police?" The whole store fell silent in an instant. "Call the police?" Lin Yuan immediately waved his hand. "Uncle Police, I think there is something wrong with my cup of fruit tea."
The policeman pursed his lips and took it.
"A cup of fruit tea. What's the problem? Are you sure?"
"Sure."
Lin Yuan said this with certainty. "Even if it's fake, the worst that can happen is that I have to pay money."
The store manager over there also looked at Lin Yuan in confusion, but just told the employees to continue working, and he came out to negotiate with Lin Yuan while calling the boss. If someone poisons someone, it would be a serious matter and the police would have to make sure whether there is really a problem.
Chen Ruoyi looked at Lin Yuan in confusion. "Is there really a problem? I've been drinking this for several years and I haven't heard of any problems." "It's okay, it's just my cup that has problems."
Lin Yuan smiled slightly.
The manager of the milk tea shop was also a little puzzled. "What's the problem?"
Although it was made by a novice, it is not difficult to make. Just add frozen green grape juice, smash some lemons to extract the juice, and then add sugar, and you're done.
What could be wrong with this? But in just half an hour, a group of special police surrounded them.
The store manager, who had been calm, was now panicking.
"No, just a cup of fruit tea. Does it require special police to be dispatched?"
"Even if there is a problem, it is the people from the municipal detention center who came here. Why is it the special police?"
The policeman from before also walked in. "Are you the store manager? Where is your surveillance camera?"
"Here." The store manager was confused. Why did a cup of fruit tea feel so serious?
The police quickly flipped over the surveillance camera in the background and began to look through it. Soon, the police asked, "Where is this person?" "Mu Han?"
The store manager was puzzled for a moment, then looked around and looked at the clerk over there. "Where's Mu Han?"
Lin Yuan listened. "Mu Han? This name sounds familiar, as if I have heard it somewhere before." However, what made Lin Yuan even more curious was why the special police were here. What was the big deal? "It's just reporting a cup of fruit tea, it shouldn't be such a big deal, right?" Lin Yuan looked at the leading policeman and asked, "I'm the informant. Can I know what's going on? I just feel that this fruit tea is not right." "There's nothing else to say. Luckily you didn't drink, but you don't need to know about it."
After the policeman finished speaking, he turned around and said something to the SWAT team, then walked away. But from just a few words, they meant to start a city-wide surveillance to catch this man named Mu Han. Lin Yuan looked at the store manager over there. "Well, please make me another cup."
"Good."
The store manager also looked helpless.
He knew nothing. The other party didn't say anything and he had no idea what was wrong with the cup of fruit tea.
After receiving the freshly made fruit tea, Chen Ruoyi was still a little bit in disbelief, and she had no idea what had happened in the past hour. Lin Yuan just called the police, and then the special police came as if it was a very serious situation.
Although nothing happened in the end, it was still a bit scary. Lin Yuan was more concerned about Li Qinghan's affairs. Are they in love?
Yes, it seems that Li Qinghan is filming an urban-themed TV series in our city recently.
Her husband Zhou Chenyang even came to visit the set. They seem to be in a good relationship.
Chen Ruoyi seemed to be speaking with some envy. But Lin Yuan is now basically certain that what he overheard last night should be the gossip between Li Qinghan and Zhou Chenyang.
A handful of melons is so fresh.
I just don't know if I can meet Li Qinghan for a look, see what the final situation is. and when I can have a taste of this melon. But I feel like it doesn't matter whether I eat it or not, because it's enough. Thinking about this, Lin Yuan looked at Chen Ruoyi again. Let's consider today as a farewell party. What are we going to eat later? What to eat? Let's go have Western food for lunch. There's a new Western restaurant that opened recently. I haven't been there yet. It's too expensive and my family doesn't have money. Chen Ruoyi said that now that she was rich, a Western meal costing several hundred yuan per person was just a drop in the bucket. Chen Ruoyi excitedly pulled Lin Yuan towards the Western restaurant. While walking, Chen Ruoyi talked about her travel plans. Lin Yuan also listened with great interest. Lin Yuan's family doesn't have much money, and he has to keep making money, so Lin Yuan has never really traveled far. If Chen Ruoyi didn't need to calm down and hadn't made an appointment with her best friend, Lin Yuan would have wanted to accompany Chen Ruoyi and leave. Lin Yuan thought about it and made a request. You must send me photos and talk to me about travel every day. Do you understand? Okay, got it. Chen Ruoyi smiled as she walked to the front desk of the Western restaurant and started ordering food lavishly. At this time, Chen Ruoyi's cell phone rang. Chen Ruoyi picked up the phone in confusion. It showed that the number was from an unknown number, which was a bit strange. Hello, are you Chen Ruoyi? Chen Ruoyi listened and found a seat with Lin Yuan. She was a little surprised. It's me, what's wrong? Why did you quit? Oh, my boyfriend broke up with me and I'm in a bad mood. I can help you keep your job and you come back, okay? Chen Ruoyi was stunned for a moment. Stay employed? This isn't good? I just want you to be by my side. Chapter 28 The Fate of the Previous Generation. Chen Ruoyi was very surprised. Even the boss who was harassing her didn't sound like that. Moreover, Chen Ruoyi just felt that she had heard this voice before, but it was not very familiar. Excuse me, may I ask who you are? I'm your father. As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Ruoyi immediately thought of who it was, her biological father, Zhao Huaizhong, the director of the top-ranked tertiary hospital in Jiangxi province. Chen Ruoyi was stunned for a moment, then asked, So, you knew about me a long time ago? Otherwise, this cannot explain why she didn't mention this matter at all, but Zhao Huaizhong took the initiative to find her. Yes, actually I have been looking for you for many years. Just a month ago, a friend told me that a sample came from their testing center, and it was very similar to my sample in some anchor points. I found a way and organized a physical examination. During that examination, your blood sample was sent to my friend. After the test, it was found that you are my daughter. Chen Ruoyi didn't expect that her biological father had discovered her so early, but he just never admitted it. But Chen Ruoyi still has a problem. Then how can you be sure it was me? The testing agency I went to is quite far away. Because you happened to be at work that day, my friend was sick with an old cardiovascular disease, and asked me to take a look. I happened to run into you, so I mentioned it. Besides, you were very special at that time because you were one of the few children to undergo blood relationship testing, so you had some impression of it. In addition, it wasn't too long at that time, and he did it himself. Chen Ruoyi listened and pursed her lips. This time, in addition to accepting the failure of my first love, another thing I wanted to do was to think about how to face my father, the dean. This is her biological father. It would be fine if I didn't know, but now that I know, the situation is different. I can be responsible for what I said. If you don't believe me, we can resample and retest. Chen Ruoyi also knew that this was most likely true. There was no need for a prestigious dean, a person with a certain international status, to make such a joke with her, who came from a low-income family. Moreover, Lin Yuan had said before that her biological father was the dean. She really didn't believe it at the time, but now that the dean called her, she had to believe it. Thinking about it, Chen Ruoyi asked a question, but at this time, she stretched out her hand. Lin Yuan looked at her puzzledly. Chen Ruoyi pouted and held Lin Yuan's hand. Well, let me ask you, how did you and my mother get together? What's the origin of your relationship? There is no way that an ordinary worker and a dean from a prominent family could have any connection. Moreover, if my mother had not gone to the city to work, she would not have known my father. The dean had previously been abroad or in Beijing or Shenzhen, and he had only recently come to Suzhou. Going back a little further, the last time the dean came to Suzhou was for an exchange meeting 25 years ago. At that time, my mother had not yet moved to the city to work, let alone meet him.
No matter how you look at it, they seem to be two people who have nothing in common. Chen Ruoyi has investigated this before. Such people all have Baidu Encyclopedia, which contains detailed information. This is, a misunderstanding. What do you mean? Could it be that I somehow flew into my mother's stomach?
Chen Ruoyi curled her lips.
Suddenly, Chen Ruoyi was stunned for a moment. I didn't really fly in directly? Ahem, almost. That was about 30 years ago. Sioux City was going to build that seed bank, and it was led by my friend. I was one of the first batch, and I did it just once.
After all, promoting the medical industry, especially this kind of industry, is still the first step for our country, and I went there because I was so excited.
Later, I had some problems.
To be more precise, I was under too much work pressure, which caused the quality of the seeds to seriously decline. Although I took care of them for a while, the root was damaged. So I wanted to use that one, but my friend told me that it had already been used by someone else. After that, my wife and I managed to get pregnant, but the baby was of poor quality. Not long after the baby was born, serious problems were found and it died. My wife also passed away not long after that. As for me, I was already in my 40s at the time, my career was on the rise, and I had no intention of looking for a life partner. Now I'm 55, and I thought it was unlikely that I would meet one, but I didn't expect that I would still meet one. Zhao Huizhong spoke seriously and Chen Ruoyi listened seriously.
Seed bank?
30 years ago, the city of Su was really pushing forward. The dean was 25 years old at the time, full of enthusiasm, and he was also a friend, but the older generation was very traditional and only stayed once.
When you need it, it's already been used by someone else. Then the question is, Dad can't do it? Chen Ruoyi heard the silence on the other end of the phone before she spoke. So, you mean, now, I'm your only relative? Chen Ruoyi rolled her eyes. That's about right. If you recognize me, then you are just a cousin. His daughter is about your age, less than 3 years younger than you.
She is my brother's child.
Chen Ruoyi quickly covered her mouth.
She only had one cousin, and her cousin's daughter was about her age, within 3 years younger.
This is a huge difference in generations.
Zhao Huizhong continued, I have checked your information recently.
Your life is hard.
I just want someone to take care of me in my old age. Also, the files say that your father's seeds are dead, so I used mine.
If you still have questions, can we talk in person?
Chen Ruoyi squeezed Lin Yuan's hand a little tighter. I'm serious about resigning.
I want to go traveling now and decide what to do in the future. Okay, then we'll talk about it in detail when you come back. If your parents don't mind, I can come visit them. It can be considered a fate.
After saying that, they both hung up the phone at the same time. Chen Ruoyi then let go of Lin Yuan's hand, took a few deep breaths, and relaxed herself.
Why was my journey so tortuous? My dad can't do it, so he has to use seeds from the seed bank?
After thinking for a while, Chen Ruoyi hesitated whether to call her parents.
After all, wouldn't it be better to tell them that she had found her biological father? But after thinking about it, Chen Ruoyi gave up.
After all, this matter has some twists and turns, and I'm afraid my dad won't be able to accept it. She had no idea about what happened back then or how the two of them came into contact, so she decided not to ask. As for the work matter, Chen Ruoyi thought it was better to forget about it and talk about it when she came back.
Besides, this matter should be kept as a secret.
By the way, don't tell my parents about this when you meet them.
Chapter 29 I still chose to confess.
Looking at the vicious Chen Ruoyi, Lin Yuan just felt that she was somewhat cute. It was clearly him who threatened Chen Ruoyi with this matter, so why did it feel like Chen Ruoyi wanted to use this to threaten him?
Okay, I won't tell you. Lin Yuan didn't say anything else and respected Chen Ruoyi's choice.
As Chen Ruoyi was thinking, the waiter started serving the dishes. She had never been willing to eat in such a place before, and it seemed a bit unmannerly of her table. Lin Yuan smiled, and at this time, Zhao Zhihua and Lin Wenye suddenly appeared. Lin Yuan saw it at a glance, but just a glance. After breaking up with Qin Xiaoye, I naturally don't need to care about her best friends anymore. But Lin Yuan didn't want to care, so the two of them had to come and take care of Lin Yuan.
Hey, is this a new one? Or was he kicked out?
Zhao Zhihua's voice came first, and Lin Wenye also chuckled, looking down on Lin Yuan a little. Just yesterday, Du Wei and I expressed our love to Qin Xiaoye, but today there was a different person around us.
Chen Ruoyi looked at the two of them, then looked at Lin Yuan's expression. Don't you like it? My ex-girlfriend's trashy bestie. You. Chen Ruoyi almost burst out laughing.
The adjective trashy best friend was a bit unexpected. But Zhao Zhou's voice did make Chen Ruoyi feel uncomfortable. His words were very unpleasant.
What did she mean by being kicked?
That's just a show. Lin Yuan didn't seem to want people to know that he was supporting someone, so Chen Ruoyi didn't hesitate.
I'm happy to support him, what's wrong?
Lin Yuan raised his lips slightly.
This woman was quick to react and immediately agreed. That's right, I'm eating one more gigolo, so what? Am I eating yours?
Zhao Zihua and Lin Wenyao were both stunned.
What kind of person is this? How can he be so self-righteous about living off others? Also, what's your situation, woman? Lin Yuan is still living off someone else. Can you accept that? Does being a gigolo not require loyalty? Chen Ruoyi snorted, really?
Those who are given food are happy to eat, and those who are freeloaders are happy to eat it, but you two people who have nothing to do with me are objecting to it.
Lin Wenyao laughed angrily. You are such a fool, woman. What's so good about this man?
Chen Ruoyi glanced at it and said, then you will know if you try it yourself. As soon as these words were spoken, the men at the nearby tables all turned their heads to look at Lin Yuan and gave him a thumbs up. Living off two gigolos, it turns out he has a lot of money.
Envious.
Lin Wenyao was no longer a virgin, so she understood Chen Ruoyi's meaning immediately. However, Zhao Zihua was still a virgin, so she didn't understand the meaning for a while.
You, how can you be so shameless as a woman? TSK, you are so shameless. I have money, so what's wrong with enjoying myself? The man I support is comfortable with me, so what? If you want to use me, then support one.
If you can't afford it, don't complain. Chen Ruoyi didn't give in at all and kept arguing while eating.
Zhao Zihua was speechless. Without Su Yaoyao, Lin Yuan suddenly woke up? He actually attracted two women to support him? What's so good about this man? What's good about someone coming from a small county?
The manager of the Western restaurant over there saw the situation here and quickly walked over, fearing that a quarrel would break out.
This is a Western restaurant, where quietness is the main theme. Such quarrels will really affect the environment, not to mention that there are many couples here. Lin Yuan looked at the two people who left, then looked at Chen Ruoyi. Have you decided? I haven't decided yet. I just don't like the two of them. From what you said, there is a conflict. Although Chen Ruoyi only has a college degree, it doesn't mean she is stupid.
She can think of a lot with just one word: rubbish best friend.
Lin Yuan briefly talked about the past grievances and hatreds.
Zhao Zihua and Lin Wenyao had always looked down on him, especially Lin Wenyao. After all, Zhao Zihua was trying to bring his brother and his best friend together, so there was another motive behind this. Lin Wenyao is just incomprehensible, and she even instigated Qinghan and his wife. She is really unhappy with her life, and everyone around her is unhappy as well.
She is simply an antisocial personality. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, Chen Ruoyi clicked her tongue. You are so rich, but they still look down on you? What about your ex-girlfriend? Does she think so too?
She's fine, but I hate deception.
Chen Ruoyi nodded and understood.
In fact, the conflict between the two is not big, but it is very big in Lin Yuan's mind.
Cheating means disloyalty. Lin Yuan waved his hand. Let's not talk about this anymore.
Chen Ruoyi nodded and focused her attention on the food again. While eating, Chen Ruoyi was actually thinking about what to do in the future. If possible, she would really like to recognize Zhao Huaizhong, so that if her mother gets sick again in the future, she can use the back door. Although my father has been healthy these years, since he has that problem, he will have to go to the hospital frequently in the future. If she could inherit Zhao Huaizhong's relationship, the follow-up would be different. At least, there would be no medical problems in the future. Chen Ruoyi and Lin Yuan finished their meal without further ado, but Chen Ruoyi also expressed her feelings by kissing Lin Yuan not far from Zhao Zihua and Lin Wenyao.
Chen Ruoyi raised her head again, glanced at the woman with fiery eyes, chuckled, and parted with Lin Yuan, going straight back home. What a coincidence, my parents are at home today.
My mother's back pain has recurred, and my father's periarthritis of the shoulder has also relapsed. He had kidney stones removed some time ago. As ordinary people, we suffer from minor illnesses and disasters all the time.
Chen Ruoyi thought about it, pushed the door open and walked in. Today might be the best time.
I have a flight tonight and my things are all packed. After I finish talking, I can give them some time to relax.
You're back? Not going to work today?
Mother Xiaqing spoke slowly, patted the bone and muscle patches that had been applied, and slapped Chen Jianhe's hand away.
Chen Jianhe smiled and rubbed his hands. Maybe it's time to rest? Xiaoyu and I went on a trip. I quit my job because someone was harassing me.
Also, he broke up with me.
I was heartbroken and wanted to go and make peace.
Chen Ruoyi poured herself a cup, but her hands were shaking slightly. As a mother, Xiaqing was very sensitive to the fact that something was wrong with her daughter.
It's not just this matter, is there anything else? Well, there is someone who is pursuing me, I want to take a look. Chen Jianhe immediately laughed. My daughter is naturally beautiful, we don't care about him, the next one is better, do we know that boy? Dad, are you not good at that?
When these words came out, both of them were surprised.
Chen Jianhe immediately fell silent. You know everything?
I found my biological father.
This time when we get out, we'll both take it easy. Of course, you'll always be my dad. Chen Ruoyi looked at Chen Jianhe very seriously.
The father and daughter looked at each other for a while, and Chen Jianhe laughed. If it's not possible, then it's not possible.
They did it for us for free for promotion and experimentation. Go out and travel, stay safe. You will always be my daughter.
Chapter 30. When I arrived at Xiao Kai's house, all the girls were pretty girls. Lin Yuan left here, yawning, and Chen Ruoyi also left, not knowing who to talk to.
Just as I was thinking about it, Xiao Kai called. I've been having a hot relationship with Du Wei recently.
People are saying that the campus beauty of Jiang Province University of Science and Technology has a man and is showing her love in a high-profile manner. Of course, Lin Yuan also knew that Jiangxi University of Science and Technology was somewhat famous in the province, and Du Wei, as the school belle, was also being watched by some people. Not to mention high-profile displays of affection, this kind of campus gossip is still very easy to spread within a small group.
What's wrong? Just to talk about this? Of course there's more.
My dad invested in a TV series and wants to promote, well, let me calculate, it should be the 7th room stepmother.
The 7th stepmother.
Lin Yuan couldn't help but hold his forehead with his hand.
This uncle is really still strong and healthy. I'm going to partner with Li Qinghan in the drama and be her second female lead. She asked me to have a meal with her. I don't have anyone around and I don't have any close confidants. You're free now, why don't you come with me?
Lin Yuan thought that he just wanted to get in touch with Li Qinghan. Chen Ruoyi still feels that she likes Li Qinghan very much. Since they will be together in the future, it can be said that he loves Li Qinghan as well, although he can't be said to love Chen Ruoyi. But if Chen Ruoyi knew that she had the opportunity to save Li Qinghan but she didn't do it, she would probably be unhappy. What's more, after spending a long time with Feng Yan, I found that he still has a kind heart.
Okay, give me the location. Okay, I'll pick you up later. Give me a seat and I'll take you to my villa first.
Lin Yuan immediately sent Xiao Kai a location.
This was not the first time that Lin Yuan went to Xiao Kai's family villa.
There was a period of time when the school was closed, which made Xiao Kai very bored. In order to avoid trouble, he moved all 4 people in the dormitory to his own villa, and lived there for half a month. Xiao Kai was also very fast.
He immediately drove his sports car over to pick up Lin Yuan. I really don't know what my dad was thinking.
He's already 50, and he still got a little woman from nowhere who's younger than me. I don't dare to tell my mom about it, or else something bad will happen. Lin Yuan laughed. Uncle is still strong and healthy, maybe he can give you a brother or sister.
No, I can't afford it.
Xiao Kai continued.
But I can't say anything else.
The last woman who got pregnant is dead. Although my dad likes to play, he only recognizes me and my sister.
I can forget about getting pregnant.
I didn't expect my uncle to be so ruthless.
If you get pregnant, you will die. Who dares to get pregnant? Lin Yuan thought about it and asked again, so, what's the situation with leeching his drama this time? Why did your father invest in it? Oh, it's nothing.
This stepmother is a professional, but she came from a low family and didn't have much capital. One day, my dad spotted her by chance, and then she started to get resources. My dad also invested in a film and television company, so he had this channel. It was nothing at first, but this time, the female apprentice next to Li Qinghan suddenly had a falling out with Li Qinghan.
Didn't that leave a vacant spot for the second female lead?
So my dad spent a lot of money to get her in. Li Qinghan is not from a professional background, but she has a first-rate appearance and a good figure. She was also blessed by God. After playing supporting roles for 2 years, she started to play the second female lead. In 1 year, she played the second female lead in 5 dramas. Then her resources exploded. One of her dramas became a hit, and then she couldn't stop. Xiao Kai obviously knew a lot about Li Qinghan, and these things were unknown to Chen Ruoyi. Of course, her path to success was not easy. First, her boyfriend cheated on her, causing her to lose her virginity to a director. Then, someone took advantage of her sadness and slept with her in the name of giving her resources. Although he did give her resources, she was just a supporting role. The one I met after that was obviously much better. He provided her with a lot of resources. It was not until she became popular that we got married and officially announced our marriage. Lin Yuan listened and thought, this woman might be betrayed for the 3rd time. To be honest, my dad has been coveting her for a long time. Unfortunately, he has the capital now and doesn't have to look at anyone's face. Besides, my dad likes young, ignorant and easy to bully girls. As Xiao Kai spoke, they rushed into the villa. As soon as the door was opened, several girls ran out. Xiao Kai was somewhat helpless. My sister, you know them, these are her good friends. Hello, brother. Several girls shouted in unison obediently. Lin Yuan was caught off guard for a moment, but Xiao Kai seemed to be used to it and simply ignored them. Lin Yuan smiled and followed Xiao Kai upstairs. I see that your figure is similar to my father's when he was young. Try on my father's suit. Xiao Kai took Lin Yuan to his father's bedroom without any hesitation, and then took out suits one by one for Lin Yuan to try on. Lin Yuan gave a bitter smile. I'm just an assistant, right? Do I need a suit? Of course you should. You can't lose face, right? Xiao Kai laughed and finally decided on a blue suit for Lin Yuan. Wear it to deal with it. I'll ask an aunt to make it for you later. She specializes in high-end couture. It's too late right now. Under Xiao Kai's instigation, Lin Yuan finally put on the blue suit. Xiao Kai looked her up and down and said, you know what, it fits her well. Do you admit that I am your father now? Go, go, go. Xiao Kai snorted a few times, just responding to the scene. As he was speaking, there was a knock on the door. Brother, I want to ask, is there any other bathroom? The one downstairs is being used. She was a thin girl wearing a pink princess dress, and she was quite cute. Xiao Kai didn't know what to say as they were all his sister's friends. It is also because there are only beautiful girls here today, there are no servants at home, only a housekeeper who is responsible for cooking. But, do I need to go upstairs and ask them where the men's bathroom is? Although this is not a private question, why would a 19-year-old girl leave so many sisters alone and ask 2 men? Lin Yuan raised the corner of his mouth and slowly opened the person's information panel. Name, Song Qimeng. Birthday, 2005-0702. Rating, 84. Loyalty, 10. NOAA AAA 0000000000. Assets, 25,463.36. Identity information, no special identity. Recent events, the online loan IO is being collected, and the custom-made skirt needs to be paid for. Useful evidence, disguised as a fake socialite. Wish, to find a sponsor who can support her. Future prospects, debt collectors called her home, and her family forced her to stop her studies and start dating, in order to ask for a high bride price. Chapter 31 First Meeting with Li Qinghan. Lin Yuan looked at Song Qimeng's leaving back, then looked at Xiao Kai and fell into deep thought. Xiao Kai was packing up the other suits that had been turned out, and then he looked at Lin Yuan's eyes. What's wrong? The sisters your sister is dating should all be daughters of wealthy families, right? Xiao Kai sneered, of course, at least there must be 2 middle-class families or above to be eligible. If there are 2 middle-class people, according to the highest standard, only families with an annual income of 1 million are qualified to have contact with his sister. Xiao Kai said with a smile, just the clothes that girl was wearing just now, one piece, the whole set would cost at least 3,000. So expensive? Her clothes are okay. My sister's clothes are really expensive. She spent more than 2 million to copy a princess dress from an anime. It's really inlaid with several rows of small diamonds. Xiao Kai pursed his lips. As an older brother, I can only pamper my younger sister. If she likes something, I have to give it to her. Although the father came from a gangster family, he really devoted himself to his daughter and actually asked someone to replicate it for her. There is only one such piece in the world. Lin Yuan couldn't help but shake his head.
How could he dare to think of such a thing?
Not to mention those custom-made ones, even an ordinary little skirt like this costs at least several thousand yuan, and there are other expenses, such as travel plans. It is difficult to support yourself if your family does not have $1 million income. Hearing this, Lin Yuan chuckled. She looks so glamorous, but secretly owes tens of thousands of dollars? This girl may not be as simple as she seems. Maybe he has other requests? As he was thinking, Lin Yuan saw Song Qiming's leaving back again. Lin Yuan thought about it and didn't say much, but he also took note of Song Qiming in his heart. For a girl like this to fit in with these second-generation rich girls, the pressure must be great, and there might be unknown things going on. Besides, isn't such a gold digger exactly what he wants? Isn't a ready-made gold digger who packages herself as a rich second generation a fake socialite? Then let her become a real socialite. While thinking this, Xiaokai also changed into his father's black suit. I can't let you take advantage of me, I have to wear my father's too. TSK, this also requires a fight. Lin Yuan smiled and punched him on the chest. Xiaokai chuckled, and the two of them went downstairs. After a while, Lin Yuan saw Song Qiming again, and thought, it would be better to take the initiative. Add a friend? The other sisters are all real rich second generations, and Song Qiming has the highest appearance. Setting Song Qiming as the target of attack also meets Lin Yuan's external requirements. Song Qiming blushed, took out her cell phone, and added Lin Yuan as a friend amid the urging of her sisters. Lin Yuan was not in a hurry. He just sent a message in his friend chat, give me a place and time tomorrow to meet up. It definitely won't be possible today. The sisters are going to have a dinner together, and Lin Yuan is going to attend a party. Even if they can get together in the evening, there won't be much to say. It would be better to get together tomorrow. Song Qiming also quickly sent a message, okay, I don't have classes in the morning, but I have a half-afternoon class in the afternoon, and the day after tomorrow is the second half of the morning class. Lin Yuan looked at the message, got into Xiaokai's car, and savored the meaning of the words. There is nothing wrong with the first part, the key is the second part, which means that she can sleep in the morning the day after tomorrow. Is this implying to Lin Yuan that he doesn't need to go back to the dormitory tomorrow night? It turns out that you have something to ask for. Lin Yuan raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Xiaokai looked at him and took the opportunity to punch him in retaliation for the blow he had just received. What are you laughing at? Isn't it normal to smile after flirting with an interesting little girl? Xiaokai sneered, those are all second-generation rich people. You don't really want to find someone to support you or you to support her, right? People with this kind of background don't need you to support them. Others may not need it, but Song Qiming is just pretending to be rich and has the identity of a fake rich second generation, so she needs it. Lin Yuan didn't expose it, but just smiled and said, drive your car, hurry up. Lin Yuan also has to help Li Qinghan deal with some personal matters. He couldn't see Li Qinghan down there last night, so he didn't know what Li Qinghan's future was going to be, and he couldn't help her. Li Qinghan will be here tonight, so that would be a good opportunity to help. Xiaokai didn't waste any more words. He stepped on the accelerator and headed towards the banquet hotel. Looking at the luxurious appearance, Lin Yuan was a little stunned. Xiaokai laughed and said, my father's first hotel is now under my name. I own 55% of the shares and my sister owns 45%. Lin Yuan nodded. This second-generation rich man is just different. If a hotel like this, which also serves as a wedding, graduation, housewarming, conference and other businesses, is run by someone like Lin Yuan, it may take more than 10 or 20 years to succeed. And this is just Xiaokai's first gift after entering society. The gap is too big. If I didn't have my own system, I wouldn't be qualified to participate in such a banquet as a deputy. Lin Yuan thought about it and followed Xiaokai's steps. It's already past 5 o'clock, and some of the supporting actors have already arrived, as well as the director's team. Xiaokai also met his seventh stepmother, Luo Qi, who was pretty. But Xiaokai whispered, I was wondering why there was no stepmother for me for 6 years and suddenly one showed up. She looks at least 70% like my mother when she was young. Lin Yuan also laughed. Luo Qi was also sensible and knew that she was just a little lover. When she saw Xiaokai, she didn't dare to call herself anything, but respectfully called him Mr. Xiao. Xiaokai was not polite anymore. He took Luo Qi for a walk and told them that this was the person the Xiao family wanted to promote, and they should give him some face. Lin Yuan had heard a lot of such polite words. At this time, Li Qinghan, Zhou Chenyang, and a little girl with a porcelain doll also came.
Originally, Lin Yuan was just guessing whether Li Qinghe was the woman from last night, but as soon as the couple spoke, Lin Yuan was certain that the couple from last night was the couple in front of him. After talking to Xiao Kai and Li Qinghe for a few words, Lin Yuan couldn't wait to open Li Qinghe's information panel. Name, Li Qinghe. Birthday, 1994-0809. Rating, 95. Loyalty, 0. Node BAA 003124001. Assets, 364,975,343.36. Identity information, 2023 Best Actress, 2020 Best Supporting Actress, Chairman and Legal Representative of Mengyan Media Company. Recent events, I found out that my husband Zhou Chenyang cheated on me and he admitted it, but there is no substantial evidence. The new drama will be released soon, and the dividends from the first hit drama have arrived. Useful evidence, urgently needs substantive evidence of Zhou Chenyang's infidelity, and temporarily unwilling to disclose the news of divorce. Wish, my daughter can grow up healthy and I can resolve the divorce perfectly. Future direction, the new drama she directed and starred in has crushed the ratings. She was drugged at the new drama's launch party, which became a stain and handle in her life. Chapter 32, Rescuing Li Qinghe by Accident. Li Qinghe is indeed very beautiful at first sight, especially her figure. It can be seen that she is someone who manages her figure regularly. Moreover, Li Qinghe, like Du Wei, is a powerful emperor. Even though the evening gown was a little restrictive, it still showed something. She has a pretty face and delicate features, but I don't know if she has had any plastic surgery. The high nose bridge makes Li Qinghe look confident, and in recent years she has indeed been very successful and worthy of pride. She also won the Best Actress award last year, which is the highest honor on the small screen. I just don't know when I can step onto the big screen and become a movie queen, which would be truly a success. But Li Qinghe is not a professional after all, and looking at her numbers, apart from Zhou Chenyang and her two irresponsible ex-boyfriends, she can almost be regarded as a breath of fresh air in the entertainment industry. Therefore, it is estimated that the resources were obtained by her own strength, or given by Zhou Chenyang. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan wanted to help Li Qinghe even more. A person who constantly strives for self-improvement is naturally admirable. Lin Yuan stood in the safe passage, drinking wine, but frowned. The wine did smell like alcohol, but how come he didn't feel drunk at all after drinking 4 or 5 glasses? Lin Yuan is not a heavy drinker. Normally he would react to a bottle of beer, but he had no reaction after 4 or 5 glasses of wine? However, these are all minor issues now. What made Lin Yuan even more confused was the launch party of a new drama. You don't mean tonight? Lin Yuan thought about it, pulled Xiao Kai and asked him a question, and Xiao Kai gave a positive answer. It was originally going to be postponed for a few days, but Xiao Kai's family wanted to promote Luo Qi, so they treated this as the opening party. So what this means is that Li Qinghe will be drugged tonight? Lin Yuan thought about it and looked at the time again. It was only 7 o'clock and the party would end at 9 o'clock. If he wanted to take action, he would have to wait until around 9 o'clock, when the last few glasses of wine were served. Moreover, Zhou Chenyang is the second generation of a wealthy family and a second generation of a star. He values face the most and will definitely not let his wife Li Qinghe embarrass herself in public. This is not in his interest. Publicizing it would only attract judicial intervention, and then things would become troublesome. Therefore, Zhou Chenyang will definitely wait until there is no one around. At this time, only a few people will know the secret and it will not be made public. As a celebrity, Li Qinghe certainly doesn't want her nude photos to be circulated everywhere, as this is the easiest leverage to use. After Lin Yuan finished his analysis, he observed Li Qinghe. Li Qinghe drank a round of wine and was about to take a break when she suddenly saw a young man staring at her. Li Qinghe thought he was just a lecher, but after seeing Lin Yuan's lip shape and eye expression, Li Qinghe frowned. Li Qinghe thought about it and whispered a few words in Yuan Yuan's ear. Yuan Yuan immediately trotted to Lin Yuan's trouser legs. Li Qinghe pretended that it was her daughter who went there on her own initiative. As a mother, it was always right to follow her daughter. Lin Yuan immediately understood what Li Qinghe meant and picked up Yuan Yuan. But what was unexpected was that Yuan Yuan fluttered her eyes and kissed Lin Yuan directly on the face. Many people laughed after seeing it. But for a little girl of 4 or 5 years old, there are no taboos. As soon as Li Qinghe got closer, Lin Yuan returned Yuan Yuan to her. At that moment, a piece of toilet paper fell into Li Qinghe's hands. Li Qinghe pretended nothing happened, held Yuan Yuan and chatted with Lin Yuan for a while, then left. Because there are people all around, it is not convenient to say anything.
Li Qinghan took the opportunity to go to the bathroom and opened the toilet paper given by Lin Yuan. On it was written, "Pay attention to the things at the entrance. See you in the back alley of the hotel after the show." The back alley of the hotel is close to the parking lot. Li Qinghan narrowed his eyes, not quite sure what it meant. But she quickly turned her gaze towards Zhou Chenyang. Could it be that he was his man? Was he trying to frame her? But when I think about it this way, I feel that it is not right. The reason is very simple. When it comes to design, shouldn't it be more appropriate to do it quietly? Moreover, this was the person brought by Xiao Kai. The Xiao family was not a big shot in Su City, but in their circle, they were already a very remarkable existence. So, there is absolutely no need for the Xiao family to harm Li Qinghan because of Zhou Chenyang, right? What's more, his current brand effect is more valuable than Zhou Chenyang's. No matter what choice he makes, the Xiao family should stand on his side. Thinking of this, Li Qinghan still chose to believe Lin Yuan and believed that Lin Yuan would not harm her. The party went on very quickly, but because most people were drinking and not everyone had a dedicated driver, Xiao Kai began to arrange accommodation for them one by one. The only thing that made Xiao Kai feel strange was that Li Qinghan asked for a room for her child, saying that she needed to read a script and it was inconvenient for her to go to bed so early. The request was reasonable, so Xiao Kai arranged a separate room for Zhou Chenyang to take care of the child. As soon as Xiao Kai left, Li Qinghan left with the excuse of going downstairs to buy hangover medicine. As soon as he reached the back alley, Li Qinghan suddenly felt weak in his legs. Li Qinghan thought she could still drink to some extent, and with Lin Yuan's reminder, she drank very little at night. But at this moment, Li Qinghan only felt his head starting to feel dizzy. Suddenly, several people appeared nearby, apparently following her all the way. Li Qinghan did not hesitate and quickly ran towards the light. At this moment, Li Qinghan suddenly remembered that Zhou Chenyang also had his room card. If he fainted in the room at this moment, he would not even have the chance to escape. Fortunately, I believe Lin Yuan's words, went downstairs and went to the back alley, otherwise these people would have appeared in my room at this moment. Li Qinghan wanted to shout for help, but his head felt heavier and heavier, and he could not even walk. The mouth could only produce a faint sound, hardly loud enough for anyone to hear. But at this time, a figure appeared in front of him. Li Qinghan had exerted his last bit of strength, rushed over, looked at the person who came, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Help, save me." The person who came was of course Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan also got rid of Xiao Kai and then found time to go to the parking lot. He immediately saw several people. Lin Yuan also acted decisively, picked up Li Qinghan and ran away. He's not the stupid protagonist Long Outyan in the novel. If he doesn't run away, who the hell would he be? Xiao Kai didn't go far, and he called his uncle Zhao Qing to come and help drive. Seeing Xiao Kai running out quickly, Zhao Qing tilted his head and took out a baton directly from the trunk. Xiao Kai was also surprised. Didn't he say a few words to someone? What's going on? Zhao Qing doesn't care why the woman fainted. The one Lin Xiao is holding is Lin Xiao's person. Anyone who dares to chase her will become his enemy. Of course, this is not Lin Yuan's face, this is Xiao Kai's face. After seeing clearly the person in Lin Yuan's arms, Xiao Kai silently gave him a thumbs up. Awesome. Chapter 33, Communicating with Li Qinghan. Do you know that she has almost 40 million fans? How dare you do this? Even my father wouldn't dare. Then I'm your grandpa. Get lost. Xiao Kai laughed and looked at Zhao Qing over there. "Uncle Qing, be gentle." Zhao Qing chuckled and rushed over with a baton. In less than 3 or 5 minutes, Zhao Qing came back with a grin on his face. This one is still a little hard. Lin Yuan couldn't help but admire him. There were 5 people, but Zhao Qing knocked them all down by himself. He only took 1 punch and was fine. Uncle Qing, you are definitely not good enough. Your skills have declined. You were the one who chopped down an entire street back then. Zhao Qing put away his baton and sat in the driver's seat. Master, please don't praise me. I don't have that ability. The most I've ever done is fight 20 people. And that was 20 years ago. I'm really not that good at it now that I'm old. Lin Yuan immediately said, "Go to the hospital." He must have been drugged. Got it. Zhao Qing didn't waste any more words. He stepped on the accelerator, started in 3rd gear, and headed towards the hospital. Li Qinghan woke up in a daze, looking at two people on his left and right. One was Lin Yuan and the other was Xiao Kai. Sitting opposite him was a burly man with a beard and pigtails.
Mr. Xiao, Mr. Lin.
Lin Yuan woke up immediately, glanced at Li Qinghan, and the worry that his future would be controlled by others disappeared.
Your participation can indeed change your destiny.
It's okay, just some strong sleeping pills.
The doctor said that I can finish these few bottles of water. Just one bottle. Li Qinghan nodded.
Since they were sitting in the hall, Li Qinghan did not ask Lin Yuan in detail, but he also took out his cell phone and opened a green bubble out of habit. After thinking about it, I performed some operations again and another green bubble appeared, using the clone.
It's still hidden.
Lin Yuan raised the corner of his mouth slightly and added it immediately. This is a hidden green bubble, it should be a private number, and I am probably the first outsider.
Over there, Xiao Kai finally woke up in a daze. Zhao Cheng looked around with a serious face. He just couldn't understand why the woman didn't react and didn't go to the hotel but to the hospital.
When Li Qinghan saw Xiao Kai wake up, he thanked him in a formulaic way, but there was nothing meaningful in his words. The last person he saw before he fell into a coma was Lin Yuan.
Li Qinghan was more willing to believe Lin Yuan than Xiao Kai.
Lin Yuan also did not tell Xiao Kai that he had added his green bubble number, which meant that this was not instructed by Xiao Kai. Li Qinghan has seen a lot of the ways of the world and can tell these things without even thinking. After a while, Zhou Chenyang came over in a hurry, with a sinister look in his eyes.
The last 2 glasses of wine that Li Qinghan had drank were handed to him by Zhou Chenyang, so they were naturally unclean.
What I had planned was ruined just like that.
How could he not hate this?
Lin Yuan didn't notice Zhou Chenyang's hatred, but he knew that he and Xiao Kai were probably being targeted by Zhou Chenyang.
However, Zhou Chenyang did not dare to provoke Xiao Kai's family, and as a result, he did not dare to provoke Lin Yuan.
After another round of formal thanks, Xiao Kai yawned and watched the two leave. Then he, Zhao Chang and Lin Yuan found a hotel to sleep in. Li Qinghan returned to the hotel and when he closed the door, he turned his back to Zhou Chenyang and said, "You handed me my last 2 glasses of wine. Over the years, you have helped me a lot, helping me find resources, supporting me, and I miss you.
You are Yuan Yuan's father.
I can pretend that what happened tonight did not happen, but only this time."
Li Qinghan paused. "Let's separate."
After Li Qinghan finished speaking, he entered Yuan Yuan's room. Yuan Yuan's room only has 1 room card, so there is no need to worry about someone opening the door in the middle of the night.
This is the Xiao family's territory.
If Zhou Chenyang causes trouble openly without a room card, it would be a slap in the face of the Xiao family.
Zhou Chenyang doesn't dare to do that.
Moreover, if something happened, and if it happened to the hotel where the Xiao family made their fortune, then the Xiao family would lose face and Zhou Chenyang would have to bear the Xiao family's wrath. The Xiao family is not big, but at least bigger than Zhou Chenyang.
It's capital after all. Zhou Chenyang didn't dare to say anything more and could only go into another room alone. The next morning, Lin Yuan saw Li Qinghan's message.
After a brief conversation, Lin Yuan started talking directly. "Your husband is having an affair, and the girl is pregnant."
"How do you know that?" "I accidentally overheard something I shouldn't have heard."
"I don't know who was on the other end, but I'm sure your husband said he had a child. Think about it, among the female celebrities around you, which one has been behaving strangely recently?" Li Qinghan narrowed his eyes and began to think carefully. If we really have to say which female celebrities around us have behaved inappropriately recently, there are probably 2 of them. Li Qinghan originally wanted to say another person's name, but that person was the least likely to be the one who had been behaving even more strangely recently. Li Qinghan thought about it and decided to ask the client to check the person he suspected.
After confirming it, he sent a message to Lin Yuan. "I think it's Wang Lian.
She recently had a role as the heroine in a drama, but she turned it down with the reason that she didn't want to try a new track for the time being.
The director of that drama is Director Zhao.
I have not worked with him many times.
He is one of the top directors in the industry.
She must have had a reason for passing up such an opportunity. But she and my husband didn't seem to be very familiar with each other, and there wasn't much overlap in their itineraries. But the more impossible a person is, the more possible he is. In particular, he turned down a new drama directed by a director that even Li Qinghan wanted to work with. This can only mean that there is something more important behind the scenes that needs to be hidden." Looking at Li Qinghan's words, Lin Yuan thought for a while, "Can you find a reason for me to meet her so I can get to know her? Most of the pictures on the internet are beautified, which makes it inconvenient for me to look at them."
Li Qinghan immediately replied, that might be difficult. She lives a little far away, but her favorite singer is going to hold a concert in Sioux City soon. She should come. Wang Lian will definitely go to his concert. Okay, give me some time. I'm familiar with that singer. I'll give you 2 tickets for the backstage performance. Okay, thanks. Lin Yuan looked at the stopped chat interface, thought for a while, and chuckled. This also involves a big star. But Chen Ruoyi likes it, and Chen Ruoyi is his first experimental subject, so it is understandable that he prefers her a little. Thinking about it, Lin Yuan started to pack up. There was another person waiting for him to meet over there. This was Lin Yuan's third target. Song Qiming. Chapter 34, Goodbye Song Qiming, a disagreement starts with spending money. Song Qiming was still wearing a skirt today, but she had changed into a blue and light gold skirt, a pair of tender fat toe shoes, and 2 ponytails. She was standing on the side of the road in front of the school waiting. After Lin Yuan appeared, Song Qiming trotted over to him. Lin Yuan didn't rush to ask anything else, he just asked, I booked a private room for lunch, is that okay? Okay, I'll listen to you. Song Qiming's hands were trembling slightly. She was betting that Lin Yuan could help her. So, even though she knew it was a private room, Song Qiming had no choice but to follow. Lin Yuan ordered a private dish, but it was still early, so Lin Yuan only asked for a plate of peanuts. After placing the order, he took Song Qiming into the private room. Song Qiming drank the water feeling a little awkward and nervous. Lin Yuan chuckled, how much? Don't hide it from me. You need money for the loan and the balance. Didn't you hint at me yesterday just to ask me for money? Song Qiming gritted her teeth and nodded helplessly. Yes, I'm short of money. You're not telling the truth. That's the truth. Lin Yuan chuckled again, you have no money but to pretend, and you still want to pretend in front of me? Song Qiming's face suddenly turned pale. Indeed, she was just pretending even though she had no money. But I didn't expect that I would recognize the person in front of me. Yes, I have no money. Do you want to be rich? Yes, of course. Song Qiming pouted and lowered her head slightly. Who doesn't want to be rich, but who can really be rich? There are only so many rich people. How can I, an ordinary person like myself, be rich? Lin Yuan leaned back in his chair and laughed. Do you have a CCB card? Have. Give it to me. Song Qiming immediately took out the card and handed it to Lin Yuan, who pretended to transfer 30,000 yuan to her. This money should be enough for you to pay off your debts. Song Qiming looked at this and her expression changed immediately. Including the final payment and the loan, she was short of about 29,000 yuan. The man in front of her gave her 30,000 yuan. Did he know that she owed so much money? Song Qiming suddenly felt a little afraid to provoke him. This person was not someone she could afford to mess with. But the money had arrived, and she really needed it. I've paid for it. Do you mind going to the hotel tonight? Song Qiming moved her lips. Aren't you afraid that I will lie to you? Do you dare? Don't forget that Xiao Kai's sister is a good sister to you, but she only cares about you because you are also a rich second generation. Lin Yuan smiled and looked at Song Qiming. If you dare to run, I will call Xiao Kai and ask his sister to expose your identity. I'm afraid a person who is just pretending to be rich is not worthy of her close friendship, right? After Lin Yuan finished speaking, Song Qiming bit her lip. Lin Yuan talked about the most crucial point, she didn't dare. Xiao Kai's sister Xiaoli is very nice to the sisters in the circle, but the premise is that they cannot deceive. Song Qiming deliberately created the story that she was also from a wealthy second-generation family so that she would not feel inferior, but this also made Song Qiming dare not tell the truth to Xiaoli. Song Qiming was about to say something when Lin Yuan spoke again. I can support you and make you a real rich second generation, but you have to agree to a few of my requests. You say. First, loyalty. You don't need to understand this. It's mandatory. I can't pay you and you don't have to be loyal to me. Song Qiming nodded, don't worry about that. I have no intention of falling in love during college. Even if I did, I would never be unfaithful. Okay, second, don't tell anyone that it was me who gave you the money. Rather, tell them that you gave me the money and that you are the one who supports me. The first one is understandable, but the second one is a bit hard to understand. Song Qiming looked at Lin Yuan in a strange way. What does this mean? It's very simple.
From now on, you will pay for everything when we go out to consume. As long as you have less than 1 million, just tell me and I will transfer the money to you.
Song Qimeng listened and immediately understood what he meant. What you mean is, I continue to pretend to be a rich second generation and support you? But in fact, this money is actually given to me by you? Yes, change the name to Iyuan. You, Iyuan, are you playing something? Lin Yuan smiled and said, this is a complicated story. My ex-girlfriend's friends despised me for not having money, so I became a gigolo. Song Qimeng was also speechless. Just like that? But she was still a little hesitant about Lin Yuan's financial resources.
Lin Yuan looked at Song Qimeng and said, come here and sit in my arms. Song Qi dreamed, but still walked over, took out the petticoat, put it aside, hesitated for a while, and slowly sat in Lin Yuan's arms. This was her first time sitting in a man's arms and she was very nervous. Feeling Song Qimeng's nervousness and anxiety, Lin Yuan knew that a transfer of money would be the best spiritual comfort at this time.
A dynamic text message soon arrived in Song Qimeng's mobile phone. When Song Qimeng looked at the amount of money received, she immediately showed a look of surprise. 2 million? Is it okay? Are you satisfied with my financial resources? Song Qimeng's face turned slightly red, satisfied.
I was no longer afraid and my body stopped shaking. I looked at my account balance over and over again and was very surprised. From childhood to adulthood, Song Qimeng had never seen so much money.
Lin Yuan thought about it and asked again, do you have a car? No, Iyuan, do you still want to give me a car?
Of course, but you need a driver's license.
Song Qimeng said quickly, I have a driver's license, I can drive.
But Lin Yuan stopped talking and just closed his eyes.
Song Qimeng was not stupid, so she naturally knew what Lin Yuan meant.
She let out a breath, took the initiative to hook her arms around Lin Yuan's neck, and gently bit Lin Yuan's lips. Naturally, Lin Yuan would not let Song Qimeng go. He held her head and gave her a long French kiss for 10 minutes. Song Qimeng did not push Lin Yuan away actively, but only after seeing Lin Yuan let go of her did she let out a long sigh of relief.
First kiss is gone. Tell me, what kind of car do you want?
It can't be too expensive, your current status is not high enough.
Song Qimeng nodded, thinking about it, and immediately sent a picture to Lin Yuan. Is a Ferrari 296 okay? It costs 3 million. It's so expensive.
Lin Yuan pretended to complain, but actually made a selection on the operation panel. Song Qimeng just thought that Lin Yuan was hinting at her, so she took the initiative to kiss him again, and moved even closer to Lin Yuan. Of course Lin Yuan would not give up such a good opportunity to take advantage, but after a while, Song Qimeng's cell phone rang. When Song Qimeng saw it, she thought it was a harassing call, but when she looked again, it was a repeated call, so she picked up the phone.
Hello, are you Miss Song Qimeng? I originally thought that he might be a debt collector, but he turned out to be very polite. It's me, what's wrong? Oh, that's right.
You have a Ferrari 296 that has completed all the paperwork.
Where should I send it to? Song Qimeng looked at Lin Yuan in disbelief, and the corners of Lin Yuan's mouth curled up.
Send it to Jiang Jingyuan, thank you.
Chapter 35 Negotiating the details of the transaction, a different rich second generation. Song Qimeng hung up the phone. After a while, the phone rang again.
Song Qimeng hurried downstairs without waiting for Lin Yuan. When she came back, she had an extra key in her hand.
Really, you really gave it to me?
Lin Yuan smiled and nodded, come here. Song Qimeng put away the car keys and no longer hesitated, but went directly into Lin Yuan's arms. Looking at Lin Yuan's profile, Song Qimeng kissed him again.
Aren't you afraid that I might run away suddenly? Without me, you can only enjoy these things once, but if you stay with me, as long as you are loyal enough, I will continue to give them to you, understand?
Lin Yuan smiled and stretched out his hand, hugging her slender waist.
You're not going back at night, are you? Song Qimeng shyly turned her head away and said, book a hotel and call me. Good.
Lin Yuan smiled and kissed Song Qimeng's little face.
It's good to be rich.
You can hold a beautiful woman like this in your arms and kiss her at will.
Moreover, there is also Du Wei, who can be called out at any time to enjoy life. If you have classes in the afternoon, then I'll go to the hotel and wait for you to come. I'll drive here and show off. Song Qimeng nodded, but then spoke again. Iyuan, can you wait for me at school?
There are a few annoying guys who have been bothering me recently, and I want them to stay away.
Song Qiming's character at school is that of a rich second-generation lady. She dresses up beautifully every day and wears cute little skirts every day. University is full of people with overflowing hormones, so it is inevitable that there will be a few more thoughts. In addition, Jiangjing College is just an ordinary technical college with a mixed crowd, so it is understandable that Song Qiming has some concerns. The most important thing is to tell Lin Yuan that Song Qiming doesn't mind making their relationship public. At least, for Song Qiming, she felt that they were in a relationship. Lin Yuan naturally didn't mind. They made their relationship public. He was the gigolo anyway, so what did it matter if he had more gigolos? The key is to make a fortune quietly. Saving money for yourself while spending a woman's money is the best life ever, and you don't have to work hard to please anyone. Instead, these women need to please him. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile. Lin Yuan now wants to find out about Song Qiming's family background, but Song Qiming's face looks a little unhappy. In fact, we can also see from the future trends that if the online loan collapses, Song Qiming will have no choice but to exchange for the bride price. This means that she should have a brother in her family, and that her family favors boys over girls. In fact, it is true. Song Qiming's family favors boys over girls, and she has not just one brother, but an older brother and a younger brother. The reason why Song Qiming's family was very generous with her living expenses was so that she could be sold at a good price. After all, she alone had to pay the dowry for both brothers. Only by letting people know how much they dote on their daughter and how much they are willing to spend money on her can they have a better chance of winning the bride price. Lin Yuan listened to Song Qiming's words, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. So, they are pretending to dote on you, all for the sake of making money? Yes, I also heard it accidentally. Maybe they also thought that I was their child, so they treated me well. But my brother has achieved nothing and has been taking the civil service exam until now. My brother is even more annoying. He is in a technical secondary school and plays games every day. You have no idea how annoying he is. What's more, he also makes dirty jokes to me. Song Qiming pouted. Her family background was even worse than Du Wei's. At least Du Wei's brother treated her well, and her uncle's family never treated her badly. They gave her enough family love. Even when they needed money, they never mentioned selling her for money. Although Song Qiming lives a better life than Du Wei, this man treats her like a god of wealth, and she also has a brother who has ulterior motives. Lin Yuan thought, your brother plays games? Yes, playing games, like King of Glory. I also play it, but my level is very poor. I can only reach king level every season, and I can't get any higher. While Song Qiming was talking, the dishes were served. Lin Yuan smiled, what about him? Him? His strength is okay, but his highest level is only 50 stars. Basically, he hovers between 40 and 50 stars. Okay, got it. Song Qiming listened and looked at Lin Yuan with some confusion. Then a Yuan is going to play too? I seldom play my own account. I am a power leveler. I mainly play jungle and secondary confrontation. The orders are mainly national standard orders. After listening to this, Song Qiming was a little stunned. Oh my god, you want to play the national standard? I only have a village standard of Shishir. Lin Yuan still smiled. As for Shishir's solo, I can introduce a friend to you. She mainly plays mid and supports solos. I often play duo with her. Song Qiming quickly waved her hands. Forget it, forget it. I'm not cut out for this. I'm already very satisfied with just having a village sign. Lin Yuan didn't say much. To a certain extent, playing games is not a respectable hobby, and most of the people who play games are young people. After watching the dishes being served, Song Qiming continued talking. Although her family had plenty of money for her living expenses, it was still not enough for a small dress that cost hundreds or thousands of dollars. Moreover, this was only available after she went to college, so Song Qiming's living expenses have actually always been tight. On the surface, Song Qiming earns 5,000 a month, but the money she can actually spend on food and drink is only about 600 to 1,000. This resulted in her weighing between 80 and 90 pounds, even though she looked to be about 1.6 meters tall. This weight is on the thin side for this height. She also had to save money to travel with her sisters. Although she always had excuses not to go, if she didn't go, she would inevitably be gossiped about. She spent a year like this. Therefore, Song Qiming continued to borrow online loans and credit cards, and was about to be unable to pay them back, and then she met a rich second generation other than Xiao Kai. Lin Yuan was not the first rich second generation person she met, but
but he was the first one who understood what she meant and saw through her disguise at a glance.
This is why Song Qiming did not hide anything.
After listening to this, Lin Yuan also laughed. I understand. From now on, you are a real rich second generation.
Don't think too much, just spend the money. If you have less than 1 million, just tell me.
I will try my best to satisfy you.
But you also know the price.
However, you must insist to the outside world that you are the one who supports me and you are the one who pays everything.
Song Qiming chuckled. You are a little different from them. Those second-generation rich people want others to know how rich they are.
Even those who don't show off their wealth won't deliberately say that they are a gigolo.
Aren't you afraid of bringing shame to the family? Face? I don't need it. Money is my face.
Lin Yuan smiled slightly. Chapter 36, Start Spending and Say Goodbye to the Past. After hearing this, Song Qiming did not respond, but continued eating. It has been a long time since I had such a full meal. I hope I can have such a full meal every day in the future.
Thinking about it, Song Qiming looked at Lin Yuan's hand and asked, Are you wearing a diamond ring? Oh, someone like you bought it for me. If you want, I can customize it later. Song Qiming nodded.
It just so happened that one of her sister's family made handmade jewelry, so she could ask her family to take this order. That sister is also the only one besides Lin Yuan who knows Song Qiming's weakness. After finishing the meal, Song Qiming trotted back to the dormitory, then appeared outside the classroom holding Lin Yuan's hand. By the way, Song Qiming also got her driver's license. Today was the first day she got the new car, but she didn't expect Lin Yuan to be so generous. All the procedures were complete and the license plate was ready. After waving her hand and handing a shoulder bag to Lin Yuan, Song Qiming entered the classroom. Many onlookers gathered around her. She was the eldest lady in the class, and how could she be so intimate with a man today? Someone first tentatively asked if he was her brother. Song Qiming just blushed and revealed their identities. They were a couple and they were going out to eat together in the evening. When these words were spoken, many male classmates were heartbroken. It's rare to meet a rich second-generation girl, but she was actually seduced by someone. The 1.5-hour class passed very quickly. Song Qiming almost couldn't wait to leave the classroom, causing many people to make a fuss. Song Qiming's face turned red and she pulled Lin Yuan away. Lin Yuan was not afraid and even greeted them. Yuan, get in the car. Song Qiming licked her lips and got into the Ferrari 296, a car that cost 3 million. Lin Yuan nodded and looked at the bag in his hand with some confusion. What's in this bag? Song Qiming was stunned for a moment. You didn't see it? I haven't seen it. I'm not the kind of person who would just rummage through other people's things. Song Qiming's face turned even redder. At night, I wear it at night. Lin Yuan immediately understood what he meant and coughed. Then you must enjoy yourself tonight. After looking at the time, it was still early. Song Qiming wanted to buy something, so she took Lin Yuan to a shopping mall. The shop in front of me is full of all kinds of small skirts, and not just small skirts, but also JK Hanfu and so on. There are very few shops like this, and this was the first time that Lin Yuan saw one. Many of them are older, greasy men, and Lin Yuan is the only young man among them. Song Qiming is also very beautiful and immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. Lin Yuan didn't understand all this, and since Song Qiming needed to try on some clothes, he just sat aside and waited. A handsome guy next to him who also looked not very old smiled at him. Your girlfriend? That's about right. The handsome guy grinned and asked, how much did you spend to get her? I said, I was kept by her, do you believe it? Lin Yuan said this openly. That's what we should say to the outside world anyway. The handsome guy was stunned. Oh my god, how did you do that? I can't say this directly. Lin Yuan chuckled, and then the two of them started chatting. This handsome guy has spent tens of thousands of dollars to pursue a beautiful girl, but so far he has only kissed and hugged her and has not yet reached the last step. Then, a beautiful girl with a score of 75 came up to the handsome guy and Lin Yuan took a look at her. Looking at this innocent little beauty, she has already taken 3 lives. Lin Yuan could only sigh. It was not easy for him to expose the truth directly. In this kind of situation, it was a matter of 2 parties working together. Song Qiming changed into a light purple dress with lake blue lace and hung a small bell around her neck. Does it look good? They are all beautiful, especially the little bell. Lin Yuan said this without any reservation. Song Qiming stuck out her tongue. Before she could continue speaking, a beautiful lady who was also wearing a mini skirt walked over.
Hey, isn't this the stingiest rich second generation? Buying a little skirt again? This one will cost more than 5,000, right?
Lin Yuan listened to the words of the visitor and looked at Song Qimeng. Song Qimeng seemed not to want to argue any further, so she took out her cell phone and transferred money to the store. Looking at Song Qimeng, who seemed to want to leave quickly, Lin Yuan knew that something might have happened to her.
Wait, why are you in such a hurry? You cheated my brother out of his money and now you're hooking up with this guy? The man obviously knew something.
Lin Yuan had no interest in opening her message because he was too lazy to open it because she was not pretty enough. In the past, in order to test the system's capabilities, he would take a look at everything, but now, Lin Yuan only looks at the valuable ones. The person in front of me, although he has regular facial features, his appearance is nothing special, only about 60 points. In addition, Lin Yuan was not curious about her secret, so he did not open the panel, but looked at Song Qimeng.
Song Qimeng was obviously a little anxious, but Lin Yuan's next words put her at ease. She needs to cheat money?
Meng Meng just got a 3 million Ferrari today, and she also gave me tens of thousands of pocket money.
Could it be that Meng Meng doesn't like your brother and is maliciously spreading rumors? What? A 3 million Ferrari?
The woman was obviously a little unconvinced.
How could Song Qimeng be so rich? And a Ferrari worth 3 million? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Song Qimeng was also awakened by Lin Yuan.
Yes, she is now worth millions.
You don't believe it? Look at this.
Song Qimeng directly took out the Ferrari car keys, held them in her hand, and waved them in front of the woman.
Ferrari 296, just got it today. Song Qimeng took Lin Yuan's hand again with some pride. This is the man I support, what's wrong with that? Your brother spent 10,000 or 20,000 yuan on me and made me look like this, but I still don't like him.
What this means is that Song Qimeng doesn't care about the 10,000 or 20,000 yuan at all. By the way, she said that her brother was stingy, which also indirectly shows that Song Qimeng is not short of money at all, she simply doesn't like that toad.
You are such a good person, Song Qimeng. My brother said good things to you, but I didn't expect you to keep a gigolo. Lin Yuan chuckled, is your brother not my colleague? His skills are not good enough. You. Song Qimeng covered her mouth and smiled.
Looking at the increasing number of people around her, she didn't want to get entangled anymore and just smiled.
Dear Yuan, let's go and ignore this shrew.
I spent 10,000 or 20,000 yuan to make myself look like her brother.
How shameless.
Ignoring the noise behind her, Song Qimeng trotted along, pulled Lin Yuan along and went upstairs. Lin Yuan looked at it and smiled slightly.
She cheated on her brother? Yes, I did. Her brother thought I was really a rich second generation, so he was willing to spend money.
But then I asked for money, and I was exposed, so I ran away. Song Qimeng stuck out her tongue and spoke in a low voice, feeling very guilty.
Chapter 37 I will never leave, I can't bear to leave.
Song Qimeng's words were naturally made with a guilty conscience, because she was worried that Lin Yuan would think the same way.
But this time, she really wanted to. The reason is very simple. In fact, if that person was willing to give money last time, she would have been willing too. But that person didn't give it to her in the end, so Song Qimeng ran away. After all, Song Qimeng didn't want to be taken advantage of for free. But Lin Yuan was different. He spent several million without doing anything.
Song Qimeng's original idea was just to find someone to support her, but now, even if true love falls from the sky, there is no way to shake her heart, unless Lin Yuan doesn't want her first. As long as Lin Yuan is still willing to give her money, Song Qimeng will not leave. It's rare to find someone so generous and magnanimous.
True love? Can true love be eaten as food or drunk as water? Song Qimeng looked at Lin Yuan, I am serious this time. It's up to you. We'll see tonight.
Okay, but let me make it clear in advance that I haven't done that with anyone before, so you can't look down on me for not knowing those things. Song Qimeng's face turned slightly red, and she gave Lin Yuan a heads up in advance.
She hadn't even watched the short video, let alone the actual combat drill.
The young ladies who communicated with me online said that these people who are kept by others always have fetishes.
Song Qimeng thought about this and said, at most, I can call you husband. I can't call you anything else. Also, I only accept you, you can't do anything else, you can't take videos, you can't take photos. Listening to Song Qiming's request, Lin Yuan smiled bitterly and waved his hands. Just treat it as a normal couple, okay? I don't have so many hobbies, just be obedient, I won't do anything you don't agree with. Song Qiming's frightened expression recovered a little. She held Lin Yuan's hand, rolled her eyes, and suddenly felt much better. Really? Just as a couple? Lin Yuan nodded. Just treat us as an ordinary couple. As long as you resist something, I will give you enough respect and won't do anything rash. Besides, I have misophobia. I have misophobia both psychologically and physically, so if you ever want to leave, I will give you some money and then break up peacefully. I'll just be a passerby. I don't. Song Qiming immediately tightened her grip. As long as you still want me and are willing to support me, I will not leave. Lin Yuan listened, nodded, loosened his hand, and put his arm around Song Qiming's slender waist. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's see what else we need to buy. You're a wealthy woman now. Song Qiming laughed and said immediately, okay, I'll support you. The two people's fights were also seen by passers-by, especially the sentence "the little rich woman will support you," which was known to everyone. In secret, someone took a picture of Lin Yuan's back and sent it to his friend. Wei, isn't this your officially announced boyfriend? Why is he with another girl? The phone was shaking slightly. Du Wei, who was tormented by homework, glanced at the message and hesitated for a moment. She thought it would be a lie to say it didn't hurt. Who doesn't want her man to be devoted to her, even if it's just a kept woman relationship? But Du Wei had no choice but to reply, don't worry about it. My relationship with him is different. Du Wei had no other way to explain it except this. Looking at the photo, although it is just a back view, she still looks like a great beauty. This man is so fickle. But now that she knew, Du Wei still sent a message to Lin Yuan, Yuan, I don't have classes all day tomorrow, can you accompany me? In fact, she wanted Lin Yuan to accompany her tonight, but since Lin Yuan already had a new lover, it would not be convenient for her to snatch the man away tonight. Such men hate women quarreling the most, or in other words, they cannot make Lin Yuan annoyed. If it's not convenient tonight, then try to find time tomorrow. This way she won't be bored and you can still have time to accompany her. Lin Yuan's cell phone also rang. He took a quick look and found that Song Qiming didn't have time tomorrow, so Du Wei could fill in. Okay, wait for me. While Lin Yuan continued shopping in the mall with Song Qiming, the message was sent out. Du Wei felt a little relieved. With Lin Yuan's promise, she had to seize the opportunity tomorrow. As Song Qiming was walking, she suddenly saw a hotel and suddenly remembered something. Last time she made the excuse that she didn't have money and didn't invite us to dinner here, so everyone in the dormitory was a little suspicious. Isn't it a good time to make up for it now? Thinking of this, Song Qiming took Lin Yuan's hand and said, can I invite a few people to come over for dinner? The main reason is that I didn't treat them to dinner last time, which made them a little suspicious. Okay, sure. You pay the bill anyway. Lin Yuan naturally didn't mind, and he took the opportunity to see if any of her friends were short of money. It would be great if there was. Song Qi dreamed and spoke again, it just so happens that I know a sister who does jewelry processing. I want her to help us design a couple's ring, okay? Okay, I'll listen to you. Song Qiming felt touched when she heard Lin Yuan's words. Lin Yuan was so good to her. Song Qiming stopped and looked at Lin Yuan seriously, however, I have to explain one thing. My family is counting on me to save money for my brother and my younger brother's betrothal gifts, as well as money for a house and a car. If it were an ordinary person, with 1 against 2, this would be a disastrous situation that would discourage them, and they would definitely turn around and leave without even thinking. But after hearing this, Lin Yuan immediately laughed. Isn't this exactly what he wanted? Don't think too much. You have to understand that as long as you are willing to follow me, money doesn't matter. Song Qiming looked at Lin Yuan steadily, and her eyes changed a little. She had never thought that she would meet someone like Lin Yuan, but now that she had met him, she was a little scared. The reason for her fear was very simple. What would happen to her life if Lin Yuan no longer wanted her one day? It is not easy to find a man who can take care of her emotions and give her money. Moreover, Lin Yuan didn't ask for much, just her obedience. Up to now, she had only given him her first kiss, and Lin Yuan hadn't even enjoyed the gift in the evening. Thanks. Otherwise, you can ask your family how much money it costs to buy out your household registration and transfer it to the university. This way, it will be more convenient for you in the future. Let's not talk about this for now. Next week, I'll take you back to my hometown, and we can talk about this then, okay? Lin Yuan nodded indifferently, meeting the parents. This. Not really. Didn't Yuan want to buy it out?
Song Qiming blinked her eyes, looking a little cute, which made Lin Yuan unable to think of the words to refuse.
Okay, buy it out. The college entrance examination is next week. Will your school also have a holiday? Yes, we're going to take a holiday. My home is not far away. It only takes an hour by high-speed rail, so we can even go back and forth on the same day. Song Qiming said with a smile. Chapter 38, Dinner. Song Qiming is the eldest lady. Of course Lin Yuan didn't mind.
Song Qiming also started calling the 3 people in the dormitory and the sister who helped make jewelry to come over. The hotel was the most upscale Western restaurant nearby. The first time they came, Song Qiming rubbed shoulders with Xiao Kai's sister Xiao Li. The second time they passed by, Song Qiming used the excuse that she was going to buy a skirt because she had no money this month. Now that exactly 1 month has passed, I can give myself a chance to clear my name. Soon, several people arrived. The first to arrive was the girl who made custom jewelry. She saw the man next to Song Qiming. Sister Lele, this is my sponsor. Lin Yuan didn't expect it to be so direct. But looking at Song Qiming's eyes, Lin Yuan knew that Zhang Lei must have known something. Zhang Lei's looks are mediocre and she lacks body management, so her overall score is just over 50. Lin Yuan said, however, you have to tell others that Qi Meng is the one who supports me. Zhang Lei glanced at Song Qiming hesitantly. She knew Song Qiming's family background, so how could she possibly support a man? But thinking about this, Zhang Lei glanced at Song Qiming again. What about the money? All these were given to me by Ayuan to give me face, so, Sister Lele, please don't tell anyone, okay? I will take care of your business. Song Qiming started acting cute again. Zhang Lei looked at Lin Yuan, who nodded. Well, I'll keep your secret. But, dear sister, let's be clear. Do you want to customize a couple's diamond ring? Do you have any requirements? Song Qi dreamily looked at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan just smiled and poured a glass of water for Zhang Lei, with no intention of interrupting. Song Qiming blushed. Red diamond, platinum. How big do you want the red diamonds to be? Are they arranged in pieces or are they complete? Arrange the diamonds in a rose pattern. It would be best if the 2 of us could fit together. Zhang Lei glanced at Lin Yuan again, and Lin Yuan spread his hands. Listen to her. Zhang Lei couldn't help but look at Song Qiming with some envy. She really met someone who was good to her. Okay, let me measure your ring fingers. After confirming the sizes of their rings, Zhang Lei roughly calculated the time and price. As for the sketch, Zhang Lei had already made one on hand. They are similar shapes and the 2 rings can be put together, so I am quite satisfied with them. Lin Yuan had no objection, and Song Qiming nodded. Zhang Lei stretched out her hands and said, give me the money, a deposit of 100,000. Song Qiming curled her lips and immediately paid Zhang Lei 100,000. Zhang Lei looked at Song Qiming with some confusion, and Song Qiming began to explain, I always pay for the bills outside. After all, I am the one who supports him. Zhang Lei smiled and was really a little envious. In this way, Song Qiming's character as a rich lady could still stand out. This man is really rich? Then add me as a friend, and we'll contact each other later. If Qiming is not convenient, I can still contact you to pick up the ring. Lin Yuan nodded, and Song Qiming also knew that Zhang Lei's looks and figure were no match for hers, not to mention that Zhang Lei already had a fiancé. As we were chatting, 2 people came over. Qimeng, this is your boyfriend, right? My roommates, Song Xian, Qi Sisi, and my boyfriend, Lin Yuan. After a simple greeting, the 2 women also sat down. These 2 girls are just like everyone else, except Qi Sisi who has nice eyes, but that is the only highlight. Song Qiming said generously, order whatever you want. My family restricted my spending last time, so I couldn't bring you guys here to eat. I'll make it up to you this time. They had said before that they wanted to come and eat, but Song Qiming said that she had no money at the moment, which made them think that Song Qiming was pretending to be generous and was actually stingy. Another person who didn't come even suspected whether Song Qiming was a fake eldest daughter. But this time, Song Qiming's generosity made Song Xian and Qi Sisi no longer have any worries. Really? This stuff isn't cheap. Song Xian has wanted to eat here for a long time, but she couldn't afford a Western restaurant with an average price of 900 yuan per person. Although Qi Sisi didn't care, she also wanted to come and try it. It was such a high-end restaurant, and the less time she ate at it, the better. Cici also knows her own limitations. If she can't get along with Song Qiming, she might never have the chance to eat at such a top-notch Western restaurant again. Lin Yuan only ordered a sirloin steak and looked at the others. Can we drink? A bottle of red wine or champagne? Champagne, Qiming, I want to drink champagne. Song Xian sat next to Song Qiming and shook her hand. Lin Yuan thought about it and casually ordered a bottle of champagne worth about 1,000 yuan. Then it was Cici's turn, who carefully ordered several delicious meals. After a round, almost everyone ordered 4 or 5 dishes, except Lin Yuan, who only ordered 1. While chatting, Song Xian asked about their love history, and Lin Yuan immediately made up a story, the kind he saw on the internet, about a rich girl falling in love with a gaming power player. Song Xian was a game fan, so she started asking right away. When she heard that Lin Yuan specialized in playing national standard games, she immediately became envious. You're still the jungle king. What jungle position do you play? There are more warrior types. Monkey King has the most orders, as well as Li Bai's. The rest are Dianwei and Cao Cao. I also received a lot of orders from China some time ago. Lin Yuan's explanation made sense, and Song Xian naturally understood it. It was a pity that this was Song Qiming's boyfriend, otherwise she could have borrowed him for use. Song Qiming doesn't play much, only 200 or 300 games a season, so in Song Xian's opinion, it is a waste of talent for Lin Yuan to be with Song Qiming. But when he thought that Song Qiming was a rich girl, Lin Yuan would definitely not choose himself. Moreover, Song Qiming is beautiful and good-looking, a typical white, rich and beautiful girl. Even a fool would know who to choose. As they chatted, the dishes were slowly served. Song Qiming ordered more, but she stopped eating after 2 bites and pushed the food to Lin Yuan. This action seemed familiar to Lin Yuan. He recalled that Chen Ruoyi had done the same thing before. It seemed that many girlfriends did the same thing. If they ordered food but couldn't finish it, they would give it back to their boyfriends. The 3 girls looked at this and smiled like aunties. Song Qiming suddenly came to her senses. Where's Xiaochun? Why didn't she come? Oh, I heard that a sister was cheated by a scumbag, and they are trying to comfort her. I heard that she even broke up with her family. Song Xian spoke in a low voice, lowering her voice a few notches further. I just heard about it. That scumbag actually took that thing and put a little bit in the customers' drinks. It was discovered, and the whole city was checked for cameras, and he was caught. The only thing that can be kept secret in the land of Daxia is something that can be sucked, and everyone present knows what it is. Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment. Could this be him? The eldest daughter of the Lu family? When I think about it this way, it seems to make sense. Lu Mingxi has indeed broken up with his family, and that person is not a good person either. Thinking this way, it can't be true, right? Chapter 39, Need Li Qinghan again, Kling Yuan Yuan. However, these are not their concerns, someone will naturally take care of them. Lin Yuan thought, no wonder Song Qiming needed to treat everyone to a meal to prove herself. It turned out that she also had a rich second-generation roommate. But this person should be very low-key, right? Otherwise, Song Qiming would not have been unaware of this. After finishing this conversation, Lin Yuan looked over there again and chuckled. What a coincidence! They are Li Qingha's family? Lin Yuan asked softly, do you know Li Qingha? Of course I know. I heard that she is in our Su city recently. I don't know if I can meet her. Song Xian was the first to speak. Song Xian's family background is average, but she is an only child. One of her parents works in a state-owned enterprise, and the other works in a public institution. Her future path is pretty much either to work in a state-owned enterprise or take a civil service exam. I usually play games and watch TV series, and then eat some delicious food and melons. Li Qingha is a top star who has emerged in the past decade, and he is not the type who has no talent and can only watch helplessly. Her new drama Little Princess is directed and starred by herself, and she is also the producer. She did 3 jobs by herself, and it will be released in a month. I have to watch it every day. Cici doesn't play games much, but prefers watching TV series and traveling. However, she is not a fan of anyone and is not as fanatical as Song Xian. I've been watching her drama Bloodstained Spear recently, and I think it's pretty good. I also liked the drama about house fighting last time. I don't know how this one will perform. Lin Yuan listened, and only Song Qiming and Zhang Lei didn't react. Come to think of it, Song Qiming is thinking about how to make money, seduce men, and look beautiful every day. Zhang Lei started working early, and custom-made jewelry is a relatively delicate job, so naturally she doesn't have much time to watch TV series.
Lin opened Li Qinghe's information panel from afar. Name, Li Qinghe. Birthday, 1994-0809. Rating, 95. Loyalty, 10. Node BAA 003124001. Assets, 404,935,443.36.
Identity information, 2023 Best Actress, 2020 Best Supporting Actress, Chairman and Legal Representative of Mengyan Media Company. Recent events, found out that her husband Zhou Chenyang cheated on her and Zhou Chenyang admitted it, but there was no substantial evidence. The new drama is about to be released, the dividends from the first hit drama arrived, someone drugged her. Useful evidence, urgently needs substantive evidence of Zhou Chenyang's infidelity, and temporarily unwilling to disclose the news of divorce.
Wish, my daughter can grow up healthy and I can resolve the divorce perfectly. Future direction, the new drama directed and acted by himself has crushed the ratings, and the search for evidence of Zhou Chenyang's cheating has yielded nothing. Basically there are no major changes, only the loyalty has been increased by 10 points. Then in terms of assets, it seems like there is an increase of 40 million? This should be the arrival of her dividend, right? Looking at the harmonious family of three, I'm afraid no one would believe that the two of them were acting.
There has been a crack in the relationship between the two, and it may be irreparable. As he was thinking, Lin Yuan suddenly saw Li Qinghe looking at him as well. He just tilted his head slightly, which seemed like they had met before. Li Qinghe mentioned to him that there was a suspected target, but it would take time to confirm. Song Qiming was very sensitive to Lin Yuan's gaze, but she didn't know Li Qinghe, and Li Qinghe was very far away, so she didn't take it seriously. The meal was finished while they were chatting, and Song Qiming generously scanned the code to pay the bill. The meal cost more than 6,000 yuan. This made Qi Sisi and Song Xian admire her, but when they heard that Song Qiming would not go back at night, they immediately showed understanding eyes.
Song Qiming's face did not turn red.
After all, she was indeed prepared and would not blush anymore.
Zhang Lei took a taxi and left, leaving only the two of them.
Just as he was about to go to the hotel upstairs with Song Qiming, he saw Li Qinghe, Zhou Chenyang, and Yuan checking in at the front desk. Lin Yuan and Song Qiming followed them to check in. In order to indulge herself, Song Qiming booked the presidential suite, which happened to be opposite Li Qinghe's family.
Yuan saw Lin Yuan and ran over again. "Brother, hug me."
The baby voice made Lin Yuan's heart soften a little.
Zhou Chenyang frowned for a moment, but then relaxed his brows again. "Isn't this young Master Lin? Come here with Meng and stay for one night."
Li Qinghe pretended to be unfamiliar and just took Yuan away from Lin Yuan's arms. "Brother has to accompany sister, not Yuan."
Yuan pouted and kissed Lin Yuan on the face before being carried away.
Li Qinghe laughed. "This child is usually quite shy, but why is he so attached to you?" Lin Yuan was a little confused.
The last time Yuan came to him and kissed him, wasn't he this Li Qinghe's instruction? Zhou Chenyang was also a little surprised. Indeed, Yuan didn't like strangers since she was born.
It took the aunt at home a year to hold her. But last time, Lin Yuan hugged her directly, and this time it was Yuan who took the initiative to throw herself into his arms. However, a child over 4 years old only cares about what he likes and doesn't care about anything else. Lin Yuan thought about it and smiled, but his palm was scratched by Li Qinghe, who was taking the child away. Lin Yuan immediately understood what Li Qinghe meant. He thought that Li Qinghe had something to say to him in person. They all went to the top floor together.
Song Qiming looked at Li Qinghe, then at Lin Yuan, and always felt that something was wrong with them.
Especially the little girl named Yuan, who seemed to be particularly attached to Lin Yuan.
But from what he said, it seems that Lin Yuan is not very familiar with this family. Lin Yuan and Song Qiming went into their room, and soon Yuan knocked on the door.
Lin Yuan watched the little glutinous rice dumpling coming over, and then looked at Li Qinghe, who followed them reluctantly.
Lin Yuan looked at Song Qiming and said, "Take a bath first.
I'll play with her for a while."
Okay. Song Qiming didn't doubt anything. Besides, she bought new clothes specifically to show them to Lin Yuan tonight. Not just for viewing, but also for use.
Li Qinghe saw the people leave, then he spoke. "I asked someone to check, and her whereabouts have indeed been a little strange during this period, and she will go to the hospital every few days."
"Are you sure it's obstetrics and gynecology?" "Not sure, we'll know tomorrow." Li Qinghan paused, then asked. Why are you helping me?
Lin Yuan laughed. I have a friend who is your fan.
If she knew that I could help you but didn't, I'd be hard-pressed to explain myself. Li Qinghan stopped talking about this topic and just hugged Yuan back. Yuan was reluctant to leave because she felt very comfortable with Lin Yuan. Mom, I like this brother. Li Qinghan looked at the closed door and asked in an ambiguous tone, do you want to be with your brother every day? Think.
Chapter 40, Awkward, why is this hotel not soundproof? Lin Yuan actually wanted to go and see the woman himself. After all, he had the system with him. If he could just take a look at her, he could open her information and then he would be able to confirm some things.
But if it is like this, it would seem a bit abrupt. Moreover, the two were not actually familiar with each other, and Lin Yuan was not eager to help Li Qinghan.
He was just afraid that the star that Chen Ruoyi was chasing would be entangled by such a man. While Lin Yuan was thinking, he heard footsteps behind him and Song Qimeng coughed.
Yuan, I'm done washing.
Lin Yuan turned his head and took a look. Song Qimeng, whose skin was as white as jade, had just come out of the bath. Her skin was white with a hint of pink. Especially the short sailor suit, which covered what should be covered, but also left uncovered what should not be covered. Especially since the skirt is too short, you have to stand to avoid revealing anything.
Come into my arms.
The next morning, Lin Yuan rubbed his waist. I have to say, this woman is clearly on her first night, but she is really stubborn. It's a pity that only one set of clothes was wasted. I'll buy her another one later.
Song Qimeng doesn't accept messiness, but she is still very open about her clothes.
After taking a look at his phone, Feng Yan said he had moved out of the dormitory and asked a few people to pack up as well.
In addition, there is an invitation from Li Shuang.
Tomorrow is the thesis defense, and the day after tomorrow Li Shuang is holding a banquet, so he will ask the classmates to host one. Thinking this way, Qin Xiaoye will have to go when the time comes. I forgot that they were classmates, but the one who was embarrassed now should be Qin Xiaoye. Then came the news about Xiao Kai. Xiao Kai was going to a marriage proposal and cried a lot, saying that the girl across the street was from a noble family and they wouldn't allow him to mess around. So he would have to say goodbye to that beautiful girl from now on.
Finally, there are 3 messages from Li Qinghan. You have good physical strength. An hour later. Is it over yet? Another half an hour passed, and this time it was a voice message. Why does my brother keep beating my sister? Did my sister do something wrong? The first 2 are not a big deal, we are all adults, it's no big deal. But the last voice message was from Yuan.
Hearing those innocent words, Lin Yuan's old face turned red. Silently, he sent a message to Li Qinghan, sorry, I didn't notice that the soundproofing in this hotel is so poor.
Just as I was about to drop the phone, someone came back.
It's not that the soundproofing is bad.
Then another sentence followed. You're moving too much. Lin Yuan couldn't help but hold his forehead with his hand, not knowing what to do.
This, Li Qinghan speaks so directly? Before Lin Yuan could reply, the message on the other end showed that it was being typed.
Be gentle next time.
Lin Yuan was speechless.
Seriously, was it really okay for the 2 of them to talk about this?
At most, the 2 of them have met a few times, chatted a few words, and have a common goal.
Is this kind of private thing really appropriate? Before Lin Yuan could finish feeling embarrassed, Li Qinghan sent him a photo. It was of one of Li Qinghan's suspects, Wang Lian.
I went to the hospital, but I lost track of my people. It seems that I was discovered. This means that it may be difficult to follow in the future.
Lin Yuan thought about it, looked at the place, and thought for a while, do you know where it is? It's a bit far, in South City. This crosses provinces?
When Lin Yuan heard Nanshire's words, he suddenly thought of someone, Chen Ruoyi. Chen Ruoyi had said before that she wanted to go traveling, and the first stop would be near Nanshire. Lin Yuan immediately sent a message to Chen Ruoyi, asking her if she was in Nanshire.
Chen Ruoyi immediately replied, yes.
There are quite a lot of historical sites here.
My girlfriend and I plan to spend 2 days there. There is also a meeting going on these days. It is said to be quite lively. I want to take a look. Lin Yuan smiled and said, do you know Wang Lian?
She's a second-tier female star.
I know. What's wrong?
Lin Yuan immediately sent the photo to Chen Ruoyi, try to get in touch with her and see if she is pregnant.
Shock. Wang Lian? Pregnant?
Chen Ruoyi was a little surprised, and then said, I have a paparazzi here, who will definitely bring you the news. There was no way Wang Lian could go to the hospital for a checkup because some of the equipment could not be brought home. Moreover, she was just a second-tier female star and her income was not enough to support herself. Chen Ruoyi made a promise, and Li Qinghan knew it, so he didn't say anything else. Song Qiming also slowly woke up and looked at Lin Yuan. Ayuan. Well, what would you like for breakfast? Anyway, I can't eat you. It hurts. Song Qiming pouted and closed her eyes again. Lin Yuan is going to accompany Du Wei today, so naturally he has to settle Song Qiming first. Song Qiming just slept in for a while, as she had classes soon and had to leave quickly. Lin Yuan was looking at Song Qiming's leaving back and smiling when Chen Ruoyi called. My bestie found someone. She did go into the obstetrics department. It looks like there is indeed a problem. Okay, let her take a picture and send it to me. After a while, there were a few more photos on Lin Yuan's phone, all of which were of Wang Lian going in and out of the obstetrics department alone. But Wang Lian is just a second-tier star after all, and is not that well known. Except when she is outside, she basically does not wear a mask, so she can be seen clearly. Lin Yuan didn't hesitate and sent it directly to Li Qinghan. This time, Li Qinghan took more than half an hour to reply to Lin Yuan with a thank you, and then told Lin Yuan that there would be a concert the day after tomorrow, and the tickets were prepared for couples, and asked him if he wanted to go. Lin Yuan smiled and accepted it, but because of their relationship, Li Qinghan had to go through the same city documents privately. Lin Yuan left Du Wei's address and went to the concert with Du Wei the day after tomorrow. Du Wei was already waiting for Lin Yuan at the school gate. Today, their schedule was relatively simple. Du Wei had always wanted to go to the amusement park, but she had no money. Now that I have money, a boyfriend, and time, I will naturally not miss such a good opportunity. Lin Yuan nodded. He had accompanied Qin Xiaoye to the amusement park before, but now he was the only one who had this memory. As soon as Du Wei got into the car, the phone rang. It's my brother calling. Let me pick it up. Lin Yuan nodded, and Du Wei slowly answered the phone. Brother phone, what's wrong? Oh, it's like this. My dad has to have surgery next week, and I can't take care of him because I'm busy with work. My mom is not well educated, so she can take care of him, but it's probably inconvenient for her to run around. I thought you could help take care of him for me. Is your uncle's surgery scheduled? Next week? Yes, next week. I have 2 dramas to edit, and another one is coming soon. The other editor has to take care of his wife and children, so I can't handle it alone. Du Wei listened and laughed. Okay, then give me the time, or I'll go find my uncle and aunt. Okay, I'll send you the time. The doctor said it can be delayed a little longer. It's still a little small, but you know my dad. He can't wait to be discharged from the hospital and go to work. Chapter 41 Clingy Yuan wants a brother but not a father. Du Wei was naturally aware of her uncle's temper. She was afraid that the construction team would be very busy in the next 2 months and it would be difficult to find work. What my uncle wants most now is probably to go to work in the construction team as soon as possible and earn more money. Although Gu Chengfeng said that he could make money now, his uncle had worked all his life and was only 50 years old, so he was unwilling to rest at home. Therefore, he would definitely not agree if the doctor said that the treatment could be delayed. As Du Wei spoke, she made another joke with Gu Chengfeng. After all, after so many years, Gu Chengfeng had never brought a girlfriend back, and this was also a concern for her uncle. But Gu Chengfeng didn't say this, he just said that there was a target, but it had not been achieved yet. Du Wei immediately laughed and said, "Do you want me to give you some advice?" "No, I'll just let it happen naturally. I don't have much money right now." Gu Chengfeng said, and said goodbye directly. "I have to hurry up and work. You have to take care of your own affairs. Do you understand?" The last time Du Wei said that she was being kept by someone, Gu Chengfeng actually took a long time to digest it. Hundreds of thousands of dollars were earned just by talking about it. This level of extravagance is not something that ordinary people can afford. In fact, what I am most worried about now is whether my younger sister will suffer. After all, she is my younger sister. Although we don't spend much time together, there is still some blood relationship between us. Du Wei also understood the meaning of the words, and naturally understood, Yuan is very good to me and even gave me a sports car. Okay, that's good. If you want to split up, we're all behind you. Okay, I got it. Du Wei hung up the phone, looked at Lin Yuan again, kissed him on the face, and then started the car and headed towards the amusement park. Lin Yuan also heard some of it.
In fact, Lin Yuan didn't want to restrict women too much. Moreover, when you have money, you will naturally have women.
For example, now, besides Du Wei, there is also Song Qiming by his side, and when Chen Ruoyi comes back, Chen Ruoyi will also be included. He even had a relationship with Li Qinghan, a TVB Best Actress who has nearly 40 million fans. Therefore, Lin Yuan is not short of women now, and there is no need to bind anyone. If someone leaves him, it is not Lin Yuan himself who will suffer.
They drove all the way to the outside of the amusement park.
Just as Lin Yuan and Du Wei got out of the car, a car stopped over there.
I don't know if it was a coincidence, but Li Qinghan's family also came here to play. As the most upscale amusement park in Su City, it is normal for Yuan to want to come and play.
Besides, Li Qinghan cannot release the news of his divorce now, so he has to reveal his whereabouts at the right time. Parent-child activities are the best example.
As soon as Yuan was put on the ground, she immediately ran over with her little feet.
Before Lin Yuan could react, he was hugged by someone.
Brother. Lin Yuan didn't know what to say.
Du Wei looked at him and her eyes lit up immediately. Wow, so cute.
Thank you. But Yuan didn't even look at her for another second, she just stared at Lin Yuan.
Lin Yuan had no choice but to reach out and hold her in his arms. What can a 4 or 5-year-old child say? Over there, Li Qinghan and Zhou Chenyang were holding hands affectionately, like a normal loving couple, but in fact, they had already started to live separately. This makes us have to admire the acting ability of these two top actors. Brother is brother, why did sister change?
Yuan spoke in a baby voice.
She remembered that the sister from yesterday was not this sister.
Du Wei naturally knew what she meant. Li Qinghan stepped forward reluctantly. Lin Yuan certainly didn't want anyone to know that he was supporting someone, but seeing that Du Wei's expression didn't change at all, was it as if he already knew?
Yuan, brother wants to play with this sister, not Yuan.
Well, Yuan wants a brother.
Yuan turned her head away and didn't look at her mother, which made Li Qinghan feel helpless.
In fact, Yuan is very shy.
Even without being looked at by her face, Du Wei can tell that she is not a child that anyone can take away. But Lin Yuan was an exception.
That night she just asked Yuan to go see that brother, and then Yuan kissed him directly. This was completely beyond Li Qinghan's expectations. Zhou Chenyang was also a little surprised.
It seemed that Lin Yuan was everywhere he went these past 2 days.
But Yuan was too attached to Lin Yuan, and even let Li Qinghan go.
Yuan hooked her arms around Lin Yuan's neck and didn't even look at her own mother. Lin Yuan had no choice but to hug him and looked at the two of them. Sorry to bother your family.
It's okay. If Yuan likes young Master Lin, then let's play together.
It would be a pity to disturb the world of two between young Master Lin and this beautiful lady.
Li Qinghan also gave a formulaic answer. Lin Yuan hugged Yuan, and Yuan became happy.
Li Qinghan looked at Lin Yuan's back and recalled the conversation between mother and daughter in the evening.
Do you want your brother to accompany you all the time? Yes, Yuan likes this brother. Do you like your brother more, or your father more?
I don't want a dad, I want a brother. Li Qinghan felt a little strange.
Why was Yuan so attached to Lin Yuan?
Logically speaking, Lin Yuan had only known them for 3 days, but it was so strange that Yuan even said she didn't want a dad.
Zhou Chenyang had many doubts in his mind. If he didn't know Li Qinghan's character, he would have wanted to do a paternity test. This Yuan is too clingy. Yuan has never been so attached to her biological father. What is going on? Could it be that? But that shouldn't be the case.
When Yuan was born, Lin Yuan hadn't even gone to college, and during that time, Li Qinghan was busy with 3 major female lead dramas, 2 of which were collaborations with him. During that period, the two had just confirmed their relationship and were still quite close to each other. Yuan was also born at that time, so the child must be his.
But so clingy to Lin Yuan? Lin Yuan held Yuan and looked around. Yuan wanted to ride the Ferris wheel.
Lin Yuan wanted to tell them, but Yuan cheated and kissed Lin Yuan on the face. Lin Yuan was pestered by the little kid and had no choice but to take Yuan and Du Wei to the Ferris wheel first.
Li Qinghan and Zhou Chenyang were also pestered by fans.
After playing for 2 hours, Yuan reluctantly said goodbye to Lin Yuan.
In order to take care of Yuan, they didn't do any exciting things. Du Wei smiled and asked tentatively, Yuan, do you like children? I like it, why not? Lin Yuan smiled slightly. Want to give birth to a child for me? Let's talk about it next year.
I still have a year to graduate from college.
We'll talk about it after I graduate.
Du Wei bit her red lips and held Lin Yuan's hand.
After walking for a while, Du Wei asked again, Yuan, do you mind if I have a child? I don't mind. Why would you mind this? It's not like you can't afford it.
Lin Yuan still kept smiling.
So, does Yuan like boys or girls? Chapter 42, Clash at a Western Restaurant. A girl, it would be best if she inherited more of you. Although I think I'm okay, it would be better if she looked more like you. It would be prettier.
Du Wei listened to Lin Yuan's words and stuck out her tongue. This second-hand man is good, he knows how to coax people. Lin Yuan laughed and took Du Wei to the big pendulum. Yuan also wanted to play, but she was only 4 years old, not even 5 years old, so she was not allowed to play because it was too dangerous. Listening to the bursts of exclamations, Du Wei's eyes flashed with eagerness to try. Lin Yuan nodded. Second-hand man, that sounds weird.
Hee, but it's really comfortable to be with you.
After Du Wei said that, she pulled Lin Yuan to the ticket office over there and bought 2 tickets. When the next bus came, Lin Yuan and Du Wei got on. In this way, the two of them had a lot of fun playing in the amusement park for more than an hour. After leaving the amusement park, Du Wei breathed a sigh of relief. What a pity, this is just the first time for excitement.
Indeed, there is only the first stimulation.
Lin Yuan echoed this and then looked around.
There's a delicious Western restaurant over there. I've been there before.
Du Wei heard the pause in his words, probably because he had come here to eat with his ex, but Du Wei didn't mind, and she couldn't help but mind. Now Lin Yuan is her financial backer and she has no right to choose. What's more, if Du Wei wants to replace Chen Ruoyi, then she has to replace every step in the memory.
Lin Yuan saw the heat in Du Wei's eyes and chuckled. Let's go first.
Good. As soon as we arrived at the Western restaurant and sat down for a while, a few more people walked in. There were Zhao Zhihua, Zhao Zhihan, Lin Wenya, and an unfamiliar man who looked about the same age. Lin Yuan glanced at Du Wei, and Du Wei also understood, but neither of them was the kind of person who would cause trouble, and Lin Yuan didn't want to see them at all now. The two of them found a seat by the window, which was a bit off the beaten path, but Zhao Zhihua also sat over, at the table opposite.
Lin Yuan couldn't help but shook his head.
This person had to rush forward.
Isn't it annoying?
Du Wei also noticed it, but just smiled. She was confident now, but Lin Yuan didn't like trouble. As a smart person, Du Wei knew very well what to do. The ordering was done according to the highest standards, but there were only 2 of us, so the table cost about 3,000 yuan.
Zhao Zhihua looked at him and chuckled. Young Master Lu, do you think it's interesting for a man to be a gigolo?
The man called Master Lu was a little puzzled.
Why did he suddenly start talking about being a gigolo?
But looking at the 2 people over there, young Master Lu reacted and raised the corners of his mouth slightly.
For a man to be a gigolo, it's just coaxing a woman. What's so difficult about that?
After listening to this, Du Wei just smiled and said, what a pity.
If that person hadn't let me go, a yuan wouldn't want to eat my gigolo.
Before they could continue, Du Wei spoke again. Besides, I don't know where you got the confidence to say that you were just trying to please a woman. A yuan is now living off the 2 families. Oh, by the way, I think the other one is also eager to be a gigolo for a yuan. I still have to thank Miss Qin later.
If I remember correctly, she is the fiancée of Mr. Zhao.
It's funny to say that Miss Qin was so excited when she saw a yuan and I wearing couple diamond rings that she had a brain hemorrhage and lost her memory.
If I remember correctly, young Master Zhao was there at the time, right?
As soon as these words came out, Zhao Zhihan's expression changed again and again. His fiancée suffered a cerebral hemorrhage because she wore a couple diamond ring for another man. She was sent to the emergency room, and when she woke up she had amnesia and had no recollection of being engaged. She also suffered from insomnia because of a gigolo who had fallen in love with someone else and had to rely on sleeping pills to fall asleep.
The first thing I asked when I woke up was, where is Yuan? Zhao Zhihan gritted his teeth and said, it's better than being a gigolo. Come to think of it, aren't you also living off your wife? If it weren't for your bloodline, would you be able to live the life you have today? Don't you rely on reincarnation and your mother? What's the difference between you and living off your wife?
Du Wei pursed her lips.
Besides, I am happy with it. What can you do about it? My money is Yuan's money.
Lu Hong shook his hair and looked at Lin Yuan.
You remind me of my sister.
You said she didn't want to be a good young lady of the Lu family, but she had to be with a street thug. It's a good thing she left, otherwise I don't know when my mother would be able to manage the whole family.
I am really grateful to that brother-in-law.
Zhao Zhihua also spoke up at this time. I heard that your brother-in-law is a drug addict?
Yes, my father was the first to know the news. He didn't suppress it at all. He just wanted to let my sister know that this guy is not a good person at all. But my sister is stupid and didn't come back. I don't know where she is hiding.
After listening, Lin Yuan roughly understood that this young Master Lu should be Lu Mengxi's younger brother.
But if I remember correctly, Lu Mengxi's mother should have passed away a long time ago, and managing the whole family?
Lin Yuan raised his lips, so he's the mistress's son.
Judging from their age, they must have been together for a long time, right?
What did you say? If that woman hadn't relied on her family background, my mom would have been with my dad a long time ago. Why would she have to be so secretive?
Lu Hong suddenly became angry and embarrassed. This is the eternal pain in his heart.
It was only 6 years ago that he was told that he was actually the son of the CEO of a listed group with a market value of tens of billions. Not only did Lu Hong change his surname to Lu, but he also began to enjoy everything the Lu family had. But the only thing that made Lu Hong dissatisfied was that he had an older sister.
This is not the age of gender distinction.
Moreover, Lu Mengxi is the eldest daughter, and her grandfather's family is also very powerful. On the other hand, this side relies almost entirely on the Lu family. But Lu Mengxi was so stupid that she broke up with her family 3 years ago, which allowed Lu Hong to gradually emerge. Originally they were all trying to curry favor with Lu Mengxi, but later they all tried to curry favor with Lu Hang.
Lu Hong was also invited to various high-end parties.
The rich second generations also only recognized Lu Hong, except for their original circle. This made Lu Hong think that the Lu family belonged to him.
Lin Yuan smiled and said, "A mistress is a mistress. I am a gigolo and at least I am doing my job well.
I can only bring happiness to others, unlike a mistress who would break up someone's family."
Say mistress again. Lu Hong was instantly furious. Ever since Lu Mengxi left the Lu family and his mother took charge of the entire Lu family's backyard, who dared to mention the word mistress in front of him and his mother? No one will mention it. Today, Lin Yuan kept calling Lu Hong a mistress, which really made Lu Hong very unhappy.
Everyone knows that it was because the mistress of the Lu family went to catch an adulterer that she had a car accident downstairs of the company. Finally, not long after Lu Hang's mother left, the mistress of the Lu family died. Any company with some confidence and any group that has nothing to do with the Lu family basically ignores Lu Hong and his mother. Lin Yuan smiled contemptuously.
Miss Lu is from a wealthy family, unlike some people who yell and shout in a Western restaurant.
It's disrespectful.
Chapter 43 Lin Wenya Who Dares Not Speak.
Dinner is a formal meal, and this is a high-end Western restaurant with an average cost of over 1,000 yuan per person, and many of the people around are second-generation rich. Seeing Lu Hong talking loudly here, everyone couldn't help but look down on him a little. Several people were secretly happy. After all, their family was rich and powerful and they were not afraid of the Lu family.
The rest of the people kept silent and were very secretive about it.
Since they had business dealings with the Lu family, it would not be a good idea for them to have any misunderstandings with the young master of the Lu family at this time. Although they all knew and understood these things, there was nothing they could do. The mistress of the Lu family's maiden family is in the south and is a wealthy family in Guangnan province.
But a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake.
No matter how powerful the Jiang family is, it is not a local enterprise in Su City or Jiang province, and cannot provide them with much help. On the contrary, the Lu family has business dealings with most of the locals, and they see each other every day, so it is not easy to talk to them. Lu Hong pointed at Lin Yuan angrily, but it was difficult to say harsh words as there were so many people around.
Children of aristocratic families can hang out outside, just like Jiang Yu, and no one will say anything.
But if they really make things public, it would be a disgrace to the family. This kind of thing is not a big deal, but it is not a small deal either, but no one can afford to gamble on it.
Lu Hong didn't dare to gamble.
Lu Mengxi had finally fallen out with his family because of a drug addict, and he would never allow his image to be in jeopardy. Especially things like this involving the past, involving his mother, and the mistress of the Lu family, must never happen, lest it evokes memories of his father, which would be disastrous.
Lu Hong could only withdraw his hand, feeling a little annoyed.
But looking at Du Wei, she is so beautiful, but she actually keeps a man.
How shameless.
Lin Yuan looked at Lu Hang's unconvinced expression and chuckled. But, I haven't heard that your mother's identity has been recognized, right?
Are you done yet? Lu Hong couldn't help himself again, and Zhao Zhihan quickly held his hand.
Okay, what's the point of talking to a gigolo?
Wenya is still here.
Lin Yuan took a look and saw that Lin Wenya didn't say a word.
It seems that the warning I gave her last time has taken effect? Or maybe Lin Wenya discovered something? So she can't wait to find someone?
Lin Yuan thought about it and opened Lin Wenya's information panel.
Name, Lin Wenya. Birthday, October 9, 2002. Rating, 71. Loyalty, 50. No, BBA 015 217 005.
Assets, 2,435,654.68.
Identity information, Father Lin Ziyuan is the second largest shareholder of Fengheng Group, mother is dancer Wu Chenchen.
Recent events, the male model she kept ran off with a rich woman, broke up her bestie's boyfriend, went to a bar to drink after being abandoned by a male model, and was found dead currently 10 days pregnant, started dating a new boyfriend Lu Hang. Useful evidence, she has a heart disease and needs to go to the hospital for treatment every month. 3 months left, she has had 4 miscarriages and will not be able to have children if she has another one. She knows she is pregnant but does not know who the father is. Wish, all the women around me have unhappy marriages like hers, and have never met a good man. Future direction, 4 weeks later, the previous male model was infected with a dirty disease and passed it on to the rich woman, causing her to come to him and suffer an accidental miscarriage, becoming infertile for life. I hadn't seen it before she talked about her boyfriend, but the previous 014 has now become 015. It looks like she can't wait. But it's true. After all, Lin Wenya scored 71 points, which made her 1 in 100. She stood out in the crowd, but she was not that outstanding. And she had a good figure, but she lacked a certain degree of maintenance. But, Lin Wenya has a heart disease. Under such circumstances, Lin Wenya actually went to bed with Lu Hong? Wait, Lin Wenya already knew she was pregnant? Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that the reason why Lin Wenya didn't think of finding a boyfriend before was because she didn't take the incident of the body being picked up that day seriously. But when Lin Yuan mentioned it that day, Lin Wenya felt a little scared, or rather afraid. And as luck would have it, if her aunt had come a few days later, she might have been hit. Well, at this time, we can only find someone to take over. Look, the person who is taking over has arrived. And if he no longer intervenes, Lin Wenya will still not be able to keep her child, and then Lin Wenya will never be able to have children. Lu Hang cannot even if he wanted Lin Wenya, it would only be because the Lin family still had some capital behind her. In the end, he would still choose to have children with other women. After all, it's impossible for such a big Lu family to be without descendants, right? Thinking of this, Lin Yuan couldn't help laughing again, which made Lu Hong feel very irritated. This is a Western restaurant, could you please stop laughing so often? It's irritating. Lin Yuan listened, ate the steak in front of him, looked at Du Wei, and slowly leaned forward. Du Wei also came over? Lin Yuan immediately talked about Lin Wenya's matter. After Du Wei heard it, the battle axe in her mouth no longer smelled good. What a savior! Find a rich second generation to take over. Du Wei immediately looked at Lin Wenya. Lin Wenya frowned and saw Lin Yuan's suppressed expression. She immediately understood that this man had leaked his secret. But only Du Wei knew about it, and Lin Wenya could only play the ostrich and pretend she didn't know. After all, her period was already delayed, and she didn't dare to gamble. If there really was a baby in her belly, then it would be all over. So, she needs to find a suitable father, otherwise, this matter will never end. The doctor reminded her last time that if she experienced another miscarriage, she would basically never be able to have a child in this life. Unlike some women at the lower class who shout that they don't want to have children, the wealthy group attaches great importance to offspring inheritance. Otherwise, why could Lu Hang's identity be recognized? Isn't it just about having a legacy? If she can't even have a child, who would want to marry her? If the child has no status, the Lin family will only be embarrassed, and in the end it will still be Lin Wenya's fault alone. What value does a person who can't even arrange a marriage have to the Lin family? How many people dislike her, so this child must have a proper identity, not a wild child. Lin Wenya suppressed the uneasiness in her heart and remained calm. Just now when they provoked Lin Yuan, Lin Wenya said nothing for fear that Lin Yuan would set his sights on her and cause trouble. Lin Yuan is not the kind of person who would look for trouble, but it's a pity that Lu Hang is now targeting Lin Yuan. Lu Hong calmed down and said, I really don't know why Miss Jean fell in love with a gigolo like you.
Hey, you know what? After leaving Qinghan, I suddenly found that being a gigolo is not bad. Lin Yuan chuckled. You are the first one who speaks so confidently about being a gigolo. Lu Hong spoke in a sarcastic tone. But Lin Yuan immediately refuted, it's better than having someone of a wild background get in. You fucking. Well said. Lu Mingxi's voice suddenly came from the side. Then I wonder if you are willing to eat my soft rice? Chapter 44 Lu Mingxi's death. Lu Mingxi was wearing a white dress, flesh-colored stockings, and white high heels with red soles today. Her hair was down to the waist and a little above, and her eyebrows were painted and her eyelashes were false, but with her natural beauty, such light makeup was all she needed. Lin Yuan looked back, but didn't notice that Lu Mingxi had come. Looking at the woman next to her, there seemed to be a table with her just now. It seemed that she was speaking for Lu Mingxi and ended up attracting people here. Lu Mingxi glanced at Lu Hong, then at Lin Yuan. To be honest, she went back and asked her father, but he didn't even know where Lu Mingxi was, let alone send someone to follow Lu Mingxi. Lin Yuan's words made Lu Mingxi feel a little suspicious, and he completely exploded the next day. Mu Han was actually a drug addict. No wonder, Mu Han always has a large amount of income from unknown sources, but Lu Mingxi just thinks it is a bonus, and Mu Han basically quits a job within 2 months. This time, he was discovered after only 2 days of doing the job because he drugged a customer. You're already eating her as a gigolo. Do you mind if you take a bite of me? Lin Yuan coughed. It seemed that he couldn't refuse at this time. He couldn't say at this time that Du Wei and Song Qiming were just pretending to be his gigolo, right? Lin Yuan thought about it and spoke slowly, but as far as I know, Miss Lu broke up with her family, right? It's a break, but it doesn't mean I'm incapable. My mother passed away, and 1/4 of the Lu family belongs to me. I've asked my father to convert this 1/4, and it's divided into 2 companies with a market value of more than 3 billion. Lu Mingxi's words made Lu Hong furious. Impossible. How could Dad possibly give you a company worth 3 billion? Impossible? Could it be that I'm giving it to you, a child of wildfowl origin? Lu Mingxi chuckled. Besides, I have reached a deal with my father. As long as I can make the market value of these 2 companies exceed 5 billion before he dies, you and that mistress can only get 1 billion. After saying this, Zhao Zhihan pushed his glasses calmly. In fact, he also looked down on people like Lu Hang. The child born by a bastard who took advantage of his mistress's pregnancy to climb into bed was not worthy of close friendship. But unfortunately, the Lu family has a considerable influence in the clothing industry, and Zhao Zhihan's family happens to be engaged in ocean trade and has close relations with the Lu family. After all, Dacia's textile industry is still very powerful in the world. It is a processing factory for many big brands, and its own brands have also begun to gain a reputation in recent years. The Lu family has a good self-operated clothing brand. And if Lu Mingxi really returned to the Lu family and took away 2 companies worth 3 billion yuan and signed a gambling agreement, then Lu Han would be of no value. Unless Lu Mingxi makes a mistake and fails to complete the bet agreement. Moreover, it is not difficult to turn 3 billion into 5 billion. What this tests is whether Lu Mingxi can protect the Lu family's foundation. Zhao Zhihua looked at Lu Mingxi in surprise. Mingxi, really? Really? Lu Mingxi only glanced at Zhao Zhihua, but his eyes were still on Lin Yuan. Of course, I need to know what happened that night. As long as you tell me, I can give you everything except my heart. My heart is dead. My father betrayed my mother, and my boyfriend betrayed me. She no longer believes in love. But Lu Mingxi needs to know what Lin Yuan knows and what exactly happened that day. Lin Yuan looked at the people around him, then at Du Wei. Well, I'm going to go out and talk to her about something. You eat first. It'll only take a few words. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he wiped his hands and motioned Lu Mingxi to follow. Lu Mingxi breathed a sigh of relief, followed Lin Yuan's footsteps, and reached the safe passage. Lin Yuan looked around and then at Lu Mingxi's appearance. He seemed to have matured a bit overnight. To make a long story short, in fact, it was your boyfriend who caused the car accident. It was he who killed your mother, not the so-called mistress. After hearing this, Lu Mingxi immediately grabbed Lin Yuan's hand. How did you know? He is a drug addict. Lu Mingxi listened and understood a little bit. He thought that Mu Han just said it accidentally when he was having fun, and Lin Yuan happened to hear it. But the truth is, it hurts. She always thought that it was Mu Han who saved her mother, and it was the mistress who killed her mother. As a result, except for the fact that Mu Han sent his mother to the hospital, the rest were false. No wonder the traffic police couldn't find out which car it was after searching for a long time, and finally could only confirm that it was an internal company car. But there are so many cars in the company's parking lot that it is impossible to check them one by one. Moreover, the market was developing at that time, and voluntary overtime and crazy internal competition began to emerge in many places. Some people even slept in the company, so there was no way to investigate. As it turned out, it was Mu Han. Lu Mengxi just felt a severe pain in his heart. "I've finished talking, so I'm going back now." "Wait, what I said is true. In the future, if you have no money, come to me. If you want a woman, you can also come to me. I can also support you." Lu Mengxi looked very unhappy, but she still took out her cell phone and added Lin Yuan as a friend. Lin Yuan did not refuse. It was not a bad idea to be a gigolo. There would always be a time when Lu Mengxi needed him. Moreover, Lu Mengxi probably needs more money than Du Wei and Song Qimeng. But Lu Mengxi's condition seemed a little off, so Lin Yuan couldn't say some of the things he wanted to say. After adding him as a friend, Lin Yuan left, not expecting Lu Mengxi to really fulfill his promise and give him any benefits. Back to the opposite side of Du Wei, the people at the next table still had bad eyesight, but there had been some changes. Lu Mengxi's strong and high-profile return made these people start to reconsider. The reason why he was on good terms with Lu Hang before was that Lu Hang might inherit the Lu group. But now, Lu Mengxi has come to her senses and is the eldest daughter of the Lu family mistress. In this era, men and women enjoy the same inheritance rights. Moreover, the Lu family also said that it still depends on ability. As long as Lu Mengxi can make the two companies in his hands reach 5 billion, the Lu family will belong to Lu Mengxi. And Lu Hong could only get 1 billion. Compared to the Lu family group that Lu Mengxi can own, these 10 billion yuan are not worth making an enemy of Lu Mengxi. In this way, Lin Yuan and Du Wei had a rare chance to have a good meal, at least without being disturbed by anyone. Du Wei went to the front desk to check out, then walked into the elevator with a smile on her face while holding Lin Yuan's hand. Looking at the closed elevator door, Du Wei finally laughed. "Yuan, you don't know, their faces turned black after Miss Lu came here just now." Lin Yuan also laughed. "It's good to be black, they are just a bunch of clowns." Du Wei was about to say something when her cell phone rang. Chapter 45. You can go to the concert. "Hello, is this Ms. Du Wei? I have a local document that needs to be signed for." "Same city file?" Du Wei hesitated for a moment, and Lin Yuan immediately said, "A friend gave me 2 couple tickets to a celebrity's concert." Du Wei's face lit up with joy, and she didn't ask Lin Yuan who he was going to take with him. "Since she has signed for it, I must take her with me." "Well, I'm not at school. I'll give you someone's contact information and ask her to sign for it." "Okay." Du Wei became a little excited. Tickets for couples? But looking at the two of them, Du Wei suddenly nudged Lin Yuan and said, "Yuan, I want a watch and a necklace." "I want a beautiful one." Du Wei swept away the duduijui just now and turned into a docile little white rabbit again. Lin Yuan held Du Wei's slender waist and said, "The day after tomorrow is May 31st, Friday. Do you have time?" "Yes, of course I have time. I have time on Friday night." Moreover, Du Wei needs to dress up nicely, and since she has an inner field ticket, maybe she can even get a photo and an autograph. Lin Yuan looked at the excited Du Wei and laughed. "So excited?" "Of course I'm excited. That's Queen Sun, the top singer back then. I still have several of her songs on my playlist." Lin Yuan suddenly remembered that Du Wei had also sung the songs of Queen Sun in KTV, and her performance was very good. Du Wei is a beautiful person with a sweet voice. Thinking of her, Lin Yuan also smiled. Du Wei shook her head again. "Yuan, I want to dress up nicely, okay? I have a watch, a necklace, a car, and clothes, but I'm missing a watch and a necklace." As Du Wei spoke, she looked at Lin Yuan pitifully, her eyes flashing with innocent weakness. Lin Yuan was of course very pleased. He coughed and said, "It takes some time to prepare, right? I'll give it to you tomorrow night. I know Yuan is the best." Du Wei threw herself into Lin Yuan's arms and kissed him happily. Lin Yuan looked at the happy Du Wei with a smile, and he was also very happy in his heart. "Tell me later what kind of thing you want, and I'll find someone to make it for you." "Real? It would be easier if we wanted spot goods." As she spoke, Du Wei started editing on her mobile phone and soon sent 2 pictures to Lin Yuan. She looked at Lin Yuan eagerly with a pitiful look on her face. Lin Yuan took a look and it really made people feel soft-hearted. Lin Yuan thought that it would not be a good idea to take it out now, otherwise people would definitely suspect him. Du Wei looked at Lin Yuan's expression and knew that there was no escape this time. Hey. You can make a big fortune again. Lin Yuan was so good to her that she really didn't want to leave. Thinking that I will probably have to rely on Lin Yuan for my internship in the second half of the year, I have to gain a place in Lin Yuan's heart as soon as possible. This way, even if I don't get recognition from Lin Yuan's family in the future, I can have my own foundation, and I will have the capital to get married and have children in the future. Du Wei affectionately held Lin Yuan's hand and walked out of the elevator. Just then, a couple was leaving. Du Wei? Chen Qian? But Du Wei's tone was not very good. Lin Yuan looked at him and asked quietly, "Is there a conflict?" "It's a small conflict within the student union." Du Wei also answered in a low voice. But since it was a conflict within the student union, it wasn't a big deal, and Du Wei just had a bad tone. As soon as Chen Qian approached, Lin Yuan took a quick look and immediately frowned. This person seems to be a socialite. She has dated more than 30 men, and the number also shows XXX behind them, which has exceeded the upper limit. Unlike Jiang Yu, who took sufficient safety measures, she never got pregnant, but Chen Qian is already pregnant with 6. It's already useless. Even if she gets pregnant, the only fate she will have is miscarriage. There is no way to describe this. Lin Yuan thought that Du Wei over there didn't want to talk to her anymore. The only reason the two of them had met was because of student union matters, nothing else. Now that the student union is in the process of changing its leadership, the two will no longer have any interactions in the future. Du Wei chatted with Chen Qian casually for a few words, and then Du Wei went to the car. Chen Qian was stunned when she saw Du Wei taking the car keys and getting into the Porsche 911. Wasn't there a rumor that Du Wei was a fake daughter? She didn't have much money? How come he could drive such a nice car and it cost more than 2 million yuan? But there was no time to ask further questions, and since the two of them were not very familiar with each other, Chen Qian was unable to open her mouth to ask, nor was it convenient to ask. Thinking about it, Chen Qian sent a message to the president of the student union. Looking at the message on the phone, the gentleman opposite narrowed his eyes. There is more than just Zhang Ran who was keeping an eye on Chen Qian in the student union, there is also him. Du Wei was driving the car. Yuan, where are we going to play? Lin Yuan was thinking about it, and suddenly realized one thing: he seemed to have no fixed residence. Chapter 46. Du Wei loses her mind. Houses are an obsession of the people of Daxia, but Lin Yuan has forgotten the existence of such a thing during this period of time. But it is definitely too late today. I will go to the sales office tomorrow to have a look. It would be better if I can buy a better one. When I casually opened the gift items, I found that there were indeed options related to real estate. After clicking on them, there were various interior decoration options, including home appliances. I guess these things will be arranged properly, right? Lin Yuan thought about it and looked at the houses in a community. This was a high-end villa community with a total of 18 villas. There are now 10 empty buildings, with only 8 households occupying them for the time being. Lin Yuan said, "Let's go to Daming Palace Villa District. Let's stay there today." Du Wei looked at Lin Yuan in surprise, but her excitement was beyond words. The Daming Palace Villa District is the second-tier villa community in the city. A villa costs about 200 million to 300 million yuan. There is a special resort next to it, including a golf course and other facilities. Many people have taken photos and checked in, but they could only take photos nearby. There was even a person who pretended to be a resident there, but it was later revealed that he was not a resident at all. Lin Yuan thought about it and started to decorate it with his mind. Villa number 6 was closer to the front. After selecting various furniture, another 5 million was spent, but compared with the previous 200 million, it was nothing. This is the first time that Lin Yuan has attempted to make a donation worth billions, and he doesn't know if he will be investigated. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan decided to give it to Du Wei. Soon, a card and a bunch of keys appeared in his pocket. After Lin Yuan felt it, he took out his mobile phone and took a look. The funds had arrived. Now he is also a billionaire. Besides, no one checked his water meter. Lin Yuan couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. He thought he could be bolder in the future. But we need a normal name, otherwise something bad will happen. You can't just give away hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars to others for no reason, right? The house should be under Du Wei's name, but Du Wei didn't know it, so she just treated it as if it was not given to her.
At the same time, she had a fixed residence. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan still directed Du Wei to go over there. The Daming Palace Villa area was quite far away, and it took the two of them nearly an hour to arrive. Du Wei originally wanted to stop at the door, but as soon as she stopped, the barrier was raised very quickly. Du Wei was surprised for a moment and quickly drove in. The monitor over there showed Du Wei's identity information. It turned out that a Yuan had already prepared it for her. Du Wei pouted. She was becoming more and more reluctant to let go of a Yuan. Du Wei, who was once again determined to leave a mark in Lin Yuan's heart, began to think about what to do next. It's nice to be able to live in a place like this and be generous to yourself. Du Wei drove all the way to the outside of Villa number 6, where an experienced old housekeeper and a housekeeper were waiting at the door. Lin Yuan specially selected them. The old housekeeper has 30 years of experience in villa management and is proficient in gardening and party decoration. The housekeeping aunt is proficient in 5 of the 8 major cuisines, especially Huayan cuisine. Lin Yuan introduced them according to the system information, Uncle Lin Hai, and Lin Hong. Du Wei blushed slightly and was a little nervous, Uncle Lin Hai, and Lin Hong. Master, Miss Du, please come in quickly. I heard that the master will be back today, so I have already cleaned up the room. Lin Yuan smiled slightly, took Du Wei's hand and walked inside. Du Wei was very nervous. She felt like she was meeting his parents and was very scared. But the two of them soon went to their respective rooms, leaving only Lin Yuan and Du Wei in the hall. Du Wei breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Lin Yuan was finally the only one left. Why? Are you scared? Du Wei stuck out her tongue, a little bit. A strange feeling of meeting the parents made her feel nervous and scared. Lin Yuan turned on the emotional prompts at this time, and the survivor on Du Wei's head made Lin Yuan smile. It's actually related to surviving a disaster? Lin Yuan was actually a little scared, but he didn't expect the system panel to be arranged in such detail. He didn't feel awkward at all and it was very natural, as if he had had these things before. Du Wei looked around. The decoration of the hall had a hint of ink painting style, and there were several calligraphy and paintings hanging nearby. The garden in the distance was quiet, but there were a few lights on in the distance. Lin Yuan thought about it and moved closer. Come upstairs, I want to tell you something. Good. Du Wei let out a sigh of relief. Was there any need to say anything when going upstairs? As soon as he went upstairs, Lin Yuan took out a few boxes from his pocket and put them in the drawer of the room. Du Wei came in, and Lin Yuan called her over. There aren't many watches, take a look and see if there's anything you like. Du Wei stood obediently beside Lin Yuan, and Lin Yuan took her in his arms. Well, this one is good. Du Wei stretched out her finger and pointed at one of the watches, a Vacheron Constantine lady's watch worth more than 2 million. Lin Yuan smiled and nodded, and helped her take it out. I don't have many women here, so there are no jewelry. I'll have someone send some over tomorrow. Good. Looking at the watch on her wrist, Du Wei took a beautiful photo and posted it on her Moments. After all, this lady's watch that costs more than 2 million is still pretty good. Just as Du Wei was showing off her watch beautifully, her cell phone rang. It was another unknown call. Hello, may I ask who you are? It's like this. A man named Lin Yuan has transferred a villa to you. It's located at number 6 Daming Palace Villa District. You need to come in person to pick up the invoice for the transfer fee and the property certificate. Du Wei's lips trembled slightly as she looked at Lin Yuan over there. Yuan, have you transferred this house to me? Lin Yuan nodded. He didn't expect that he would have to go through the formal procedures. But when he thought about it, it made sense. This way, even if it was investigated in the future, he would have an explanation. These are all official documents, who can question them? Du Wei didn't know how she spent the night. Anyway, she felt like she was dreaming the whole night. In the dream, she was very proactive and tried her best to ask for things, even though her skills were not good enough. The next morning, Du Wei woke up tiredly. Looking at the empty seat beside her, she felt dazed. Could it be that last night was just a dream? In the dream, Lin Yuan transferred the villa to her. Miss Du, you are finally awake. The young master went to school and said he bought another Lamborghini for you. Someone will deliver it to you soon. Du Wei listened to Lin Hong's voice outside the door, looked at the clothes scattered on the ground, and her face suddenly turned red. Thank you, Auntie. Let me get dressed first. Lin Hong nodded with a smile. Okay, Miss Du, just eat something later. You can have lunch later.
Du Wei couldn't help but hold her forehead with her hand. Wasn't she too excited last night? I glanced at the time. Oh my god, it's already 10 o'clock. Chapter 47. Song Qiming appears at the dormitory party. The thesis defense was not difficult for Lin Yuan and he finished it quickly. But also a little tired. Du Wei seemed to have taken some kind of medicine last night. Alas, poor kidneys, I feel like they are going to break down today. Over there, Xiaokai finished his defense haltingly, breathed a sigh of relief, and got away with it. Although his family had no requirements for academic qualifications, the worst that could happen was that he could study abroad. Anyway, the family business was enough for him to live on. Li Shuang hadn't been seen for a few days. After Xiaokai finished, he took over and the fight ended quickly. Li Shuang has average grades and has been interning in a company for the past few months. He doesn't have any big ambitions and is content with having a wife, children, and a warm bed. Let's have dinner at Chungsi Angla tomorrow at 5 o'clock. You three are an exception. When I go back to my hometown, you have to be my best men. Li Shuang chuckled. Although Li Shuang's grades were not very good, he had a very good relationship with his roommates, especially Feng Yan. Both of them were kind-hearted, one was natural and the other was acquired. Moreover, Li Shuang is just as his name suggests, straightforward and frank. He doesn't like to beat around the bush, but he is also tactful and knows his limits. Lin Yuan, Xiaokai and Feng Yan were all speechless. So the three of them have to make another trip. Xiaokai didn't care, it was a good opportunity to get rid of the blind date. Unfortunately, he had to choose someone as his marriage partner, but he didn't want to choose either one. One was marrying up, and the other was from an aristocratic family. The family they are marrying into is simpler, but the Xiao family is destined to get a lot of things. But I heard that this young lady hasn't returned to China for 5 years. Xiaokai didn't want a girl who had been abroad. The other one is the one I saw last time. Although he was neither humble nor arrogant, his requirement was monogamy and no promiscuity, otherwise he would be exposed. There are some private chaos among people at their level, but no one will expose it openly. But the eldest lady said directly, no messing around. Xiaokai is a normal man, but he has to face an iceberg, so he is the one who is unsatisfied. Moreover, if the truth is revealed, Xiaokai dares to say that she will never have a second man, but what about him? He is only 22 years old, full of vigor and vitality. It would be better to kill him if he is left guarding a woman who is as cold as an iceberg. Feng Yan didn't care. He was already preparing for the civil service exam, which meant following his family's old path. He was familiar with it anyway, so there was nothing to say. A family of police officers is pretty good. Lin Yuan didn't care at all, since he had time anyway. He doesn't care whether he has a job or not. Now he has more than 200 million in his pocket, what is there to be afraid of? The defense was going on, but it was an undergraduate defense after all, so except for Lin Yuan's slightly better performance, the others. Too much water. After all, they are undergraduates. What topics can we expect them to research? The genius who could research topics independently has long gone. After the defense, Lin Yuan and the entire dormitory went together for a small gathering, and Li Shuang's girlfriend Xianjinjin also came. She was already 3 months pregnant, and she was bullying others today. Several teachers didn't dare to embarrass her. After all, a pregnant woman. They have met each other many times before, and they have been showing off their love for each other in the past 4 years. At this moment, Song Qiming's phone suddenly rang. Yuan, I don't have classes this afternoon. Can I come to see you? I'm already near Jiangda University. Song Qiming only knew that Lin Yuan was from Jiang University, but she didn't know where Lin Yuan was exactly. Lin Yuan thought for a moment, looked at the others, especially Feng Yan and Xiaokai, and said, well, I want someone to come too. The 4 of them were stunned for a moment. Lin Yuan scratched his head and said, Quinghan building, on the 2nd floor, there is only 1 room occupied. Just come in. My roommate and I are having a farewell dinner. Okay, I'll be right there, on the 2nd floor of Quinghan building. Xiaokai curled his lips, Du Wei? No, it's Song Qiming from Jiang Jingyuan, who just got started. Lin Yuan coughed. Several people knew about Du Wei's incident last time, except Xianjinjin, who was not in the dormitory group. Feng Yan knew about it, and followed Du Wei's instructions and gave Chen Ruoyi alcohol poisoning, sending her to the hospital. He stabbed Chen Ruoyi a 2nd time, causing her brain hemorrhage and amnesia. This Du Wei is a ruthless person. Another one this time? After a while, Song Qiming walked in wearing round-toed shoes. Her Lolita outfit made her look particularly cute. Lin Yuan looked at her and motioned for her to sit next to him. Jiang Dingyuan, Song Qiming, these are my roommates. Xiao Kai frowned, with an incredulous look on his face. Damn it! You really got it? She's my sister's friend, You're 4 years older, you're such a beast. Lin Yuan coughed and said, how can she be 4 years old? She is less than 3 years old. That's a beast too. When you were in college, she was only in the first year of high school. Xiao Kai was a little unconvinced. He was just joking with Lin Yuan last time, thinking that he was just playing around, but he didn't expect that he would really get the hang of it, and even followed closely. This guy. Feng Yan couldn't help but shake his head. He was really the only one who was single forever. Lin Yuan has slept with 2 women, and each time he slept with them was good. This one is not on the same track as Du Wei, and she looks more pure and cute. Especially today, she looks extra cute in her little cook's outfit. Song Qiming looked at Lin Yuan and was very happy knowing that she had brought honor to him today. As a freshman, and a little girl with older brothers, all she could do was to make Lin Yuan happy. Although what Lin Yuan gave now was more than enough, money was addictive if you spent too much of it. Song Qiming is like this, she is somewhat addicted. She was not with Lin Yuan that day. She kept checking the balance on her phone. She also replaced each roommate's phone with the latest Huawei phone and gave each person a complete set of high-end cosmetics. Including other things, the total cost was over $100,000, but it was really great. It's really nice to not have to worry about spending money. And all this was given to her by Lin Yuan. Song Qi dreamed and looked at Lin Yuan, do I have to pretend in front of them too? Lin Yuan smiled and shook his head, they are not outsiders, there is no need to pretend. Song Qiming nodded. In fact, she felt guilty every time she pretended. It was obvious that the money was given by Lin Yuan, but she still pretended that it was given by herself. I feel really guilty. Song Qiming glanced at the food on the table and found it quite appetizing. While eating, she muttered, Ayuan is graduating from his senior year, and I am only a sophomore in the second half of the year. I can't accompany you every day. She knew that there was another woman beside Lin Yuan, but there was nothing she could do. It would be bad to tie Lin Yuan to her side, as that would be counterproductive for Tiangang. Lin Yuan chuckled, send me the class schedule. Also, don't you have a holiday next week? I'll go home with you and take care of things so you can finish your studies with peace of mind. Song Qiming felt warm in her heart. Lin Yuan still remembered this incident. Chapter 48 Meeting you is the luck of my life. It would be best if Lin Yuan could really come to solve the problem. Thinking of this incident, Lin Yuan thought of another question, but it was not convenient to say it directly now. The meal was undoubtedly livelier because of Song Qiming's arrival, especially when Song Qiming heard that Qinghan already had a child. She suddenly looked at Lin Yuan. Yuan should also want a child, right? However, I am still at school age, and it might not be appropriate to have a child. Thinking of this, Song Qiming didn't say anything else. After all, there was no point in worrying about this matter. Her critical period would be next week. Let us see if Lin Yuan wants it then. If he does, it's not impossible for him to cooperate. If you have a child, you will definitely be able to step on the other person. After saying goodbye to a few people, Song Qiming drove the car to Lin Yuan and stopped. Lin Yuan smiled, opened the car door and got in. Go to the sales office and help your brother and younger brother buy a house. Lin Yuan spoke directly without any hesitation. Song Qiming hesitated for a moment, buy it here? Well, why not buy it here and go back to my hometown? The housing prices in Su City should only be comparable to those in Jin City, right? Song Qiming nodded after listening to this. In Jiang Province, the housing prices in Su City and Jin City are the highest and most valuable. But if you choose your hometown, the value will be only half. Lin Yuan looked at Song Qiming and smiled. The car doesn't need to be too good. I can buy 2 BBA cars later. About 500,000 yuan or so will be enough. Song Qiming listened and felt slightly moved. Yuan, do you really want to help me solve my family problems for once? Are you touched? Well, let's try something new tonight. Song Qiming's face was filled with shame and anger. Yuan thinks about these yellow garbage every day. Lin Yuan laughed, knowing that Song Qiming would definitely not refuse. It was just that she had just grown up and was still a little reluctant to let go.
Moreover, Lin Yuan felt a little warm that Song Qiming was able to cross half the city to find him today.
Let's drive and go buy a house. Song Qiming stepped on the accelerator with a smile and went to a newly opened real estate project according to the direction recommended by the navigation.
Lin Yuan also checked this newly opened real estate project. It was completed almost in the first half of the year and sales only started last month. Houses in other places are hard to sell, but some houses in Suzhou are still easy to sell. Junhua Villa, it looks good looking in the promotional pictures, but I don't know what the actual situation is like on site. Lin Yuan looked at it and said, let them not be able to refuse. Buy 2 big sets. How big? 220 for 2 sets, make your parents shut up. Song Qiming trembled slightly. The price of a house in Junhua Villa is 30,000, which means that a house costs more than 6.6 million. With taxes and the like, it would cost more than 7 million. Yuan, this is too expensive, isn't it? Buy it out in one go, and offer a high price that they can't refuse. Lin Yuan said with a smile.
Song Qiming swallowed and nodded.
Although she felt that she was not worth the price at all, she looked at the man's profile.
Admit it. Soon, the two arrived at the sales office of Junhua Villa.
As soon as they arrived, Lin Yuan and Song Qiming walked inside arm in arm, and a tall female salesperson immediately came over.
Hello, sir and beautiful lady, what kind of house do you want to buy? Is it a wedding house or something else?
Lin Yuan and Song Qiming looked very young, and the female salesperson immediately grasped the key points of them.
Lin Yuan smiled and said, I'll buy 3 in total, 3 wedding houses. 3 wedding houses? Song Qiming and the saleswoman were both surprised. Song Qiming quickly pulled it and said, didn't you say 2 sets?
They have 2 sets, which are for them, and you have 1 set for yourself. Lin Yuan also put his hand on Song Qiming's waist, 2 ordinary houses and 1 villa.
I think the 220 in Junhua Villa is good.
Get 2 sets.
As Lin Yuan spoke, the female salesperson immediately laughed and began to introduce herself very professionally.
After almost deciding on the house type, Song Qiming chose 2 houses that were door-to-door and immediately started the formalities. Because it was a house sale, the procedures were somewhat complicated.
Song Qiming's household registration was still at home, so she needed to call her family.
Song Qi dreamed that she had to tell them anyway, there had to be an explanation.
Wait a minute, I'll go talk to them. Having said that, Song Qiming went to the side and started making a phone call.
Lin Yuan was looking around. Although the real estate market in many places was not doing well, houses in first-tier cities like Suzhou were still in great demand.
Sales staff are basically busy, except for one person.
Lin Yuan looked at her and felt that she didn't look very good. Moreover, the clothes she wore didn't seem very decent, and her face seemed to have been deliberately smeared with something, and her skin color was dark.
Thinking about this, Lin Yuan opened her information panel. Name, Su Qingqing. Birthday, 200405. Rating, 91. Loyalty, 0.
No a AAA 00000000000.
Assets, 2,541.98.
Identity information, real estate sales, currently running away from home. Recent events, changed jobs 3 times because of harassment.
Useful leverage, fear of being found by relatives. Wish, divorce my husband and find a reliable job.
Future direction, accidentally exposed her beauty during sales, was set up by a customer and lost her virginity, was later discovered by her wife, and had her face scratched.
With this appearance and this figure, 91 points?
Lin Yuan frowned slightly.
To be honest, this system has basically not made any mistakes since it appeared silently. Although some people do not meet his aesthetic standards and their scores are not high enough in his mind, the system treats them equally.
After all, you can't expect a pure and lovely person to get high scores in the charm track. But the person in front of me can only score 70 points at most.
How could it be possible that only 1 in a million scored above 90 points?
But then, the corners of Lin Yuan's mouth slightly raised. It seemed that it was exactly the same as his first impression.
This girl was deliberately making herself ugly.
Looking at the information again, he was harassed and changed jobs 3 times.
This girl has a husband, yet she is afraid of being found by her relatives? Is this a forced marriage? He should be a village bully or something, and looking at the number, he was probably forced to get married and found a chance to escape? And there is no mention of parents in the above. I'm afraid parents are accomplices. Thinking about it this way, this girl is a bit pitiful?
But if you really want to help her, you have to give her a stable job instead of being harassed all the time. Just when I was about to get up and chat with Su Qingqing to see if I could help, Song Qiming came back with a relieved expression on her face. Yuan, my parents are very happy, thank you. Moreover, they promised that as long as the property certificate and the car are in front of them, they will give me my household registration page and let me move to the university. Yuan, meeting you makes me feel like I have used up all my luck in life. Chapter 49, Intimacy and Heartbeat, Song Qiming's Love. Song Qiming was truly moved this time, and stars began to sparkle in her eyes. If Lin Yuan hadn't appeared, she would have been like a piglet, waiting to be bought after graduating from college. And Lin Yuan just wanted her body. He not only helped her solve the problems at home, but also gave her various things, took care of her face, and helped her establish the image of a rich second generation. Even if there was white moonlight falling from the sky, it couldn't shake Song Qiming now. Lin Yuan glanced at Song Qiming's loyalty, which soared to 100. Du Wei's loyalty is only 50, and Chen Ruoyi's is even lower, only 20 points. Lin Yuan smiled and rubbed her little face. It's okay, I'll be there for you from now on, so it's fine if you don't have any ties with your family. Then, from now on, you will be my only one. Song Qiming moved closer, her red lips eager to try. But at this moment, a little boy looked over, and Song Qiming blushed and turned her head away. All of a sudden, the atmosphere was gone. The mother quickly carried the child away, apologizing with a smile. I'm sorry. There was nothing we could do about the atmosphere being disturbed, and besides, the culprit was a little kid. Lin Yuan coughed and said, let's go. They're waiting for the household registration information over there. Take a photo and come over. Yes, it's already been filmed. Song Qiming half hid behind Lin Yuan, feeling very shy. She originally did not have the social phobia attribute, but now she is possessed by it. It's so embarrassing. In public, in broad daylight, actually. So embarrassing. Song Qiming's entire face turned red. The female salesperson also noticed it. After watching the two people come back, she confirmed the information and then paid the house payment. Lin Yuan simply transferred the money directly to Song Qiming's CCB account and it was quickly processed. The only thing left was to register the transfer, which would take a while. As soon as she finished the process and got the documents, Song Qiming wanted to run away, but Lin Yuan quickly stopped her. There is also a villa for you, don't run away. Song Qiming held her forehead with her hand and mustered up the courage to walk beside Lin Yuan. As for villas, there is only one villa park here, which is a bit remote. Many people asked about the prices, but the prices are a bit high. Tangyuan is one of the more upscale residential areas, with housing prices at 80,000 yuan per square meter, which means a total of 100 million yuan for one unit. It comes with a 400 square meter garden, which can be freely disposed of and renovated after registration, but no construction is allowed. Song Qiming looked at him, biting her red lips and looking at Lin Yuan. It can be seen that she is very satisfied with this villa. Of course, there is another reason. I have a pretty good sister. I've traveled with her a few times before. She's very generous. Her family lives in Tangyuan, and I want to live there too. Lin Yuan closed his eyes with a slight smile on his lips. Song Qiming looked around shyly, then quickly pecked Lin Yuan on the face, with the contact time being 0.0001 seconds. The female salesperson on the side couldn't help laughing. Lin Yuan waved his hand and took out his mobile phone. After a while, the money was transferred to Song Qiming's account. Song Qiming happily went over to register. Lin Yuan pretended to look around. Su Qingqing's side was already free, so Lin Yuan walked straight over. Hello, do you need to see a house? Lin Yuan smiled, knowing that what Su Qingqing was most worried about was being harassed. Moreover, when he took a closer look, he saw that part of her neck was slightly white, which meant that her skin was actually very fair, but it was covered up by her makeup. No girl can refuse fair skin, but Su Qingqing refused. Lin Yuan chuckled and said, add a friend. I'm afraid this won't work. If you don't want your husband to find you, you'd better add it. You. Su Qingqing was visibly panicking. Su Qingqing had no choice but to take out her cell phone and was forced to add Lin Yuan as a friend. She doesn't want to be found. Although the police are very powerful in this era, those ruffians and her parents who are addicted to gambling may only be able to protect her for a while even if the police come. Before leaving, Su Qingqing pursed her lips tightly. Please, don't tell them. Remember, don't go out socializing with anyone during this period, understand? I'll come find you.
Lin Yuan needs to buy a property. Every woman needs it, and Su Qingqing needs it too. It's just right.
Although Lin Yuan could also use the system to give it as a gift, there would be no sense of accomplishment that way, and besides, he had to enjoy it. Not every house is like Daming Palace, which is the most upscale villa community in the local area. After Song Qiming has completed the formalities, she will wait until tomorrow to go to the property transfer center to go through the process. In a few days, she should be able to get it before leaving here. In fact, Song Qiming wanted to buy it in the name of her older brother and younger brother, but Lin Yuan immediately rejected it. Before you get your household registration sheet and permission to move out, this house can only be yours. Only after you get these two things can you give them the gift agreement. Otherwise, don't give it to them. Lin Yuan looked at the innocent child and felt helpless. Although you can get it back through litigation, it's troublesome. Instead of gambling on whether her parents will abide by the agreement, it is better to spend more money on the transfer and buy peace of mind in simple procedures. Song Qiming nodded, and the two of them quickly went to the car dealership. There was nothing much to choose from for this car, so Lin Yuan directly ordered a BMW 5 Series and a Mercedes-Benz E-Class. Both cars cost nearly 600,000 yuan, so the two brothers can choose one when the time comes. Song Qiming's parents can't drive, and Song Qiming has just confirmed that 2 houses, 2 cars, and a betrothal gift of 2 million will buy out the relationship. After Song Qiming sent the purchase certificates for the 2 cars, the messages in the family group were particularly heartwarming. If she didn't know that her parents raised her just to sell her for a good price, she would probably be really touched. Next time I come back, I will prepare these things and the gift agreement. You also need to prepare the things for moving out of your household registration, otherwise, I won't give them to you. After Song Qiming sent this message, she no longer cared about the messages in the family group. She looked at Lin Yuan and slowly moved closer. Yuan, I seem to have fallen in love with you. What should I do? Just now you said that my head is full of yellow garbage, and you are no different. Lin Yuan said with a smile. Song Qiming hesitated for a moment. Can you please repeat what you just said? Lin Yuan had an ambiguous smile on his face while Song Qiming repeated what he had just heard without understanding anything. Yuan, I like. Song Qiming suddenly became an instant celebrity. Big bad guy. The salesperson who had just delivered the contract suppressed his smile and looked at the two of them, especially Song Qiming. We will have an internal car show in a month, and our boss would like you to come and have a look. Here is the invitation. Chapter 50 Saving Su Qingqing. Originally, someone like Song Qiming who only bought 2 cars was definitely not eligible for such an invitation letter, but Song Qiming drove a Ferrari 296, a luxury supercar. Moreover, looking at the way Song Qiming is dressed, she looks like a little princess, so she must be served well. Internal auto shows, where some top-level cars are sold, are first sold within a fixed circle to see if some can be sold, and the rest can then be sold publicly. Song Qiming took it and took a look at it. July 2nd? Lin Yuan also took a look and laughed. What a coincidence. If I remember correctly, that day was your birthday? Yes, it's my birthday. Lin Yuan nodded and decided to get the most expensive car for Song Qiming that day. The salesperson has also made a note of it. Anyway, it depends on whether Song Qiming will come at that time. As for Lin Yuan, well, he's like a gigolo. All the money was paid by Song Qiming, which is why the sales gave the invitation letter to Song Qiming instead of Lin Yuan. From a sales perspective, Lin Yuan is like a gigolo. I was just responsible for picking things there, and I didn't pay. Everything was paid by Song Qiming. Isn't this kind of person just a gigolo? It can't be that Lin Yuan gave the money and then Song Qiming paid for it, right? The car and the house just needed to go through the procedures, and Song Qiming had also reached a deal with her parents, so everything was almost settled. Song Qiming had never felt so happy before, and all this was brought to her by Lin Yuan. Yuan, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I don't know where my future would be. At the door of the car dealership, Song Qiming spoke seriously again. Lin Yuan touched her head and said, "Thank God, this is God's gift." Okay. Let's have a good meal tonight. Today is my new day. Song Qiming also had a bit of middle school syndrome and made a yeah gesture to the sky. It was a beautiful photo, with only half of Lin Yuan's body exposed. There was just a picture without any words, but Song Qiming's face was full of joy. Seeing all the praises in the circle of friends, Song Qiming smiled and said, "This can be considered an official announcement." As soon as they arrived at the Western restaurant, Song Qiming's cell phone rang.
It was her mother calling, asking when they would be back next week. Song Qiming spoke slowly, let's take the first. The high-speed train on the afternoon of the 1st. Lin Yuan calculated the time. Tomorrow is the 31st. After attending the wedding banquet, he has to accompany Du Wei to watch a concert, and then the day after tomorrow he has to accompany Song Qiming back to her hometown. This trip is packed. The first happens to be a Saturday, which is also okay. Song Qiming hung up the phone and looked at Lin Yuan hesitantly. I'm afraid we won't have peace for the next 2 days. With my mother's behavior, I'm afraid she'll call all the aunts and uncles. Lin Yuan smiled and said, the 20 years of investment have paid off. I have to let my family see it to show how wise they are and how good they are to you. I guess they will cry a lot. Song Qiming covered her mouth and smiled. This process was indeed very normal. Song Qiming dared to say that she would definitely not cry that day. Maybe she would be moved before she was 16, but after her 16th birthday, the word she overheard inadvertently made her unable to cry anymore. This was the most relaxing day for Song Qiming, and also the happiest day. The burden on her was gone, and she could live well for herself from now on. Lin Yuan looked at Song Qiming, who was eating heartily, and his sense of accomplishment arose spontaneously. With his help, a poor little girl was given a new life, which made Lin Yuan feel a sense of pride and satisfaction. Just as he was thinking about it, Lin Yuan's cell phone suddenly rang. It was a green bubble call. Su Qingqing, who had just added him today, actually took the initiative to call him. This surprised and astonished Lin Yuan. After all, everything revealed in Su Qingqing's message showed that Su Qingqing was not a person who feared power, but why did she suddenly call me? Minji Yuanluo Hotel, Spring Blossoms box on the 3rd floor, save me. After saying this, there was a noisy sound from the phone and Lin Yuan frowned. Could it be that? Did she go out to dinner with clients? Didn't I tell her not to go out to dinner with clients? What's going on? Lin Yuan immediately searched for the location. Mingyuan Building was a building next to his hotel. Lin Yuan looked at Song Qiming. A friend of mine is in trouble, I have to go check it out. Is it very important? Sexual harassment, maybe even drugged. Lin Yuan said, looking at Song Qiming, I'll take her to the hospital and then I'll be back. Get a room and wait for me. Who wants to get a room with you? Song Qiming pouted, but as a woman, she could understand, and pushed Lin Yuan again, go quickly. Lin Yuan nodded and left quickly. Even though Song Qiming was a little unwilling, after all, today was her big day, but Lin Yuan was called away by his friends. In just a few minutes, an ambulance came speeding from a distance, followed by a police car, and then Lin Yuan returned to Song Qiming's side. Song Qiming looked at the police car over there, a little surprised. Really, was he drugged? Well, I used some tricks and was found. Fortunately, she was not that stupid. She hid in the bathroom and delayed a lot of time. Otherwise, I'm afraid something really bad would happen. Lin Yuan had a few more scars on his hands, but they had already begun to scab over. This showed that his body had a good ability to recover. The police over there also took Lin Yuan's statement before letting him leave. After all, Lin Yuan was able to provide the reason for his visit, and they were certain that the girl had been set up. As a result, the hotel was sealed off. Song Qiming was a little curious, what's going on? I reminded her to be careful about those clients, and she did pay attention. But tonight it was her supervisor who took her out for dinner. That supervisor is also a woman. She and this client have secretly harmed many people. But this time I reminded her first, and I was very aware of prevention, so I didn't fall for it. As Lin Yuan spoke, he glanced at Song Qiming again. Song Qiming's future was very stable. The only setback was discovering that Lin Yuan had several other women. Lin Yuan didn't want to stop this from happening because there was no need to stop it. If Song Qiming can accept it, then accept it. If she can't accept it, then leave. All Lin Yuan needs is a partner who can make him money and enjoy himself. If he wants to have her exclusively, he will not be happy about that. After all, no matter how fast one person can make money, it is not as good as several people working together. Besides, he was a little bored of living alone every day. He might as well be a little more scumbag and find a few more women. It would be quick to launder money and he could enjoy himself at the same time. Why not? Thinking of this, Lin Yuan asked, have you booked a room? It's not decided yet, but, you can't do what you did that night. You almost killed me. Song Qiming kept silent about how hard she was talking that night and she couldn't let go at all. Chapter 51, Introducing a Job to Su Qingqing.
Looking at Song Qiming, who was stuttering, Lin Yuan just thought she looked even cuter. She is especially adorable when she is being tough in bed. Lin Yuan smiled and his phone lit up again. It was a message from Chen Ruoyi. Wan Lian really caught the evening flight and would arrive in Su City tomorrow. Just as Li Qinghan expected, whenever Queen Sun holds a concert, Wan Lian will come. It can be seen that she is a loyal fan. Lin Yuan transferred another sum of money to her and asked her to have fun. Then he sent a message to Li Qinghan.
This time, Li Qinghan waited until Lin Yuan coaxed Song Qiming to sleep before replying.
This was also expected, so Li Qinghan just told them to be careful and it would be best if they could create some trouble. As he said this, a plan emerged in Lin Yuan's mind. A piece of solid evidence that can directly expose Wang Lian and Zhou Chenyang's cheating. Even though Zhou Chenyang is eloquent, he will definitely pay a heavy price this time. This plan requires a little more manpower, but it should be fine. The next day, Song Qiming returned to school. She had a full schedule of classes on Friday. Although I am reluctant to leave, there is nothing I can do. After watching Song Qiming leave, Lin Yuan went to a nearby hospital. Su Qingqing left a seat for him and asked him to pick her up. Su Qingqing was not at ease with other people. Su Qingqing didn't know what she was thinking. She actually reached out for help to someone she had only met for a short while and who had threatened her before. She could no longer work as a real estate salesperson. She only had more than 2,000 yuan left and didn't know how to survive. The only person she could think of was Lin Yuan. Maybe Lin Yuan can help her. At least, Lin Yuan is the only person who has shown kindness to her at the moment. When he arrived at the hospital, Lin Yuan saw Su Qingqing sitting alone in the lobby. It was obvious that she was in a bad mental state. After seeing Lin Yuan, Su Qingqing showed a hint of spirit. "Are you okay? What did the police say?" "I can only be detained administratively. The evidence is not strong enough, but it is enough." After all, the incident happened in a private room and there were no cameras inside, so there was insufficient evidence. Moreover, no one else complained with her, but no one wanted others to know that they had been forced. Su Qingqing looked at Lin Yuan, who was sitting next to her, and said, "I quit my job. I can't make a living anymore." In 5 months, she has changed 4 jobs and is really tired. Su Qingqing was born with natural beauty and was a little conceited. She was also a college student from a remote mountain village. There hasn't been an undergraduate student in their mountain area for 5 years. Although Su Qingqing is only from a second-tier university, in the eyes of those people, she is a person with high IQ. She was pretty and good at studying, so her parents sold her to the village chief's family as a daughter-in-law for 200,000 yuan to improve her genes. But at that time, Su Qingqing was controlled by someone before she had time to react. Seeing that she was about to be raped, she pretended to agree and went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register for marriage in order to paralyze them and make them think that she had accepted her fate. Then, he made an excuse to buy something and took a ride to Su City. After Su Qingqing finished telling her story, Lin Yuan felt a little uncomfortable. An independent and strong woman was forced into an arranged marriage. If she had not agreed to get married and used marriage to numb them, she would probably have to stay in the mountains for the rest of her life and become a tool to help people improve their genes. Su Qingqing didn't shed tears. Now she just wanted to live a good life. Lin Yuan thought about it and sighed. "I'll introduce you to a job, do you want it?" Lu Mingxi needs to take charge of household affairs, so he must have someone by his side. An independent, strong and opinionated woman like Su Qingqing might be a good help. The rest of the women didn't need anything. It was with this in mind that Lin Yuan opened his mouth. Although he didn't know whether Lu Mingxi would agree, if Lu Mingxi didn't agree, he could still find Li Qinghan. As long as she can help this time, it shouldn't be a problem for her to arrange a position for Su Qingqing. At worst, he will be responsible for Su Qingqing's salary. Su Qingqing thought about it and nodded. "I studied financial management, is that okay?" "Let me ask." Lin Yuan thought about it, took out his cell phone and called Lu Mingxi. In fact, he is not close to Lu Mingxi, but Lu Mingxi is the most suitable one right now. What's more, Lu Mingxi said last time that she would be a gigolo for him. Moreover, I told Lu Mingxi everything that happened before, so there must be something in return, right? The other end paused for a moment before answering the call. Lu Mingxi's voice came over. "Do you need anything?" "Oh, nothing. I just want you to help me arrange a job for someone. It doesn't need to be anything.
Give me your contact information and I'll make the arrangements.
Lu Mengxi agreed without any hesitation. Lin Yuan heard something wrong in the words, "What's wrong with you?"
I'm new to the company and I feel a little tired.
Lin Yuan thought about it and looked at Su Qingqing again. He could see the future direction, but he didn't know what Lu Mengxi's future direction would be.
Lin Yuan sighed, I'll go see you. That's fine. I don't have time to go down. I'll give you the front desk's phone number.
When you get there, tell her.
You don't need to report to the company when you come to the office in the future.
Lu Mengxi's words were cold. If ordinary people heard this, they would probably think it was the endless preference of the beautiful CEO, but Lin Yuan could guess that this was true heartbreak. Lin Yuan didn't know how to start, but when he thought about it, at least there was a motivation for the heartbreak. If it were according to the original plot, it would not be as simple as the heartbreak, there would also be physical torture. At least, there is still a chance. Lin Yuan thought about it and immediately made an appointment with Lu Mengxi.
Lu Mengxi also called him. Lin Yuan communicated with the front desk and left. Su Qingqing looked at Lin Yuan's Porsche 911 and curled her lips. Are you so rich? Me? Just think of me as a gigolo.
Lin Yuan got into the car with a smile and motioned for her to get in as well.
A gigolo? Su Qingqing had seen this car before.
Before, a man who harassed her also had a red one. He was a rich second-generation man, but his appearance was hard to describe.
After getting in the car, Lin Yuan drove to Lu Mengxi's company.
This is the first company that Lu Mengxi took over. It has a market value of 2 billion. Naturally, Lu Mengxi is under a lot of pressure. No wonder he sounded very tired when he heard her talk just now. It is also very large, a 30-story office building, and all the 10 floors from the 21st floor up are owned by this company.
Lin Yuan went downstairs and called the front desk.
The girl at the front desk hurried over to help pick up the phone. After a quick glance, I think the girl is good enough to work as a receptionist, with a rating of 75.
Following her into the elevator, Lin Yuan followed her instructions all the way to Lu Mengxi's office. Chapter 52 Goodbye Lu Mengxi.
Although Lu Mengxi is only a junior, it is almost the end of his junior year and he can start formally managing the company in his senior year.
At present, most of the company's affairs are still handled by the vice president.
After Lin Yuan knocked on the door and came in, Lu Mengxi nodded and said, "Give young Master Lin a work badge. You don't need to write down his specific position. Just make it convenient for him to come up and see me."
Okay, Mr. Lu.
Su Qingqing felt a little nervous as she looked at the working atmosphere around her. Before, she was either in the factory or in the sales department. How could there be such a serious working atmosphere? Although there were some laughter, everyone was working step by step, and the atmosphere was different from before.
Can I work in a place like this?
Lin Yuan looked at Lu Mengxi, opened her information panel and glanced at it casually.
The main thing is to look at the future direction, but the loyalty is 50?
The wish has become just one, to take over the entire Lu family and drive away Shaosan's family.
But Lu Mengxi's attitude.
Lin Yuan thought about it and finally spoke, "Actually, you don't have to do this."
How is it?
I said, I will never have another man in the future.
Besides you, I will only accept you.
At least, you told me the news about my mother.
Hearing this, Lin Yuan could probably guess that she began to hate every man equally, including him.
The reason she could accept him was only because Lin Yuan told her mother what he experienced that day, that's all.
If other men had a system that could see their loyalty, it would probably be -100.
Lin Yuan sighed, there was nothing he could say.
Anyway, everyone gets what they need.
This is Su Qingqing, a poor girl just like you.
I leave her to you. Please protect her well. I don't have much time to spend with her.
Lu Mengxi looked her up and down and narrowed his eyes. I know you have a lot of women to take care of. I'll help you take care of this one. Lu Mengxi knew that Lin Yuan had more than one woman, but she didn't say much. She just looked at Su Qingqing.
Lin Yuan didn't know what to do next. Glancing at Su Qingqing, Lin Yuan said, "Just follow Boss Lu. She's also a woman and can understand you." "Thank you," Su Qingqing said gratefully. Lin Yuan nodded and was about to leave. The girl at the front desk handed him an ID card. From now on, Lin Yuan could use this ID card to open the door downstairs and the elevator. After watching Lin Yuan leave, Lu Mengxi arranged a job for Su Qingqing.
She was willing to believe Lin Yuan because when he didn't know her, Lin Yuan had reminded her to be careful of Muhan, and it turned out that his reminder was correct. Just after I arranged a special assistant position for Su Qingqing, my cell phone lit up. It was a message from Lin Yuan. I just forgot to say, be careful with your finance department, check it out. In the future, there was a small problem in Lu Mingxi's financial department, and the loss would be probably more than 10 million. Compared to the size of 2 billion, it is not very big, but any help counts. After saying this, Lu Mingxi immediately started to take action. Although she didn't like Lin Yuan at all, if there was anyone in the world who could influence her behavior, it was only Lin Yuan. Squinting his eyes, Lu Mingxi actually discovered that there was a string of numbers on the financial statement that seemed a little off. Notify the finance department to hold a meeting. Everyone's salary will be reduced by 20% as a punishment. After Lin Yuan left the company, Due sent a message saying that she had obtained the property certificate and now Villa number 6 in Daming Palace was hers. The tone of voice still couldn't conceal the excitement. Lin Yuan listened, his lips slightly raised. Uncle Hai and Aunt Hong have been with my family for a long time, they are loyal servants, don't change them, I will never get used to others. When you mention this, I also find it a little strange. Uncle Hai's gardening skills are very good, and Aunt Hong's Sichuan cuisine is simply state banquet level. Moreover, they are both over 50 years old, but they don't feel tired at all when working. They are in really good health. Lin Yuan smiled knowingly. This system really worked well for the people it was given. Moreover, they were all orphans, children, and partners. Their background was that they lived in villas all year round, so it was normal that they were unknown. Lin Yuan thought for a moment, did you get the concert tickets? Come with me to the wedding banquet first, and then we'll go to the concert. Wedding banquet? My roommate is getting married soon after graduation, so I thought I could hold the wedding in college, so I don't have to spend money on gifts, and it would be a waste if I don't eat it. Lin Yuan laughed and drove to the villa. Although Lin Yuan was no longer the owner, Due did not take back the door card and other things, but just issued a new one. Besides, all of this was given by Lin Yuan. He could give himself these things now, and more in the future. People are always greedy, but this is not enough to satisfy Due, she wants more. Moreover, Lin Yuan was able to give her a villa worth hundreds of millions for free without his family saying a word, which shows that his family doesn't care about this thing at all. If you say goodbye to Lin Yuan at this time, you will be the only one who suffers. Due dressed up nicely and put on a light blue dress, which was decent and showed off her beauty and figure. Especially the high-waisted makeup makes her look very tall. She put on high heels, put on beautiful makeup, wore a Vacheron Constantin watch and a couple's diamond ring, and waited for Lin Yuan at the door. Lin Yuan parked the car, said hello to Lin Hai and Lin Hong, and then saw Due over there. Due is even more beautiful today. Moreover, Lin Yuan discovered last time that Due's previous score was only 92, but the last time he opened it, Due's score was 93, and this time she added 1 point. But Lin Yuan did find that Due gave him a different feeling these days. Even without makeup, she looked more beautiful. Especially her figure. She used to be curvy, but it was just that. The shape was good, but something was missing. It feels more impactful now than before, could it be because he developed it? Lin Yuan immediately rubbed his nose guiltily, stepped forward and hooked his arm around Due's waist. Why are you dressed so beautifully? Then I'm beautiful, isn't it also for Yuan's face? Due bit her lip, speaking shyly and coquettishly. The perfect amount of blush made Due even more charming, which made Lin Yuan feel a little itchy. The smile that Lin Yuan couldn't suppress on his face told Due that he really liked this, or rather, there were few men who didn't like this. Come on, let's go grab something to eat first. We won't be having dinner until 5. The concert started at 7:30 and lasted until 10 o'clock, a total of 2.5 hours. It was a large-scale concert, after all, it was the person who once ascended the throne of Queen of Heaven in the Battle of Gods. Although it doesn't have as great an impact as before, those people who couldn't afford records and had to save money to buy tapes back then have grown up, and a ticket costing a few hundred yuan is nothing. Chapter 53, meet Su Yaoyao again and take the college entrance examination with peace of mind. Due drove a Lamborghini Huracan Technica that Lin Yuanxin bought for her. It cost 3 million yuan and was also a luxury supercar. It's all white, and it looks quite comfortable. Due gripped the steering wheel tightly, watched Lin Yuan sit down, and immediately drove out. Lin Yuan was thinking about going home with Song Qiming to solve the problem tomorrow, so he spoke up. Due was very smart and she knew immediately that Lin Yuan was going to leave with another woman. However, it was just a coincidence that her aunt would come starting tomorrow. Lin Yuan certainly didn't want the silver spear to be stained with blood, which would also be a harm to Du Wei herself.
Okay, just a week? I'll just play around and come back in 2 or 3 days. Lin Yuan still has things to do, so he certainly won't stay too long.
And as Song Qiming said, the people from her hometown are all from a small county town. After knowing that she is hooking up with a rich second-generation man, they will definitely try their best to get close to him.
If it's an ordinary relative, it's easy to deal with.
But if it's a relative with ulterior motives, then it will be troublesome. If you take care of one thing and lose another, there will be trouble. So, Song Qiming's idea was to just deal with it and then be done with it, so that her parents could save face and cut off ties cleanly, and that would be the end of it. Lin Yuan also approved of this plan. After all, as long as Song Qiming's parents' face was taken care of, all that was required was to move the household registration. As long as you complete this step, it won't matter in the future. Du Wei nodded after hearing this, but her period was normal and she was afraid that it might not be over for 3 or 4 days. Thinking of this, Du Wei looked at Lin Yuan and asked, I may have something to do next week.
When that thing comes, I will accompany a Yuan after it leaves, okay?
Lin Yuan laughed, okay, it's okay, you're not the only one around me.
Du Wei didn't dare to respond to this question and instead started talking about Zhang Yu.
Zhang Yu had always wanted to drive the latest Porsche 911 Carrera Cabriolet. Lin Yuan chose the top-of-the-line version, which has the best of everything, which makes Zhang Yu really want to drive it. But Zhang Yu also learned from Du Wei that Lin Yuan liked to be clean, and he would definitely not touch someone like Zhang Yu, so Zhang Yu could only pin his hopes on Du Wei. Otherwise, I will have to wait until next year when I graduate from college and ask my brother to earn coins to buy it for her. Lin Yuan still remembered that Zhang Yu could not go on the highway because he would be rear-ended by a truck. But Zhang Yu has taken good care of Du Wei over the years and takes Du Wei with her to all activities. If it weren't for her, Du Wei and Xiao Kai would not have been able to get in touch. Thinking about it, Lin Yuan nodded, but still warned, this car accelerates very quickly, don't let her get on the highway.
Okay, then I'll give her the key and tell her not to get on the highway, right?
Right.
Lin Yuan couldn't predict the consequences and could only do his best.
Du Wei raised the corner of her mouth slightly, and soon stopped outside a shopping mall. Lin Yuan remembered that this place was mainly a snack street. There are only 3 floors in total, and the ground floor is full of snack and breakfast shops. Du Wei laughed, parked the car and pulled Lin Yuan out. I've heard that this street of snacks is very famous, but I've never had the chance to eat here.
This is a good time to try it.
Du Wei didn't have much money before, so she only came here once and bought some food casually. But this time, she was full of confidence. Lin Yuan also smiled, looking at Du Wei pulling him in front and shouting at her to slow down. There weren't many people at noon, so there was no need to run like this, and Du Wei was wearing high heels. Du Wei ate happily and ordered a lot of things that she couldn't afford before, but this time she could just try a few of them. While eating, Lin Yuan suddenly saw a figure in motion. Du Wei to wait there for a while.
Su Yaoyao? Why are you setting up a stall again?
Lin Yuan looked at the beautiful girl in front of him who was covered in fumes with confusion, but she was never so clean every time he saw her.
Everything is fine now. The last time we met, your face was covered with grease.
We met at noon this time, and although there wasn't much grease on her face, it still obscured her beauty. Su Yaoyao glanced at Lin Yuan hesitantly, but a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. It's you.
By the way, thank you for what happened last time. The nurse told me.
Thank you. Lin Yuan waved his hand.
It's okay.
I'm mainly worried that someone might go to your mom, aunt, and complain that you didn't get the money legally.
I'm actually worried too, but there's no good solution.
After all, Su Yaoyao is just a little girl who has not yet entered society, and some things can only be done with connections. For example, the issue of the money would have been a big problem if Chen Ruoyi and her colleagues had not stepped forward. A little girl took out 560,000 yuan to pay off her debt.
Who wouldn't think too much? But it's different through the hospital's relief fund, at least it's an explanation. I haven't told you yet, why are you setting up a stall again?
Me? Su Yaoyao bit her red lips. The school has closed for the holidays early, so we can go back and review well.
The college entrance examination is less than a week away. Su Yaoyao should be reviewing instead of setting up a stall here, right? Then go back and study hard.
You are someone who can get into a university in Beijing, so you can't let me down.
Su Yaoyao blushed. I know, but I want to make money. 560,000 is too much. I'm not charging you any interest, why are you in such a hurry? Lin Yuan was so angry that he laughed. Okay, go back and study hard. If you can get into Beijing University, I'll pay your tuition, all interest-free. You can pay me back after you graduate. Su Yaoyao quickly shook her head. No, my uncle said he could give me money and let me go. Your uncle's family isn't wealthy, is it?
Anyway, my money is not worth money, so I'll give you another 100,000.
Don't want. Su Yaoyao immediately chose to refuse.
She had already asked Lin Yuan for 560,000 yuan, and now another 100,000 yuan.
She was confused about the future and didn't know how to pay back the money. But the next second, the bank's account arrival information arrived.
Lin Yuan knew that Su Yaoyao was a sensitive person, so he laughed and said, just think of it as making up for the birthday present from a few days ago.
100,000 yuan, dress up nicely.
It's a good thing for an 18-year-old girl, who is also a college bully, to be so worldly every day.
Birthday. He actually knew her birthday. When Su Yaoyao came to her senses, Lin Yuan and Du Wei had already disappeared on the road. Another, I owe 100,000.
Su Yaoyao bit her red lips and looked at Du Wei over there, feeling a little inferior. It seems that I am not as pretty as her, nor as rich as her.
This big brother. Su Yaoyao was a little dejected, all she could show off was her grades.
But if she gets admitted to a university in Beijing, she won't be able to stay in the local area.
Su Yaoyao wants to stay here.
But then she thought again, her older brother wanted her to apply to a Beijing university.
Then go to Beijing University. Chapter 54. Chen Xiaoye is here, awkward dinner.
Lin Yuan thought Du Wei would ask about Su Yaoyao, but Du Wei just pulled him to buy food and then stuffed the food he couldn't finish on him without asking any more questions about Su Yaoyao. Lin Yuan also wanted to explain, but Du Wei didn't mind at all. After thinking for a while, Lin Yuan gave up.
After all, Su Yaoyao's family was poor, and Du Wei's family was not much better.
After wandering around with Du Wei for nearly 2 hours, Du Wei finally left with satisfaction. After Lin Yuan helped her wipe the corners of her mouth, Du Wei came over and kissed Lin Yuan on the face.
Okay, let me see if they've gone. If they have, we'll go over there too. Good.
Li Shuang is going to take Qianjinjin to do a pregnancy checkup today. After all, she is showing some signs of pregnancy, so she needs to be more careful. Hearing that Lin Yuan was already bringing Du Wei over, he asked him to fulfill his duties as best man and go over early. Lin Yuan had no choice but to smile. This person really didn't treat him as an outsider. But she really treated him as a friend, otherwise Li Shuang wouldn't have acted like this.
Lin Yuan thought about it and gave Du Wei the address of Chengxianglu, and the two of them went there first. When we arrived, several people had already arrived.
The thesis defense has passed, and everyone basically has no problems. Now we get together less and less, and I feel a little reluctant.
There is some emotion involved.
When Du Wei appeared holding Lin Yuan's hand, many people looked at them sideways.
Almost everyone knows about Lin Yuan and Chen Xiaoye's affairs. In just a few days, everything has changed. Chen Xiaoye also lost her memory.
Lin Yuan also changed his girlfriend.
Zhao Zhihua also arrived early, and with a slightly gloomy expression he watched Lin Yuan greeting his classmates.
Qianjinjin also invited her classmates and set up 6 tables in total. Not everyone is worth inviting to dinner, and not everyone wants to come to dinner, so only 6 tables are set up, which can accommodate about 50 or 60 people. Lin Yuan and Zhao Zhihua didn't communicate much and sat directly next to Xiao Kai. Xiao Kai was playing King of Glory with his sister on a small account.
Looking at the failure on the screen, Lin Yuan couldn't help laughing.
Hearing the laughter, Xiao Kai curled his lips and looked at Du Wei again. Oh, beautiful Du. After looking her up and down, I have to say that Du Wei is really naturally beautiful, and it's really a pity. Such a beautiful girl was given to Lin Yuan. However, Lin Yuan didn't know what had happened and how he became so rich.
Looking at Du Wei's outfit, it's not cheap.
A group of people started chatting, eating melon seeds, playing games, watching TV series. Anyway, everyone was relaxing now.
As they were chatting, Li Shuang also came over, supporting Qianjinjin all the way over here. Are you all here? It's only a little after 4 o'clock. Lin Yuan smiled and said, it's just a meal to share some festive atmosphere. That's right. You might be the second one. Li Shuang smiled and suddenly looked at someone in a corner. It wasn't just him today, someone else wanted to propose. Qianjinjin acted as a matchmaker.
The two of them had been in contact for a while and felt good about each other, but their college life was about to end, so they had less contact after that.
Moreover, the two of them were not from the same school, so they couldn't avoid it. Today is an opportunity.
Li Shuang walked over and chatted with the person for a few words. The person was very nervous. He was also a classmate, but Lin Yuan was not very familiar with him and could only chat with him for a few words.
As for my college classmates, I'm not too familiar with some of them. Just when everyone was chatting happily, the appearance of a person caught everyone off guard. Qin Xiaoye is here. Li Shuang frowned.
It is true that he invited her, but acute cerebral hemorrhage requires hospitalization for at least 2 weeks of observation, so Qin Xiaoye obviously cannot be discharged from the hospital.
But she showed up. This is really awkward.
Lin Yuan and Du Wei are still here, and they are both wearing couple rings.
Wouldn't this irritate Qin Xiaoye?
Qin Xiaoye's face looked a little bad, and she immediately noticed Lin Yuan and Du Wei over there. Du Wei held Lin Yuan's hand intimately, very affectionately.
Many people have already accepted it.
After all, Du Wei is not bad, she is a great beauty, and Lin Yuan is an academic master, so they are a perfect match.
Moreover, Qin Xiaoye got engaged without Lin Yuan's knowledge, which put her in the wrong.
Originally they thought that Qin Xiaoye would not come, but now that Qin Xiaoye was here, the atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward.
Qin Xiaoye's face was already not good, and now it got even worse. But he acted as if he didn't see Lin Yuan and sat silently beside Zhao Zhihua.
At this point, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After all, they were college classmates and the relationship didn't want to become too strained.
Li Shuang quickly gave Qian Jinjin a look, and Qian Jinjin immediately understood and quickly led everyone to sit down.
Lin Yuan and Qin Xiaoye were arranged to stay far away from each other to avoid a quarrel or irritating Qin Xiaoye. Lin Yuan also understood it tacitly, and Du Wei felt even more guilty, so she stayed close to him in order to show her possession. This meal was a bit awkward, very awkward. Qin Xiaoye glanced at Lin Yuan from time to time, feeling a little reluctant to leave, but looking at Lin Yuan's expression, it seemed that he didn't care about her feelings at all. Obviously, the person sitting next to Lin Yuan should be her, it should be her.
What's the point of being jealous? Lin Yuan already has someone by his side.
This was also the first time that Du Wei faced Qin Xiaoye so directly. Before, there was always something between them, or she did not face Qin Xiaoye directly. Now she had to be affectionate with Lin Yuan in front of Qin Xiaoye, which made her feel a little uncomfortable, or rather, a little scared. As a woman herself, Du Wei didn't want to take things too far. Besides, a few days ago, Lin Yuan and Qin Xiaoye were still in love. 3 years is not a period of time that she can compare to in just a few days. Lin Yuan also noticed that Du Wei was reserved and no longer as generous and confident as before.
Don't be afraid.
After listening to Lin Yuan's words, Du Wei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone was feeling anxious while eating their meal, and Li Shuang wasn't feeling much better. However, due to his relationship with Lin Yuan, he couldn't refuse to invite Qin Xiaoye.
Besides, Qin Xiaoye suffered from acute cerebral hemorrhage. How could she be discharged from the hospital after only a few days of hospitalization? No one could have imagined that Qin Xiaoye would appear. Moreover, Qin Xiaoye rushed over even though she knew Lin Yuan would come.
Isn't this pure? There's something wrong with her brain. Li Shuang cursed Qin Xiaoye countless times in his heart.
But what can we do?
I can only pray that the dinner goes on smoothly and the originally planned proposal goes on smoothly as well. However, there are tears in Qin Xiaoye's eyes, as if she has thought of something.
Lin Yuan didn't say much. Anyway, he didn't want to have anything else with Qin Xiaoye. They were just an ex and classmate.
As for what happens next, Lin Yuan doesn't want to think about it for the time being. There are still several women on hand that have not been dealt with.
The meal lasted an hour.
Du Wei carefully took Lin Yuan away and hurried towards the gymnasium. Looking at Du Wei, Lin Yuan chuckled. Don't worry, there's no future between her and me. Chapter 55, A Little Trick, Evidence in Hand. Du Wei listened and breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that her behavior would cause Lin Yuan any trouble. She would still have to rely on Lin Yuan in the future. As I was thinking this, we arrived at the stadium. There were huge crowds of people outside, and there were even a large number of traffic police nearby maintaining traffic.
Who says the older generation is out of date?
Just looking at this scene, it really deserves to be the top stream of that year. Lin Yuan and Du Wei got the couple tickets for the inner field that Li Qinghan had obtained internally. They took another passage and soon arrived at the venue. They were still in the first row, only 2 meters away from the main stage. There are a total of 30,000 seats in the whole place, and more than half of the people have already entered. At this time, a person wearing a work badge came over and said, "Hello, are you going to be on the big screen later?" As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Yuan understood, and Du Wei subconsciously looked at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan nodded and smiled, "Okay." Du Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yuan looked around. There were too many women, so he could only open everyone's information at once, and then close them one by one. Soon, Lin Yuan saw Wang Lian entering. I took a quick look at her data and there was nothing unusual, except that she had been in contact with a lot of men. After all, not everyone has the talent like Li Qinghan. Wang Lian has worked hard for the same amount of time, but is still only a second-tier star. Moreover, she works really hard in that aspect. At least, Li Qinghan is not as crazy as her. Lin Yuan watched Wang Lian sit in the aisle next to him, and then called Xiao Kai. Xiao Kai spoke up immediately, "Don't worry, give me the location, I'll have someone take care of it." After all, Xiao Kai's family came from the underworld, and these security companies more or less have some background in the Xiao family. After a while, Zhao Cheng became one of the security guards with a serious face, and was not far from Wang Lian. Then, Lin Yuan called Chen Ruoyi again. Chen Ruoyi pursed her lips and said, "Don't worry, I've already talked to the dean, and he agreed. The nearest hospital is his old classmate, and someone will cooperate." "Okay, thanks." Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. All the actors were in place and it was almost 10 o'clock, so they started to leave the stage. The concert started very soon. Lin Yuan was a student from a small county town and he didn't listen to songs very often. But Du Wei sang along the whole time and she knew many of the songs. During the interactive session on the field, Lin Yuan and Du Wei were also the first couple to be sent to the big screen. Du Wei took the initiative to hug Lin Yuan's neck and kissed him directly. But because it was the first pair, many people only took pictures of Lin Yuan's side profile, but the Vacheron Constantine and Du Wei's hand attracted a lot of people's attention. A rich young lady with a great figure. Afterwards, fans were invited to sing on the same stage. Du Wei, who was sitting in the first seat, became one of the targets. After Du Wei came on stage, she sang a duet with Queen Sun. Because she is beautiful and has a sweet voice, many people started searching for information about Du Wei. I didn't know until I checked. I was shocked. She drove luxury supercars when she went out, and wore a Vacheron Constantine on her wrist. She was definitely a rich woman and a school beauty. And that man. Lin Yuan naturally didn't know that he had also become a search target, but the man was the only one from Jiang University, and there was no other news. Du Wei walked off the stage with a red face, looking a little excited. It would be a lie to say she wasn't excited to sing on the same stage with a singer of this level and receive praises. 2.5 hours passed so quickly that Du Wei felt it was just a moment. People there began to leave in an orderly manner, and Wang Lian also began to leave under the guidance of Zhao Cheng. At this time, a man pounced on Wang Lian and wiped her legs. But this kind of thing has happened before, and the man kept saying sorry. Wang Lian didn't want to be entangled and forgave him on the spot. But when they left the stadium, Wang Lian saw blood on her legs. Go to the hospital. Go to the nearest hospital. Wang Lian looked at the fresh blood and remembered being pushed just now, and suddenly panicked. One of the important reasons why Zhou Chenyang wanted to divorce and marry her was the baby in her belly. If something happened to the baby, Zhou Chenyang would not recognize it. The driver also saw the bloodstains, but thought it was not certain. However, Wang Lian was a passenger, and passengers' matters are big matters. He was rushed to the hospital, and the doctor on duty immediately said, "Quick, let me do a check." Wang Lian was only concerned about her child now and had no time to tell whether it was true or not. She quickly followed the doctor's advice and lay down on the bed. The doctor pretended to examine her for a while. "Where's your lover?" "I need to tell her something." Wang Lian hesitated for a moment, but soon she became even more panicked. "Doctor, can the child be saved?" "When your lover comes, I'll tell him something. Be very careful next time. It's very dangerous. Let him come." Wang Lian hesitated for a moment. The more unclear the doctor was, the more anxious she became. Soon, Zhou Chenyang found some excuse and actually showed up in the hospital, in the obstetrics department. The doctor just complained that he was irresponsible and incompetent as a husband for letting his wife appear in the hospital alone in the middle of the night. He said that the child was just slightly bumped this time and it was nothing serious, but he needed to pay attention to take care of himself, otherwise he might not be so lucky next time.
In the dark, photos, audio and video were continuously sent to Lin Yuan's mobile phone.
Lin Yuan selected the key information and sent it to Li Qinghan.
The biggest disadvantage for Li Qinghan was that she did not have any substantial evidence of Zhou Chenyang's infidelity.
And now, the doctor kept referring to the couple and the child, and there was a timestamp on the video.
Was he going to accompany a woman he was not very familiar with to the obstetrics department in the middle of the night?
You can tell from the but that the man is cheating. Li Qinghan looked at Yuan, who was watching children's cartoons on her phone, and slowly moved over.
Yuan, last time I asked you if you wanted your brother to accompany you all the time, do you really think so? Brother Yuan is a very nice person.
He buys food for Yuan and plays with her. He is not like Dad, who never accompanies Yuan or hugs her.
Yuan likes Brother Yuan. Please don't be mean to Dad. Yuan spoke in a baby voice, speaking very naturally.
Li Qinghan smiled helplessly. If she didn't know that Yuan was Zhou Chenyang's child, she wouldn't have dared to imagine that Yuan would show such a strong affection for someone she had only met a few times.
Moreover, Yuan has always been shy about strangers.
Even her friends had to visit her several times before she finally got over the shyness.
But for the first time, Yuan threw herself into Lin Yuan's arms and kissed him actively.
Children speak without restraint, based only on their inner preferences.
So, do you want Brother Yuan to be your father? Don't want. Chapter 56 Warm Morning. Li Qinghan hesitated for a moment. Didn't he like it just now? Why didn't he want it anymore?
Yuan spoke again, because Daddy is a bad guy. I don't want Brother Yuan to be my daddy.
Brother Yuan is a good man, and Yuan likes him. Li Qinghan immediately understood what Yuan meant.
In Yuan's mind, her father had already been associated with a bad guy, so Brother Yuan could not be a father.
Li Qinghan touched Yuan's head and said, "Okay, Brother Yuan will always be Brother Yuan."
Well, I haven't seen Brother Yuan for a long time. Yuan threw her phone aside and wrapped her arms around Li Qinghan's neck. Mom, I want to see Brother Yuan. Li Qinghan felt a little soft-hearted at the aggrieved and pitiful look.
Okay, but Yuan, you have to be good. It's 10:30, time to go to bed.
When you wake up, Brother Yuan will be here.
Real? Yes, really, Brother Yuan will show up tomorrow morning. Yuan immediately went into her little room. Mom, I'm going to sleep.
There was a slight bitterness on Li Qinghan's lips. Lin Yuan did give people an unusual feeling. When they first met, he seemed to be helping him.
Maybe we can take a gamble?
At this time, when Duwei and I had just arrived at the hotel and were about to discuss the philosophy of life, Duwei looked at the red-stained sheets and was speechless. Lin Yuan was also a little embarrassed.
This was neither good nor bad.
But Duwei was also open-minded and immediately took Lin Yuan to another world. The next morning, Lin Yuan woke up early, holding a beautiful woman in his arms, but he couldn't move and felt a little painful. But Lin Yuan was not the kind of person who would ignore Duwei's body, he just kissed her.
Duwei didn't sleep well either. A good night was ruined like this. I'm sorry. It's okay. It's not like one more night.
Duwei couldn't even smile when she heard Lin Yuan's words of comfort. At this time, Lin Yuan received a message on his phone from Li Qinghan.
Can you bring me some breakfast in the morning? I'm not feeling well today and I want to eat something hot. Li Qinghan sent another address to Lin Yuan, which was still in a hotel.
Lin Yuan glanced at Duwei, thought for a while, and was about to refuse, but Li Qinghan added that Yuan wanted to see him.
Only then did Lin Yuan really hesitate.
Duwei also noticed it a little bit and pushed Lin Yuan. Yuan, I want to lie down for a while, you go and do your work. Duwei is very smart, so she made a choice immediately. No matter who was over there, the best thing for her at this moment is to get Lin Yuan away.
Duwei didn't want to be a woman who could only be held in his arms.
Instead of doing this, it would be better to let Lin Yuan find someone else and be more generous.
He can't be alone by his side.
Lin Yuan smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll buy you some breakfast and then I'll go over. Well, 2 vegetable buns, 1 fried dough stick, a piece of fried glutinous rice cake, and a cup of sweet soy milk, that's enough.
Good.
Lin Yuan didn't insist too much. Duwei was smart, and he was happy to let her think that she was smart. Besides, he would like a smart woman. After getting another million pocket money for Duwei, Lin Yuan bought breakfast and wanted to send it to Duwei, and then drove to Li Qinghan's place. Lin Yuan knocked on the door gently and felt a little nervous.
Wouldn't it be awkward if Zhou Chenyang was there too?
It's very embarrassing for a man to knock on the door early in the morning, and it's his wife who calls him. But the person who opened the door was Li Qinghan, who was only wearing a hairband, a facial mask, and unkempt in her home pajamas.
Can. Is this really okay? Is Dad back? No, it's your brother Yuan who is here.
After a while, Yuan flew over, making thump 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 sounds all the way, with surprise written all over her face.
Brother Yuan. Lin Yuan quickly put down his breakfast and hugged Yuan in his arms, and Yuan kissed him immediately. Okay, brother Yuan is here, are you happy? Happy. Yuan looked at the breakfast over there and wanted to eat it immediately. Lin Yuan had no choice but to accompany Yuan for breakfast. I looked around and found that Zhou Chenyang hadn't come back all night. Otherwise, how could it be his turn? Lin Yuan thought for a while, what's going on today? Yes, I have something to do. We need to shoot a behind-the-scenes video of a couple for the new drama. I wasn't very satisfied with the ones I shot before, so I need to make another one later. There are also promotional photos, so I need to shoot a few more. Li Qinghan herself is the director and chief producer. You can see that she is working really hard, but Zhou Chenyang behind her is still having an affair. Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel a little sympathy for Li Qinghan. She was born in the countryside and was not a professional actress, but she relied on her talent to become the best actress. None of her ex-boyfriends gave her peace of mind. Fortunately, I have a successful career, which is a comfort. Li Qinghan came down soon. Yuan was full, and there were a few greasy lip marks on Lin Yuan's face. It was obvious who did it. Li Qinghan sat aside and ate breakfast. I'm worried about leaving her with anyone. If you have nothing to do to accompany Yuan, I can get it done in an hour at most. I'm fine. I'm taking the high-speed train this afternoon. Okay. Li Qinghan nodded and said nothing. Instead, he was thinking about how to deal with the following matters. It was a foregone conclusion that Zhou Chenyang had cheated on his wife and had a child with someone else. Li Qinghan didn't want to know what Lin Yuan did behind this, she wanted the result. The result made her sad, but also satisfied. Among all her boyfriends, Zhou Chenyang is the only one who led to her marriage, and he is also the one who helped her the most. In fact, Li Qinghan was already hesitating. It was Zhou Chenyang who helped her negotiate the first drama in which she played the female lead. Zhou Chenyang also helped her to build relationships for the second drama. The third drama that made her famous was co-starred with Zhou Chenyang. The fourth drama, which was also the first TV drama to be broadcast on TV, was co-starred with Zhou Chenyang. It can be said that apart from this derailment, Zhou Chenyang has been of great help to himself. So Li Qinghan couldn't believe that Zhou Chenyang would cheat after marriage. She was even prepared to have a second child, a boy, just to shut Zhou's mother up. Li Qinghan only guessed something that night. Although Zhou Chenyang admitted it, she did not dare to believe it completely and still held a glimmer of hope. It was not until Lin Yuan threw the evidence to him that Li Qinghan accepted this reality. Zhou Chenyang really betrayed her. Seeing Yuan sitting intimately in Lin Yuan's arms, Li Qinghan felt a little helpless. Zhou Chenyang hadn't hugged Yuan like this since Yuan was 3 years old. Yuan was somewhat repulsed by Zhou Chenyang, but was very close to Lin Yuan. Sitting like this, they looked like a family of 3. Yuan made a fuss for a while and yawned, Brother Yuan. Can you accompany Yuan tonight? Li Qinghan coughed and said, Yuan, Brother Yuan is busy. Can we do it next time? Yuan didn't say anything, but just stared at Lin Yuan eagerly. Chapter 57 My sister is so awesome. Lin Yuan chuckled. Brother Yuan will be out for about 3 days. When he comes back, tell Yuan a story and sleep with her, okay? The round little head turned around. 3 days didn't seem like a long time. Hook and hang. Lin Yuan and Li Qinghan smiled at each other, but still followed the pinky promise made with Yuan. After all, they were just kids. After Li Qinghan reached out and took Yuan away, the mother and daughter came out wearing parent-child outfits. The agent also came over there, and when he saw that the man was not Zhou Chenyang, he looked very happy. Oh my god. Does my sister have a gigolo? What a handsome pretty boy, so cool sis. And he's raising it right under my brother-in-law's nose, so cool. Li Qinghan knew what kind of dirty shit was in his agent's head without even having to think about it. But then again, it was impossible not to think too much when I came out of the room with a man so early in the morning. Lin Yuan held Yuan in his arms and sat in his car,
following closely behind Li Qingha's RV. Li Qingha was inexplicably very confident in Lin Yuan. While checking the scene and the things to be photographed, he was also greeting people and completely forgot about his daughter. After she had finished all her work and the negatives came out, Li Qingha remembered that she had a daughter. While hurriedly looking for it, Yuan hid the thing in her hand behind her back like a guilty thief, and then hid behind Lin Yuan. Li Qingha frowned and looked fierce, and Yuan obediently took out the spicy strips. Just ate a little bit. But Lin Yuan still had an empty spicy strips bag in his hand. Li Qingha curled her lips and looked at Lin Yuan. She can't eat anything too spicy. Don't let her eat so much next time. 2 big pieces of meat or kiss roast at most. Don't eat the whole bag like this. She didn't even notice that her tone sounded a bit like a wife complaining about her husband, and the staff beside her immediately started to criticize her. Lin Yuan also smiled helplessly, be careful next time. But as soon as Li Qingha turned his back, Yuan whispered, buy it for me secretly next time, and don't let mom know. After hearing this, Li Qingha was speechless. At this time, Lin Yuan's cell phone rang. It was a call from Song Qiming. Song Qiming was already ready to leave for the high-speed train at 2:20. It was already 11 o'clock now, so she had to get ready. Lin Yuan didn't have to prepare anything special, 2 sets of clothes would be enough. Li Qingha went to deal with the stills again. She also had to change her clothes and put on a dress before going out to eat with Lin Yuan and Yuan. Seeing Yuan holding onto Lin Yuan's hand tightly, Li Qingha's heart trembled a little. This time Lin Yuan was going to be away for 3 days, so she had to think carefully about it. After all, Yuan needs someone to take care of her on her growth journey. Zhou Chenyang. Li Qingha no longer wanted to count on him. The Zhou family is very traditional and wants a son, but apart from Yuan, who was conceived unexpectedly, Li Qingha has been busy with her career for many years. They have been in love for 2.5 years and married for 5 years. Except for the year when she took a break to have a baby, she only starred in 1 drama. In the rest of the time, she basically starred in 2 to 3 dramas every year. She even made guest appearances in a few movies and TV series in between. She was very busy. Especially this drama, which she shelved for 2 years before it was officially broadcast, so Li Qingha attached great importance to it and had no intention of having children. This is also the reason why she and Zhou Chenyang rarely sleep together. It is normal for a normal couple to have sex 2 to 3 times a week, and it is also a normal physiological need. However, the 2 of them have had sex only a little over 100 times in 5 years, which is only 20 times a year, and only 1 or 2 times a month. Li Qingha thought about it and suddenly understood why Zhou Chenyang cheated. Is it because you are too career-oriented and fly around all the time? But things have already happened, and Yuan doesn't want her father anymore. What's more, Li Qingha really doesn't have any needs in that regard, and once or twice a month is enough. But Li Qingha smiled again. He could accept Lin Yuan, but not Zhou Chenyang? I'm afraid I still like Zhou Chenyang and want to keep him for myself instead of sharing him with other women. Lin Yuan's other women may have the same idea. They just want to get material or spiritual satisfaction from Lin Yuan, not love? When Li Qingha thought about it this way, it was as if he had taken off the shackles from himself, and his originally heavy mood became a little better. Anyway, it's just to give Yuan a better environment to grow up in. What does it matter whether you love her or not? Thinking of this, Li Qingha took a few quick steps and took Yuan's other hand. Yuan looked at brother Yuan on the left and mother on the right, and her face became even happier. While eating, Li Qingha suddenly pushed his cell phone to Lin Yuan. Look at the finalized stills. If there are any you don't want to post, I'll have them removed. Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment. Does this matter, have anything to do with me? But Yuan had already picked up the phone and poked it with her greasy hands. Lin Yuan quickly took some paper to wipe her hands and took the phone back in his hand. After thinking for a while, I marked a few stills for Li Qingha. Isn't your drama centered on female protagonists? These few pictures are less tender and gentle. These few are very dashing and heroic. Especially this one, where she is back to back with the male protagonist. Li Qingha took it and said, I also think this one is very special. Let's use this one as the main advertisement and the one you picked as the cover. Li Qingha arranged it quickly. Moreover, Li Qingha kept only 1 photo of her and the male lead looking at each other affectionately after a big victory, and there were no others. Lin Yuan didn't pay attention to these. Lin Yuan himself was not the kind of person who liked to watch TV series, so he didn't care. Li Qinghan thought about it and put down her chopsticks. She was full and was having a short meeting on her phone. Yuan got tired from making so much noise and soon fell asleep in Lin Yuan's arms. Following Li Qinghan's instructions, Lin Yuan placed Yuan in the RV, then drove away. Looking at Lin Yuan's leaving back, Li Qinghan breathed a sigh of relief and dialed the phone. "Old Joe, let's talk." Lin Yuan left his car at a car repair shop next to the high-speed rail station for maintenance, and then went to the high-speed rail station with Song Qiming. Today, Song Qiming rarely wore a Lolita skirt, but an ordinary dress. But even so, it still can't hide her cuteness and purity. Lin Yuan held Song Qiming's hand and asked, "Is everything ready at home?" "Yes, it's ready. They said they're going to prepare an engagement banquet for us." Song Qiming said this somewhat embarrassedly. In fact, the two of them were not even boyfriend and girlfriend, but they were going to hold an engagement banquet. This made Song Qiming a little worried that Lin Yuan would not be able to accept it. Song Qiming then took out 2 rings and handed them to Lin Yuan. "The ring is done. Look, yours is a sapphire and mine is a ruby. The surfaces can be put together." Chapter 58, First Meeting with the Song Family, full of enthusiasm. Song Qiming was deliberately trying to divert Lin Yuan's attention from the engagement. Song Qiming was afraid that Lin Yuan would say no. But Lin Yuan just smiled and said, "Engagement means having a banquet at home, right?" "Yeah, almost. I think we should go back to our hometown in the mountains." "I'm afraid Yuan won't be able to get used to it." Song Qiming was a little worried about this, but if she didn't take Lin Yuan back, people at home would probably gossip about her. After all, you can't take it seriously if you haven't met the person yet. Lin Yuan didn't care. He was also from a small county. Song Qiming still had some inferiority complex, although she was glamorous, but compared to Du Wei, her inferiority complex was slightly better. Du Wei relies entirely on her own intelligence, which is what Lin Yuan appreciates most, although his first time was attributed to Du Wei. The 1-hour high-speed train ride arrived quickly, and Song Qiming arrived just as she took a nap leaning on Lin Yuan's shoulder. After arriving here, Lin Yuan felt like he was back in the small county town where he grew up, and the situation was almost the same. Song Qiming took Lin Yuan out of the high-speed rail station and walked all the way to a fairly nice residential area. This was Song Qiming's home. Although this family is very utilitarian, they can indeed make money. The price of a house here should be around 10,000 to 15,000 yuan. For a family of 5, 4 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen and 2 bathrooms should be the minimum standard, which means an area of about 140 square meters. Song Qiming let out a breath, checked the things she had brought with her, and then took Lin Yuan's hand and went upstairs. I knocked on the door and a middle-aged woman looked over with a smile. "Young man, come in and sit down." Lin Yuan also smiled and said, "Hello, auntie." He was holding some oranges bought from the roadside and placed them on the coffee table beside him. Next are my elder brother Song Huayu, my younger brother Song Huijin, my uncle Song Qing, and my aunt Sun Lan. Knowing that the 2 of them would be back today, Song Huayu took a day off. Song Huijin is a sophomore in high school this year and will be a junior in the second half of the year. He is a little immature, but he does have a bit of a frivolous side. Song Huayu, on the other hand, was well-mannered and looked like a civil servant or someone who worked in a bank or insurance company. Song Qiming didn't waste any time and threw 2 house purchase documents and 2 car purchase documents on the coffee table. "I have included the transfer fee in the betrothal money, which is 3 million in total. You can go to the bank to transfer the money tomorrow, but you have to give me the things. I will need them when I get the marriage certificate in the future." Song Huayu calmly picked up one of the house purchase materials and took a closer look. It was a house in Zhenjiang District, Suzhou City, with an area of 220 square meters and a total value of 7.1 million. The other one, which is door-to-door, has the same apartment type, but a slightly different layout. It is also 220 square meters. The cars all cost 600,000 renminbi, and all were paid in full. Which household and which car do you want? You can sort them out when you get to Sioux City. I won't interfere. But you should have less contact with us in the future. This is not my request, but Ah Yuan's request. Song Qiming pulled Lin Yuan's tiger skin and said her own words. Lin Yuan is the financial sponsor, how dare they say anything? As soon as Song Huayu confirmed that everything was true and saw the gift agreement brought by Song Qiming, the family became happy and the meals that were usually only eaten during the Chinese New Year were served. Lin Yuan, Song Huayu and Song Cheng drank a few glasses together, but Lin Yuan discovered that the 56-degree liquor had no taste at all. He felt it the last time he drank. The drink had no taste and he seemed unaffected by alcohol. Both Song Huayu and Song Cheng started to slur their words, but Lin Yuan seemed to be fine. He could clearly feel that his every move was not affected by the alcohol at all. At night, Song Qiming took Lin Yuan to her room. The whole room was decorated in pink and light blue. Moreover, her room was the largest among the 3 children. Although he wanted to sell Song Qiming for money, he really treated her like a little princess. Song Qiming was lying on the bed, and Lin Yuan was also lying on the side. "Do you think they will come and eavesdrop?" Song Qiming blushed. "What's so good about it?" "It's nothing good. There's a banquet the day after tomorrow. Do you want to prepare some gifts or something?" Song Qi dreamed for a while. "We can prepare something, and do it in a grand way. I have prepared 1 million yuan. Let's prepare some gold jewelry tomorrow, 1 box for each family." Lin Yuan smiled. Although Song Qiming was raised in wealth by her family, she was truly raised in wealth only after she followed him. Preparing 1 million to buy gifts was something only she could say now. Lin Yuan thought about it and transferred more than 1 million to her. After all, the money was given by the system, so he could launder as much as he could. Song Qiming yawned, glanced at her phone, and pouted, "I can't spend all my money, give it back to me." Before, Lin Yuan had promised to pay her only if the amount was less than 1 million, but now she suddenly realized that there was actually an upper limit to the speed of spending money. Even if she ate and drank well every day, as long as she didn't buy cosmetics, clothes, and other things, spending 10,000 a day would be a waste. Lin Yuan smiled and said, "There's no reason to ask you to spend money. You're still the best to me." Song Qiming laughed and suddenly moved her eyes. "Do you want to do it once?" "Be gentle, I'm afraid I'll scream." But at this time, Sun Lan took Song Huaijin out, and only 2 drunkards were left at home. Song Qiming blushed. Sure enough, Sun Lan was eavesdropping. Otherwise, how could she have taken Song Huaijin away at such a perfect time? Song Huayu and Song Chang were already drunk, and their snoring was deafening. Song Qiming held down Lin Yuan's restless hand and warned him fiercely, in a cute and ferocious way. "Just once. Please. After all, it's at home." The next morning, Lin Yuan took Song Qiming out, followed by the whole family, a total of 6 people. They first went to the hotel to decide on the dishes for tomorrow. There are 20 tables in total. Lin Yuan could only smile helplessly after hearing this. This really meant that all the aunts and uncles were called over. Each table is calculated based on the highest price of 5,000, which makes a total of 100,000 yuan. Song Qiming paid the bill on the spot. After all, it was agreed that Song Qiming would pay when they went out. Then I went to various gold shops and bought a total of 50 gold necklaces, which I packed in boxes and had delivered to the hotel. This item cost nearly 600,000 yuan. Each necklace weighs around 20 grams, with little difference. Although using a necklace as a return gift may seem tacky, it is also the most elegant way to do it. Sun Lan couldn't wait to show off in the family group, and gave her daughter a 20-gram gold necklace as a return gift at her engagement party. The relatives were all shocked, and many of them exclaimed that they had really caught a rich son-in-law, and a golden phoenix flew into the earthen nest. Speaking of this, Sun Lan took out all the property certificates again and decided to renovate the 2 houses next time she goes to Suzhou. Lin Yuan did not pay for the decoration. The houses there all came with rough decoration. Moreover, they also had to buy home appliances and the like, but these things were handled by the Song family themselves. Sun Lan's smile never faltered the entire day, and she was very proud. Although Song Qingsui, who had been busy all his life, didn't say a word, he couldn't stop smiling. Song Huaijin also restrained himself a bit, and sometimes he didn't even dare to look his sister in the eye. After all, his sister and brother-in-law gave him an apartment and a car in Sioux City, so he didn't dare to have any improper thoughts about Song Qiming. After dealing with these things, it was already late. Sun Lan and Song Qing were generous for once and treated everyone to a meal at the best private restaurant. Chapter 59 Another Academic Bully. The next day at noon, Lin Yuan and Song Qiming were at the door, along with Song Chang, recognizing the relatives one by one. Sun Lan and her 2 children were busy greeting the relatives on the 2nd floor. The final planned 20 tables were increased to 23. Fortunately, the hotel was well prepared, otherwise we would be short of a table. After the guests were seated, Song Qing and Sun Lan took the microphone and read a script, and then brought Lin Yuan and Song Qiming to start toasting at each table. The first table was full of elderly people over 70 years old, and Lin Yuan drank 3 cups with them. The second table was different. It was attended by leaders from his hometown town and village, as well as one from the county. Lin Yuan accompanied each of them and chatted with each of them for a while. Song Qiming looked at Lin Yuan with some distress. When changing the table, she asked in a low voice, "How about changing it? There is special plain water wine for toasting. Although it comes from a wine bottle, it is just plain water. Need not." Lin Yuan smiled. This time he wanted to test how much he could drink. Song Qiming was still a little worried. She stayed with Lin Yuan and supported him, fearing that Lin Yuan would fall down at any time. The third table was occupied by business people, some of whom even rushed back overnight. Businessmen must be able to seize business opportunities, especially those who have made their way out of small towns, who are all shrewd to a certain extent. Lin Yuan also accompanied them one by one. One of them was also in Su City, and they left each other contact information. The fourth table is for people who have some status but are not that rich. The ones after that are nothing worth paying attention to. After all, ordinary people are the majority. Song Qing was already on the verge of collapse, and had to switch to plain water in the middle. He was almost caught. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, was drinking the entire time without stopping. From the small cups of 1.5 liang each, Lin Yuan drank more than 30 glasses. Song Qiming accompanied him throughout the whole process, watching Lin Yuan drink cup after cup. Tears began to well up in his eyes in the second half. If he hadn't accompanied her back and dealt with these relatives, why would he need to drink so much? 2 kilograms of liquor was already a big deal, but Lin Yuan drank almost 4 kilograms of liquor. Lin Yuan began to wonder if he was immune to alcohol. He used to feel dizzy after drinking 1 pound, but now he's drinking almost 4 pounds and he's still fine. Fortunately, I prepared a lot of things, otherwise the return gifts would not be enough. This was the first time they had seen a gold necklace as a return gift. Lin Yuan saw everyone off one by one, and then he noticed a little girl in the corner who walked towards him shyly. Sun Lan took the lead and said, "Oh, my good son-in-law, this is Song Shui. Xiao Xue is very good at studying and has already been admitted to Huaxia University in advance." Lin Yuan listened and couldn't help but click his tongue. Beijing University and Huaxia University, where Su Yaoyao is going, are both top universities. Song Shui is even better than Su Yaoyao and she was admitted in the early batch. However, judging from Song Shui's appearance, she doesn't seem to be from a wealthy family. After thinking for a while, Lin Yuan thought of another person. Just now, the son of that cousin seems to be studying at Huaxia University, right? He was admitted through a competition. His family is very wealthy. Of course, they can't compare to your family. Sun Lan also knew that it was difficult to help someone in need, so she did not introduce her nephew's son to anyone else and just kept Song Shui. Song Shui's family conditions are not as good as her cousin's, so they need a little help. Lin Yuan opened Song Shui's information panel. Name, Song Shui. Birthday, 2005-0809. Rating, 82. Loyalty, 20. NOAA AAA 0000000000. Assets, 254.14. Identity information, no special identity. Recent big news, cousin's engagement. Exploitable leverage, wants someone to provide resources for her to study. Wish, to be admitted to Xiaku Institute and become a doctor. Future direction, successfully enter Huaxia University. Hello, sister and brother-in-law. Song Shui and Song Qiming are cousins indeed. They are somewhat similar, but Song Shui is a little worse, perhaps because of her family's insufficient conditions. There is not much difference in their appearance, except that Song Qiming is a bit extrovert, pure and cute, while Song Shui is a shy girl next door. Moreover, Song Qiming has flesh wherever she has flesh, and although Song Shui's figure is not symmetrical front to back, it is not much better. It can be said that Song Shui's score was lowered significantly due to her figure. Lin Yuan smiled and nodded. Tell my brother-in-law when you get the admission letter, and he will ask me to come back and give you a big red envelope. Thank you, brother-in-law. Song Shui was very reserved, while Song Qiming looked at Lin Yuan. Ayuan, are you okay? Do you want to take a break? After drinking nearly 4 kilograms of liquor, Song Qiming became more worried about this. Lin Yuan nodded. It's okay, don't worry. Song Qiming then breathed a sigh of relief, because there was indeed nothing wrong with Lin Yuan's condition. Song Shui also added Lin Yuan as a friend before leaving.
Watching Song Shui leaving, Song Qimeng moved closer and asked in a low voice, "Do you want a concubine?" Lin Yuan didn't react for a moment. "What?" "Forget it, we'll talk about it later." Song Qimeng didn't dwell on this issue. She was mentally prepared, and she knew that there was another woman by Lin Yuan's side. If Song Shui was around, maybe it would be better. At least 2 sisters are better than 1, and there is someone to take care of them. Lin Yuan didn't hear clearly what Song Qimeng said just now, but was thinking about how to help Song Shui, a top student at Huaxia University with a bright future. Moreover, my own business will definitely be quite big in the future, and I will need some trustworthy people to take care of it. Su Yaoyao is also one of his investment targets, and Song Shui is naturally one of them as well. The key is that with the help of these 2, we can recruit a group of top students from their circle to form our future team. Investing in talent is the most long-term thing. Although those fixed assets maintain their value, they cannot create value, while talents can create more value. Song Cheng was already dying and was feeling dizzy. The 2 brothers Song Huayu and Song Huaijin helped Song Cheng leave and returned home. Sun Lan took Lin Yuan and Song Qimeng to meet a group of her sisters. The smug look on her face could not be concealed. He can also drink, has money, is generous to his daughter, and calls her a good son-in-law all the time. Song Qimeng even blushed. If Sun Lan knew that she was just a kept woman and that Lin Yuan only came back to save her face, she would probably explode. Finally, at night, Lin Yuan and Song Qimeng breathed a sigh of relief. But for some reason, the news of Song Qimeng's engagement also spread in the high school group, and Song Qimeng had to be forced to hold a wedding ceremony. Song Qimeng subconsciously wanted to refuse, but Lin Yuan smiled gently. "See you, it's okay." Song Qimeng leaned in Lin Yuan's arms, and then she sent a message in the high school group, asking them to get together tomorrow. Chapter 60: A family of 3 having a parent-child meal. There are not many of Song Qimeng's high school classmates here now, only about 20 people in total, and some of them rushed back overnight. If a classmate suddenly shows up and hooks up with a rich second-generation guy, you naturally have to seize the opportunity. Lin Yuan and Song Qimeng had a high-speed train in the afternoon, so they just set up the place for a while at noon. Song Qimeng also introduced that some of the male classmates had pursued Song Qimeng. Lin Yuan didn't mind, after all, Song Qimeng had not agreed to any of them. On the other hand, on Lin Yuan's side, several women wanted to get close to him. Unfortunately, with Song Qimeng around, how could they have the qualifications to get close? There was nothing valuable in this group of people. They were mainly used to deal with relationships for Song Qimeng. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the 2 of them rushed back to Su City. Song Qimeng was very tired, so she went back to school after kissing Lin Yuan goodbye. From tomorrow onwards, she would have to sort out the matter of moving her household registration out, and she would have nothing to do with the Song family anymore. Lin Yuan was also a little tired, mainly because he had been at home for the past 3 days and it was difficult for both of them to do anything. "I was not satisfied with Du Wei to begin with, and I have only had a taste of her for the past 2 days. Just when I was thinking of finding a place to have dinner by myself, Li Qinghan's phone call suddenly came in. I have registered for divorce with him, come and drink with me. Yuan is here too. Yuan is also there and it's simply a killer performance. Lin Yuan also likes glutinous rice dumplings, but unfortunately, he has just started eating meat and doesn't he have a child? Give me the address." Looking at the address, Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile bitterly. This is a famous parent-child restaurant. What surprised Lin Yuan was that they registered for divorce so quickly. Lin Yuan quickly hailed a taxi and slowly went to the restaurant. There were families all around him, so there was nothing inappropriate about Lin Yuan joining them. Yuan hadn't seen Lin Yuan for several days, so she rushed over happily. Li Qinghan's expression was not very good. "Sorry, I went back with him yesterday." Divorce registration also needs to be done locally, which shows that the 2 are a little anxious. Yuan also knows about it, so there's no need to avoid her. Yuan pouted and said, "Daddy is bad. I don't want daddy. I want mommy and brother Yuan." As he spoke, the corners of his round mouth were raised. Li Qinghan couldn't help but laugh. It's a bit like those skits, where a cute baby chases her husband. Although Yuan is not Lin Yuan's child, she is very attached to him. Lin Yuan also spoiled Yuan. Apart from the fact that they were not related by blood, they were almost the same. Lin Yuan was not stupid, he also heard the hidden meaning in the words, but he was not ready yet. Besides, he just wanted Chen Ruoyi's idol to be well, and he didn't think about these things.
Moreover, Lin Yuan was somewhat afraid to touch a top star with 40 million fans.
One person's spit could drown him. While teasing Yuan, a little boy at the table over there ran over and looked at Yuan eagerly.
Yuan glared at him and continued playing in Lin Yuan's arms.
Ah, Yuan? Lin Yuan turned around and saw Lu Mengxi in a professional suit.
Also, black silk. Lin Yuan had been sexually frustrated these past few days, but now it was completely because Yuan was in his arms that helped him suppress his inner restlessness.
Then, the next sentence is,
"Brother, sister-in-law, this is my man, Lin Yuan."
My man, Lin Yuan.
Lin Yuan felt a little guilty.
Besides, they were his brother and sister-in-law?
The man over there didn't look very old, but he should be around 30 years old. The woman on the side was holding the man's arm affectionately, and suddenly she saw Li Qinghan.
Li Qinghan?
The woman immediately introduced herself. "My name is Zhang Molin, I'm Lu Mengxi's cousin, and this is my husband, Gu Yuming."
Hello. Li Qinghan stood up with a smile.
Lin Yuan also stood up. In fact, he really wanted to explain that he and Lu Mengxi had no relationship for the time being. Lu Mengxi spoke up at this time. "I asked someone to check him out."
He was indeed the one who did it.
He stole a car and learned a few tricks from a master. His driving skills were not good enough at the time and he hit my mother. He was terrified at the time and drove the car back to the place where he lived, which saved my mother. When my mother was conscious, she recognized him, and then he deliberately increased the oxygen supply rate, and then my mother died. It was because of this that he became a drug addict and also bought and sold drugs.
He has been sentenced to death. Lu Mengxi underwent a transformation in almost a week.
From a love-minded girl who was still ignorant, she became a shrewd and capable future career woman. As for the last incident, I know you won't be here to take up the post, so I'll give the credit to your little lover.
Do you have any objections?
Lin Yuan couldn't help but hold his forehead with his hand.
Is Lu Mengxi so direct in his speech?
Su Qingqing, in fact, Lin Yuan did have some thoughts, but a girl with a strong personality like this needs to be done slowly and cannot be forced. But to Lu Mengxi, it was as if the two of them had already established a romantic relationship. Cousin Gu Yuming on the side glanced at Lin Yuan, and Lin Yuan knew what he wanted to say.
Lu Mengxi's condition is not right.
Muhan's affairs have become her inner demon, and she treats everything coldly and indifferently. Even if she admitted that Lin Yuan was her man, Lin Yuan knew from the system panel that Lu Mengxi did not agree in her heart, but was just forcing herself to agree through her actions.
Yuan pouted and looked at Lu Mengxi. "Sister, are you unhappy? Eat spicy noodles. Eat spicy noodles and you will be happy."
Yuan dug out a piece of kiss bite cake from somewhere, and Li Qinghan couldn't help but hold his forehead with his hand.
When did this thing hide it?
Looking at Yuan, Lu Mengxi seemed to be touched by something.
He took it and ate it in front of Yuan. "Delicious, thank you." He, but you can't let mom know.
"If she finds out, she'll spank you."
"But kid, your mother is right behind you and heard everything." Several people started laughing, and Yuan also laughed. Li Qinghan shook his head helplessly, unable to control it.
The little boy thought about it, disappeared for a while, and suddenly appeared next to Yuan. While the adults were chatting, he quietly extended his hand to her. Others didn't know, but Lin Yuan, who was holding Yuan, knew that Gu Yuming's child got 2 bags of deep-sea fish from somewhere.
"This one is delicious too."
Yuan suddenly saw Li Qinghan and was about to hide, but the packaging of the deep-sea fish was a bit big and difficult to hide.
"I don't eat this. It's not tasty at all. Besides, it's too spicy.
If mom finds out, she'll spank me." She had the air of a righteous little adult, but it was obvious that Yuan had tasted deep-sea fish before, otherwise how would she know that this one was too spicy and would get her spanked by her mother? Hearing this, Li Qinghan felt completely embarrassed.
Lin Yuan accepted it.
After all, it was just a little gift from the little boy, so there was nothing much to say.